Yes, Juice, you did beat me back, but it was because I was taking an extra moment because I found my massage roller and I was rolling on the floor underneath my legs there, so they feel great. All right. Take care of intermission. Oh, hang on. Not you, not you. There we go. Gotta fade that out. In studio mode. Okay, we're back. We're almost ready to get underway. Oh, I haven't done the tail of the tape with these two gentle beings that are in the ring currently. Just wait a moment or two for things to get settled and underway again. We are here to be seen. Okay. Oh, just getting settled in the chair. Took a bit of a walk. Definitely took my medication while standing, like running in place, kind of. Oh. Okay, there, blinky screen. All right, I am ready to continue, if no one else is. Let us please get the tail of the tape for our next matchup up. It is already in the ring properly. Let me go ahead and grab the relevant cards. I already dropped one. This would be disastrous, much like last time. I should get one of those claws with the little trigger. Okay, got those at the ready. We have the tail of the tape that we're about to fade to. Thanks for hanging in. Hanging in there, everybody. Oh. Hang on, there we go. Hang in a little bit longer as we got 3 rounds and the finals underway. This is actually the home stretch. We are rounded third and heading for home, as far as I'm concerned. The only thing that are the worst for the wear are the under thigh. That's it. Everything else is doing all right. Just a little chafing in the under thigh. It's because I gotta, move a little bit every now and again. All right. Speaking of moving around a little bit, we'll see how Abdullah the Butcher can get out of the way of Kevin Owens, who was bulldozing over the competition, more or less. And let's see if he can continue that reign of dominance against Abdullah. Abdullah just standing there for the opening few seconds of the contest, allowing Kevin Owens to come to him. Might be indicative of his strategy in this one, to sort of wait for Kevin Owens to make a mistake and capitalize as only Abdullah can. What's up? Maggie Roach for the woohoo. Is that letting everybody know that we're back underway? Good to hear it. Was that trying to get my attention for some other reason? No, I'm broadcasting. Everything's good, as far as I can tell. Okay, we got some block action. To crown soon. Got some points. Yeah, we are back in action. That's the enthusiasm I like to see at 11 o'clock at night. That's right, we're working a full day shift here on Twitch today. Rolling over to the night crew. Glad you're staying up late with us. Oh, a big powerbomb under the chair. As we said, Kevin Owens not messing about in their matches. Another huge powerbomb. What a moveset, too. Good Lord. Like a Canadian Vader. Just bullying people. 1 hour away from a 12-hour stream with a 30-minute break. Yep. That's less than you would get at a government-mandated job where you were legally obligated to have certain breaks, a certain amount of time over an 8-hour shift. That's the extra work we put in for each and every one of you out there. We appreciate y'all. Even if you don't donate 1 red cent, excuse me, we don't have pennies anymore, 1 shiny nickel. We appreciate you being here. Just for as long as we can provide the opportunity for those that can and are willing to donate, to do so. And you may do so by typing !donate in the chat for more information, or by typing tinyurl.com/the EH1 Climax right into your browser. Kevin Owens browsing for a win. It's in his cart, but he is not yet checked out. As Kevin Owens, after that vicious pop-up powerbomb, having no difficulty whatsoever hoisting the 360-pound Abdullah the Butcher, a 94-pound weight advantage for Abdullah, finally able to counter a powerbomb attempt. Honestly, Whom is doesn't know how I'm doing this. 1,000,000% nervous energy. No, I'm kidding. If I hadn't had already been streaming on a fairly consistent basis for over a year, no chance in heck I would have attempted it. And had I not felt any different whatsoever doing those extra long streams with Juice the past couple weeks when we played D&D together for like 6 hours the first clip, I wouldn't have had the confidence to even attempt it. But thanks very much, buddy. I appreciate you hanging in here in chat, even doing that for a whole day. Even if you're drifting in and out, even if you're lurking while you're working out there. Oof. Owens working that pop-up powerbomb to great effect, and no. Thought he might have put Abdullah down and out with it. Abdullah's got to have like one of the safest pile drivers in the business because he's got a lot of cushion to put your head between. You know what I mean? Like you protect your opponent by like obviously having your legs there. Got some meaty thighs, is our boy Abdullah. Mind you, he did wear baggy pants. Oh, you know what, Whom? I politely declined the invitation to Dead by Daylight tomorrow. I think I'm going to take the day off. Just a hunch. Regardless of how I'm feeling, there's no guarantee how my, lower body is going to feel when I wake up tomorrow. Oh, huge clothesline. Spun him halfway inside out, but he seemed to recover there at the end. Interesting sell job by Owens nonetheless. Kind of Rikishi flipped it. Owens trying to reach the ropes, or maybe that chair. Abdullah, gets stunned, but immediately back to his feet. Such is the power of the Sudanese madman. He's had a 52-year career, did Abdullah the Butcher, based on super violent reputation, and probably just like no-selling stuff in matches as a monster. Big headbutt exchange won by Abdullah. Almost dims the lights of Kevin Owens. He's working towards the top of that A block. Going to maintain his position atop the squad there. Abdullah with another big jumping headbutt, some signature offense. Takes some time to catch his breath. It has been an action-packed 12.5 minutes, I can tell you. Half a dozen or so. Oh my God! That was the most violent fork stab yet. He just stabbed him square in the face with full force, and then ate a stunner. That was amazing. He hasn't used that yet. I spat everywhere. That was incredible. Owens into the cover, however. Almost puts him away. Abdullah got him up for another pile driver. As we said, probably pretty safe to take a pile driver from Abdullah. Or just land on his belly. It's like throwing yourself at a beanbag chair. Another stunner, this time center of the ring, goes for a cover, hooks the leg deep, 2 and 3. Kevin Owens continues rolling around in 15 minutes even. That's pretty efficient, by my recollection. Okay, the prize fighter, Kevin Owens, once again, your victor. We're going to get him his points in a second here. Save. Set us up the next match, please. So that was 1. Match numero 1. Doesn't quite work out, but I don't care. That was match number 1 of our new cycle. Match number 2 coming up. Featuring you, of course. And featuring you. Yeah, we're all over the place in terms of these cards. Anyway, let's tab over here and get Kevin Owens' 8 points. I wish I had a way, or had thought of a way to constantly have the scorecard on screen or something. Oh boy. Let's see. Kevin Owens has yet to face, in his last 2 rounds, and we're going to start talking about this stuff because we're getting down to it, Edward Carpentier, which is an interesting matchup for Kevin Owens, but I think surmountable, and John Tenta, which, depending on who gets the early advantage, power move-wise in that, could go either way, I think. But I probably give the edge to Kevin Owens overall. I don't know. Again, if it lasts, this was 15 minutes even. If it lasts like 10, 12 minutes, yeah, could get testy. Could get testy. Wink. And now we have this interesting combination. Let's see. Let's bring it up, and I can talk about the points. The points. Come on, buddy. Come on, baby. Come on, other half of the screen. There you go. Sami Zayn El Vampiro. So Sami Zayn sitting at 8 points. A 2-loss record, but some impressive wins against Piper and against Edge. Beat Gene Kaminsky. Mind you, Gene Kaminsky hasn't been doing that well. El Vampiro undefeated. Can Sami Zayn play spoiler and leave El Vampiro tied for the lead with Bret Hart? If Vampiro wins this contest, they will have sole possession of the top rank in the B block. This is match numero dos of round 7, baby. 7, 8, 9 to come, and then the finals. That's right. We're going to find out why 6 was afraid of 7. But first, we're going to find out who's going to man up and win this match between Sami Zayn and El Vampiro. Fight! Ding, 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 and we are underway. Clang, clang, clang with the trolley. Reset these tail of the tapes. Get these winner graphics up. Boom. Juice doing his best to hang in there. Take a power nap, buddy. See you on the other side of round 7. Oh, let's go against these. Yeah, as we said, Vampiro completely undefeated to this point. Looking to remain so. Sami Zayn, more wins than losses at 4-2. Looking to play spoiler here. The perfect record of Vampiro to this point. Vampiro and Bret Hart atop of the D block, but Bret has that 1 loss on his record to Roddy Piper in his last contest, and what a contest it was. Don't know what Sami Zayn had in mind there in terms of countering, but Vampiro put a stop to it by just powering through that clothesline. Now working Sami Zayn toward that corner. Not quite sure what Vampiro has in mind. Just double checking that I can be seen and hoid. Oof. Early application of the exploder suplex there from Sami Zayn and a low blow. But again, it's kind of all fair in love and war. This is definitely the wrestling romance part of things. Juice, didn't you just take like a run around? Did that somehow calm you down? Oh gosh, nail in the coffin! Vampiro almost put Sami Zayn away at the 6-minute mark. Knows he's still got 2 more matches after this and potentially a final, looking to make short work of the underdog from the underground. Sami Zayn in a frenzy here. Oh, Fire Thunder Driver. All impact there. And no! Another near fall. Sami Zayn's dropkick attempt countered. It is all Vampiro here. Sami Zayn wisely creating some time and space to catch his breath. Maybe comb his orange chest hair. Oh. Huey Lewis just docks themselves in my eyes. Thank you very much, sir. You're a gentleman and a scholar. I'll thank you in our Facebook message stream later, buddy. Thank you kindly, Huey Lewis. Ugh. Given your affinity for pro wrestling, I would have perhaps expected Hootie Lewis, but good work nonetheless. Sami Zayn looking to do some good work here and put Vampiro down and out. As we said, the only undefeated competitor left in the tournament. El Vampiro, the Canadian Casanova, staring down the barrel of a 2.9 though. Quick to afflict a choke slam on Sami Zayn after that near fall is Vampiro, now setting him up for a nice spin kick to the back of the head. Oh, Sami going low again. Nice drop kick to the back there, shoving Vampiro forward into the ropes as he hit the canvas as well. Oh, reverse Kudo driver once more, again dropping Sami Zayn on the top of that head. 2 in a row after some taunting from El Vampiro. And he picks him up for perhaps a third. Nope, Sami Zayn counters with a complete shot. Exploder suplex now. Perhaps going for the blue thunder bomb there. There it is. Some more signature offense out of Sami Zayn, mirroring his idol, Jun Akiyama, or at least a potential idol, since he uses those moves so effectively. With Sami Zayn, the exploder, and blue thunder bomb. Two men just slugging it out here. Amazingly, Vampiro's face paint hasn't even so much as smeared this entire tournament. Fire Thunder. I thought he was going for the nail in the coffin. Luckily for Sami, he did not attempt a pin right away. Sami got that small package attempt off, but he rolled toward the ropes, unfortunately, and had to break it. It's kind of counter wrestling on instinct with Sami Zayn in that moment. Half and half! Flips Vampiro onto his face in the center of the ring. Oh, and another low blow. The front variation there. You heard the ding. And another drop kick to the back. As you know, Sami Zayn has that blue thunder bomb that also heavily impacts the back. Perhaps trying to seize the back muscles of Vampiro up so they can't quite perform their finishers with enough torque to hit the 3. Let's check that theory. It is incorrect, as Vampiro has enough power in that nail in the coffin to spell the end of Sami Zayn. El Vampiro continuing to roll, undefeated thus far in the tournament. Your Canadian Casanova. A 93% match at about 15 minutes. Makes a note to hire Vampiro for the GWA. Hang on one sec. This is going to be match numero 3. That's B. We're back to A. I need you more than anything, darling. Know that I have from the start. Everyone sings their index cards, right? Let's set up our next tale of the tape here. Vampiro, your winner. Let's get him his points before I do anything else. Points need to be awarded. El Vampiro against Sami Zayn remains perfecto. Something else for Zayn. Being ordered. Another tasty sip of water. Oh no, it cost me my voice. Just teasing. Doing alright. Dancing monkey. Okay, do I have it set? No, not yet. B block. Everybody go away. And then A block, we're doing some A block action. Alright, back to the A block for match number 3 in round 7. We have so-and-so facing such-and-such, aka Kenny Omega versus, wait for it, Davey Boy Smith Jr. is your next matchup. Alright. Oh, hang on, I accidentally deleted them without actually going to the match. So let's go to the match and rectify that. By deleting them, I mean turn them off. Boink. Thought I'd already gotten it underway. We're underway now, though. Preemptively took the tail of the tape away. You could just be mesmerized by the background for a while if you so desire. Another huge tournament matchup. They're all huge tournament matchups at this point. Kenny Omega looking to keep that one-loss record against Davey Boy Smith, who will tie Kenny Omega with 10 points if he's able to knock him off. Kevin Owens sits alone atop the A bracket with 12 points, but if Kenny Omega can knock off Davey Boy Smith Jr., he will tie them, or he will tie Kevin Owens with a one-loss record to top the A block. Lots on the line here as we progress in this, the 7th of 9 rounds of tournament action.
You can't escape.
That's right, none of you can escape. You are stuck with me until this tournament ends. I lock the doors of the chat and the Twitch channel. Look behind you. You can't get out. Let's see what we got here. Kenny Omega is, of course, the only non-Japanese winner of New Japan Pro Wrestling's G1 Climax, the tournament upon which the A1 Climax has been based. He broke Dave Meltzer's 5-star rating system with a 7-star match against Okada at the 2018 Dominion show for New Japan Pro Wrestling. I don't know which of their trilogy that was. And as a dual citizen of both Canada and Japan, he speaks fluent Japanese. That's pretty dope. First made a name for himself there. Like, I remember him appearing in Ring of Honor once he was first trained a little bit, and then he disappeared. And by disappeared, he went and wrestled for Dramatic Dream Team in Japan for ages, and then made his way to New Japan and elsewhere. And now here we are. So good for him for spending the majority of his career on foreign soil and making a good account of himself. That might also explain why North American audiences might have a harder time connecting with him, because like he's sort of coming from an entirely different mindset in that most of what he learned psychology wise comes from the heavy Japanese influence, and also the promotion he worked for, Dramatic Dream Team, is bonkers, so kind of free to do whatever you want. So definitely a more artistic approach to professional wrestling, if that makes any sense, than his contemporaries, I would think. Like, there are some that play the long game and consider their character throughout their career and try to make sure they're maintained at a certain level, so on and so forth. But I think Kenny goes and thinks about how anything he does in the ring affects wrestling as a whole, and that might be just a I mean, that's me assuming, but that might also be just a sign of his massive ego. But he seemed powerful enough to kick out of that pin attempt by Davey Boy Smith Jr. there. Oh my god. Okay. Brett's rope, release Tiger suplex, and now a running shining enziguri to the center of the ring, followed up with a sliding V-trigger. Ridiculous offensive sequence there. Bulldog puts a stop to it with a spinebuster and a sharpshooter. The old tried and true combo he's been using throughout the tournament. Kenny going up top, flipping senton. Look at that, top rope, somersault press. Shades of Edward Carpentier right there. Bulldog going right back to the spinebuster sharpshooter. Just desperate for a win here. If he can win, he can tie Kenny Omega in the standings and stay within reach of Kevin Owens at only one win away. Trying to lock Kenny Omega down in that spinebuster sharpshooter combo. Now he presses Kenny Omega over in that suplex and gets him to the center of the ring. Oh dear, poor timing on that. Both men are down, but Omega is back up immediately. V-trigger, you know he's gonna hit at least one more. Here we go. That's two. Count along at home. His record is 11 in a row. That is 3. Not even kidding. He hit 11 to Abdullah the Butcher. That is 4. Hooks the leg. 1, 2. Davey Boy Smith Jr. just kicks out. Now they're slugging away for all they're worth. Huge super kick by Omega, but a big boot from Davey drops him to the mat. Davey Boy Smith Jr. sets him up in the corner, ties him to the Tree of Woe, and starts to work on the midsection. Trying to just kick the air out of the lungs of Kenny Omega. Snapdragon back to the center of the ring. Can't keep Kenny down for long, it seems. Only one man has been able to best him in the tournament thus far. Spinebuster, you know what comes next? That sharpshooter. This could be devastating. Almost 50 minutes deep, but no. Omega powers out. Davey Boy Smith Jr. is half heart, so he has at least a half power sharpshooter. Whatever mystical properties it has, if you're a member of the Hart family. His mother is, for sure. Hang on. Snapdragon by Kenny. It might not matter in a minute. Nice turning belly to belly there from Davey. In reply, a second one. Davey trying to build some momentum of his own here. Stem the tide of offense from Kenny as he does so. Big boot to the back of the head, nicely placed. But a spinning Uranagi from Omega puts him right back in charge. Here comes a big bad sliding V-trigger to the side of the jaw. I don't know what he's positioning him for. Too close to the ropes, whatever it is. Kenny Omega playing like he meant to do that all along. But oh, running power slam into the turnbuckle. Pulls him away from the ropes into the cover. Davey's got two. And that's it. Off the ropes, V-trigger. Guess what he's queuing up for next? V-trigger, that's two. Get out of the way, Jimmy. You don't want to interrupt his momentum. That's three. Davey Boy Smith Jr. made the mistake of looking down. Number four, he did it again. Davey can't raise his head. Ref, get in there. He might be out on his feet. Five. Five that time. 9 total. Just two once again. Gold dang, I don't know who programmed this Kenny Omega, but that V-trigger, like repeated is amazing. As was that Acai moonsault to the floor. Which Davey Boy Smith Jr. shrugs off. And then brainbusts Kenny on the floor after a running power slam. More knees to the face, though, for Davey Boy. And a Snapdragon, courtesy of Kenny Omega. Again, you can't keep him down for long. And what he comes back with is vicious, vicious stuff. Big sharpshooter here. I would have liked to see this attempt in the ring. I feel like he could have tapped him with it. We are nearing that magic 20-minute mark, where submissions and roll-up attempts get a lot more effective, as both opponents are generally worn down enough to say, I give, after 20 minutes of punishment like this. See Davey Boy just socking wind, gasping for air in the middle of the ring, trying to get his breath back. Against Kenny Omega, who's got to go behind again. One-winged angel. Let me get... There we go. Let me get the winner's circle, or the winner video, queued up.
Goodbye and good night. Bang!
Your winner, Kenny Omega. Didn't even step on his exit there. I love that he does that pose after every victory that has that audio clip attached to it. Okay, hang on one second while I get the next match set up. It's going to be match number 4 in round 7, and they're getting more and more important. Huge win there for Kenny Omega. We're going to award him his points in 1 second. Once I get caught up here. Okay, back over to here. Kenny Omega, 2 huge points against Davey Boy Smith Jr., continuing Kenny Omega's momentum. Leaves him a pretty good claim, both with 2 matches left. He and Kevin Owens are tied with 1 loss, with 6-1. Okay, let's get this next tail of the tape set up. So that was a huge win for Kenny Omega. Going to the red corner. Wait, wrong person. Probably looked like you were facing yourself. We don't want that. Unless it's like a dark link version. Okay. Coming up next, we got B block action. Let me pull their cards. Yoinked. They have been yoinked. Let's get that tail of the tape up. Because we're about to see Chris Jericho versus Bret Hart. Okay. Let's do that. Chris Jericho sitting at 8 points at 4-2. Bret Hart, the 1 loss. He's at 5-1, 10 points. I'm just looking at Vampiro doesn't have the biggest. Vampiro doesn't have the toughest competition left, I wouldn't say. Versus. Oh wow. Bret Hart's last 3 matches are this one against Jericho, and then I think he faces Vampiro. So that is a huge matchup in the B block coming up in round 8. And then I believe Bret Hart's last match is going to be against Mad Dog Vachon. Don't quote me on the order of that. I just know for a fact that he's doing Jericho now. Okay. Huge implications in this one. As we said, Jericho's with 8 points. Bret Hart, if he wants to stay within striking distance of your undefeated leader of the B block and of the tournament, the only undefeated wrestler so far, El Vampiro, he's going to need to take the 2 points from Chris Jericho. Chris Jericho, of course, is going to want to do anything in his power to stop that from happening. What's up? Thank you for the uwu there, Juice. Quick shout out to the Anime fan helping us reach affiliate at the beginning of the year. Okay, here we go. Another big match with a lot on the line. We are creeping closer and closer to the conclusion of the EH1 Climax tournament. Ha! Big ol' honk. Shout out to Bruce's Gooses there, initiated by Barry. Nice to see ya. Okay, let's go down to the winner screen. Delete that, please. Go there. There we go. I can still do everything I need to do, but it's getting a little slower. But that's okay. Oh, do some fizzy lifting drink here. Ooh, that's a big zip. Actually, as it hits room temperature, it gets back to being okay. It's just in the span between like cold and just room temperature. It's pretty blah. Nice snap suplex. Nothing blah about that from Chris Jericho. Got the wieners. Just a 1 count. You need a lot more than that to put Bret Hart away. Only one person has been able to thus far, and that's Roddy Piper, avenging his loss from WrestleMania 8 earlier in this very tournament. Back and forth they go. Beautiful European uppercuts from Bret. Chops across the chest from Jericho. Here's another one I wouldn't mind seeing. Both of these men in their prime as they are in this game. Give them 35, 40 minutes. I mean, not in this game, but I mean like on a pay-per-view. They both have the stamina for it. I mean 35, 40 minutes including entrances. Sorry, I always factor that in. Step up Enziguri. Or like if they'd used Bret at all when he was in WCW. Even when Jericho was like a novelty act, even putting him on Nitro for 15 minutes against Bret would have been like ridiculous for his career. But they barely used the guy. Anyway, let's not lament how they completely wasted Bret Hart joining your program. To like retain legitimacy in professional wrestling. Anyway, the story was so easy. NWO was dog and pony show. Bret Hart comes in and is like, I'm here to wrestle and wrestle only. And just, we base it around World Championship Wrestling. Let's do shenanigans. Oh, exchanging backbreakers, got their own personal style for each. Back to those uppercuts from Bret. Paid dividends throughout the tournament. Nice tilt-a-whirl backbreaker style there, and a couple stomps. Now what's he got in mind? Drop kick to the mush. Take that, Hitman. Oh, you can forget your name, want to dress up like another person. Big inverted atomic drop. I thought he was meant to push him into the turnbuckle there. Couldn't quite do it. Love that Bret Hart style punch. That's a downloaded grapple move on his like weakest grapple. Bret Hart punch. You got it. And now the ring post figure 4. You love to see it. Holds it to a count of 3 this time. That's the longest he's held it so far. That signature Heart Foundation heel stable offense. Ring post figure 4. Huge fan of that stable. For the brief moment it lasted. Trips him up. Looking for the walls. Brett kicks him off. Both of these men, as we know. Oh my gosh, finally he busts out the Lion Tamer. Going for broke is Chris Jericho, but Bret Hart able to break that hold before his spine snapped in half. Haven't seen that in ages out of Jericho. First time we've seen it this tournament. Finally getting serious. What's Bret up to? Bret's rope superplex. Oh no, countered! Into a fist drop to the ding-dong from Jericho. Oh, and now he bulldogs him by the hair into the turnbuckle pad. And a big headbutt from Bret to prove that he didn't feel a thing. Back and forth they go once more. Big drop kick from both men. Jericho getting the better of Bret in that exchange, but only momentarily. Can't see you telling him to bring it on and when you're behind him, Bret, but I appreciate the spirit of the thing. Step up Enziguri, center of the ring for Jericho, stomping away at the midsection. Thought he might be setting up for another Walls attempt. Bret back to his feet and planting Jericho in turn. Now he trips him up. Now we see the Walls. I'm looking for the ref to make the call here. One of two options in my winner's circle. Okay. Oh dear. Seemingly running through Jimmy Corderas there. He's managed to avoid injury as of late. Oh no, I spoke too soon. As Bret Hart ran into him full speed from behind. Bret's back and on his feet, but Corderas is having convulsions there. And the two just fight over top of him. How rude. Oh, it's always a fist drop to the ding-dong, just because of the animation of the thing. It's clearly not a regular Thursday viewer. That's how I call that move every time. Fist drop to the ding-dong. Sometimes the ding-a-ling, nice. Aha, just like Davey Boy Smith Jr., spinebuster into sharpshooter. Just like that. Jimmy Corderas with some sort of Road Warrior face paint on. JK, that's his own blood. We'll get him patched up before the next match, don't you worry. Exchanging moves in the corner. I'm sorry, Drago. I did not mean it. I cursed him. I was just saying how well he was doing, and that is it! Bret Hart with the sharpshooter. 17 minutes, 50 seconds. Just shy of 18 minutes. Your winner. 2 juicy points coming the way of the Hitman. Needed those to stay competitive, as we said, with the undefeated El Vampiro. Now the tiebreaker, should they end up with the same amount of points, I believe the immediate tiebreaker is they look at their singles contest in the tournament, and whomever won that has the tiebreaker. So again, that Bret Hart versus Vampiro match coming up next round or in round 9, paramount. Huge, 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 just huge stuff in B block. Meanwhile in A, we're still trying to suss out where things are going to land. Let's go ahead and prep our next matchup. I don't think I gave Bret his points. I'm going to do that first. Okay. Taylor tape is up, but let's see if Bret needs his points. Bret, do you need your points? Bret gets his points. Points for Bret. Jericho with no points. Jericho easing into the end of his schedule with Knitsky and Rick Martel. So, just some pride on the line in those, as Gene Knitsky and Rick Martel sitting at a paltry 2 points apiece. Down there with Petey Williams at the bottom of the B block. I can say that now. They're, you know, it's not like they're here to yell at me. Boo. Also, I'm just telling it like it is. That's how they performed tonight. All right, I think I have the tail of the tape set up for this. But coming up next, we have A block action again, meaning that this is match number 5. As I believe. And I love doing this because I set it up, and now that I can't see it because I have the tail of the tape there, I think this is the match we're doing? I hope so. Come on, everybody. There we go. Lance Storm, Owen Hart. Yeah, that's the match we want. I mean, I don't know if we want it, but it's the match we're getting. As Lance Storm, 4 points. Owen Hart, 4 points. Not too much on the line but pride here. Both out of contention to win the thing, but definitely want to win on a positive note. Both sitting with, oh dear, both sitting at 2 and 4. So, want to at least try to break even and put on a respectable showing. Let's see who is the most respectable of all as we get down to the ring.
Fight!
Where we fight. Okay, Lance Storm, Owen Hart. Let's get rid of those two. Get rid of this winner because we have to crown a new winner in this match. Oh, for those that are still looking to debate controversial food choices like, you know, pineapple on pizza or margarine and peanut butter on the same sandwich or toast or whatever, where do people fall on black licorice? I know that's a divisive one. Hey, we gave Jimmy Corderas. I was looking at Juice's comment that I'm worse than Vincent Kennedy McMahon at caring for my employees. We gave Jimmy Corderas the best veterinary treatment we could possibly afford in between matches, I will have you know. Roll up in the middle of the ring now by Owen Hart. Just gets a 1 count as we are in the early going of this one, which should be a technical classic. This could easily take up like the last half of a Saturday night's main event from like 1991, and I'd be really happy. Mind you, you know, Lance Storm would have been like 12, but he probably would have got the gist by the end of the match. Black licorice babies are yummy, but regular black licorice is a no. All right, rather specific. Some people generally differentiate the jelly bean variety versus other varieties of black licorice, but I can see that too. Fun fact, one year we got, or by we I mean all the children of the family, got a lump of coal in our stocking, which was in fact a giant hard candy lump of black licorice that was so potent that it would turn your tongue purple. I am the only child in the family that enjoys black licorice, so I got 3 giant lumps of coal one Christmas as a kid, and had a great time devouring that, turning my like gums dark purple and my teeth like black and gray. It looked great. It was a good novelty gift. Like if you did, like even if you didn't like black licorice, it was totally worth it to get a lump of coal in your stocking. But as a fan, I was doubly excited because I was like, that's a giant chunk of black licorice, and that is a giant pile driver to Lance Storm from Owen Hart into the cover, but only nets himself a 2 count. This is A block action, so this is match number 5 of round 7. Huge jumping pile driver of his own. Lance Storm's variation, technically proficient, but perhaps not the most effective version of the maneuver. Owen's going to show him how it's done with another Owen 316 straight into the cover, but too close to the ropes. Perhaps if Owen had hooked a leg, he would have pulled them away from the ropes and been able to secure the 3 count. Lance Storm taking advantage and turning the match to his favor with a couple of top rope moves there. Elbow to the small of the back following a senton from Lance Storm, who goes back to the jumping pile driver. 1, 2... Solid 2 count there, but Owen Hart able to kick. Austin, thanks very much for hanging out. Barry, I saw what you read there. If you have no taste buds, black licorice is for you. I will have you know that I do not have a sense of smell or taste, and before, when I still had a sense of smell or taste, I still loved black licorice. So, yeah. Meh to you. Haha. Like it's a point of pride. Just people have different taste buds. Oof. There's probably a whole sardine crowd or anchovy crowd that are like, what are you talking about? They're the best on pizza ever. I mean, I don't want to see that TED Talk or anything, but I'm sure they're out there. Give me that PowerPoint presentation. Throw anchovy on pizza. Oh, Lance Storm trying to keep Owen Hart at bay at best he can. As we said, a lot of pride on the line and not much else, as these two gentlemen are well out of contention for being the champion of the A block. Does not diminish their desire to do their best in the A1 Climax. You see a beautiful spin kick there out of Owen Hart, settling that strike battle against Lance Storm, telling him bring it on, and bringing it on himself. Nice pile driver there. Didn't jump, didn't do the Owen 316, just a nice technical pile driver right on the top of the dome. Owen looking to bring home 2 big beefy points in this tournament. Oh, thought it might be another Owen 316 attempt. He's got a high angle body slam out of the man. The King of Hearts. Back and forth they go. 15 minutes plus. Oh, chicken bones. We have those here. They are terrible. Yeah. Those are gross. Those things is nasty. Nice pile driver after pile driver from both of these gentlemen. Not being shy. Match will get him kicked out of Memphis. Owen appealing to the crowd here for that extra boost of energy to put this match to bed. And we thank all of you for staying up late with us, those that have been with us and those that are just joining us. That it might be nearing midnight local time for you as well as us. Lance Storm! A huge 2 points. I mean, as far as he's concerned, a statement victory over Owen Hart. Could have gone either way with that one. Oh gosh, give me the game so I can save. Ooh, just made it. Oh, here's an interesting... I mean, again, they're all meant to be interesting matchups, but okay. We got this coming up that I didn't consider that we'd see today. I mean, I hadn't put it in my mind until now, but here it is, coming your way soon. First, we're going to back up and give Lance his points. Lance needs his points. Okay, he beat Owen Hart to be up to a respectable 6 points. And Owen Hart lost to Lance Storm, remaining at 4. Okay, let's build ourselves the tail of the tape for this next matchup. Okay. Alright, back up one more. Okay, coming up next, B block action, which means this is match number 6 of round 7. B block action coming your way. I also know that I'm doing the right thing because both of their cards are on top. We have, for your enjoyment, entertainment, and amusement, Rowdy Roddy Piper versus Maple Leaf Muscle Petey Williams. If you've ever desired to see Rowdy Roddy Piper potentially take a Canadian destroyer, this match is for you. I mean, I can't guarantee it, but Petey will be looking to spike him on top of his Rowdy Roddy head. This is for Jimmy and the coconut, he'll say, and then flippy-de-doo, and away he goo. All right, let's get down to the ring to see how quickly he hits it and Piper kicks out of it. Fight! Fight they shall. Our winner screen papped up right yar. Alright, I can full screen Fire Pro for the moment. Oof. I think chicken bones are, I think they're meant to be okay, but I don't know, maybe it's an acquired thing. I don't get the people that are like, give me that gum that tastes like soap, and only that gum that tastes like soap. I don't know what that's about. Like, deliberately going out of their way. Doesn't it foam up a little too? Like, it's just weird. How is it not just soap? Anyway. Walks like a duck, talks like a duck. Know what I'm saying? I'm not a fan of that. I can guarantee that much at least. I mean, I did used to have a 3-pack a day Popeye cigarette habit, but that's neither here nor there. Kidding, of course. Ooh-woo! Risen from the dead. How you doing, buddy? We're still rocking and rolling here. Ask a meme dad. That's yours for free. Use it wisely. Much like the EH1 Climax emote y'all have for free. I mean, if you're a follower. That's so cool. I'm happy they put it down to that level that if you just toss a follow, you have up to 5 emotes you can have now or soon, as it's in beta right now. That doubles the amount of emote rewards. Mind you, that means I'm going to have to make half a dozen more silly faces into a green screen, but maybe Juice can help me think of some things to do. Or anyone that suggests anything, go ahead, post that on the Discord, or on Twitter, or on Twitch or something, and give me some ideas. I got the one silly face, and I've already done it. The one where I can cross one eye and not the other, and I don't know how I do that. I'm not even related to Hacksaw Jim Duggan or Shawn Michaels. Or Perry Saturn, for that matter. Polite applause for that one count for Rowdy Roddy Piper. Golf clap from the crowd. See if I got any more. I wrote that his Canadian Destroyer has been imitated to the point of absurdity. That is part of my notes for Petey Williams. To the point of absurdity. Speaking of, I don't know what Roddy Piper is thinking. He's never going to win a match with an airplane spin. And I say that specifically so I hope he wins this match with an airplane spin, but... Let's see. Yeah, the only other stat I have about Roddy at this point is how Ronda Rousey came to him personally to ask if she could use the Rowdy nickname, and he gave his blessing. I thought that was kind of cool when you respect somebody enough to be like, hey, do you mind if I use this thing that you haven't used publicly in X number of years? And they're like, peace be unto you. Go forth and be fruitful. So on and so forth. Like, that's pretty dope. Carrying on a legacy. Like Chris Canyon giving all that Mortis gear to Brian Cage. Like, that's dope as hell. And if you've never thought of the visual of Brian Cage dressed up as Mortis, it's in your head now and you want to see it, don't you? You know you do. Powerbomb counter there by Rowdy Roddy Piper. I was going to say, most of his offense in this match is going to come from this brawling style and some counter wrestling. Because there are a lot of opportunities to perhaps block Petey Williams' offense. But if he hits it, it's much more dynamic than the Rowdy ones. I have to be honest. Especially that scintillating finisher that he has yet to finish anybody with. Oh no, Petey, poorly judging the distance to the turnbuckle there, just clipped himself on the top rope. Sometimes the AI in the game's a little dumb. And Rowdy Roddy Piper's going to make him pay. Full mount, just punching away. Referee might stop this thing here if Petey can't defend himself. Yeah, for the time she was there, like for the 1 year that she was in there, she did alright. They played to her strengths, but that's all you can ever do, right? I mean, she's no Shaq on Dynamite, but that was a whole other stratosphere. Oh, Petey Williams stealing the jab combination giving Roddy Piper a taste of his own medicine and almost knocking him out. That's not going to sit well with Piper. I feel like the wrestlers feel mocked when their opponents use their finisher. It tends to anger them. Piper catching his breath. Williams doing the same on the floor. Back into the ring they go. Is it what, 6? 6? Yeah, match 6. It's a B blocker. And that is it. Roddy Piper chokes out Petey Williams. Sleeper hold on the ground. That is preferred application of the hold. He can lean all his weight on you. Piper sleeper hold, it's called. That's probably just the name of the finish. Since it is his finish. Well, it's his sleeper hold, so it's got to be named after him. Okay. Okay, let's get Piper his points before we move on to our next encounter. Boink. And then we have the Petey Williams. You failed miserably. Sitting at 2 points is Petey. How many matches do you have left? You have 2 matches left against Vampiro, best of luck, and Mad Dog Vachon. At least you'll be the same height. You can look each other in the eye as he bites your forehead. Or he might bite your nose clean off. Okay. Let's build our tail of the tape at our next encounter. This one coming from the A block. Match number 7 in round 7. Lucky number 7's in this one. At least one competitor is hoping that they're lucky, as they have a chance to stay atop the A block. Hello! Hello there! Hi, whom? Keeping everybody awake? Okay. Da-da-da-da. Distracted. I am distracted. Okay, that's the way. Good stuff. So far, so good. So far, so GG. Okay. Let's see how good either of these gentlemen are feeling after this encounter. Hang on 1 second while we present to you Kenny Omega versus Canadian Earthquake John Tenta. Now, earlier in this very tournament, Kenny Omega got the 360-pound Abdullah the Butcher up for a one-winged angel not once but twice, because he kicked out of the first one, not the second one. Actually, he only got him up once. He got him up once, he kicked out, and then he just obliterated him with V-triggers. So I am curious to see if he can pull off a similar feat, hitting the move at all, against the 468-pound John Tenta. More than double Kenny's body weight. See what he can do. Let's put ourselves back in the main screen here. And I shall commence the matchup. And what are they going to do when the bell rings? Fight! That's right. They're going to fight. Immediate powerbomb counter by Tenta. Getting a no count, but you can see the power on display early. Back to it. Match number 7 in round 7. They get more and more important. Kenny looking to stay at 1 loss, near perfect, so that he can stay close to Kevin Owens in the standings. John Tenta looking for their second win in the tournament, and they still have yet to face Lance Storm and Kevin Owens. So a tough row to hoe for John Tenta. Both in this match and Kevin's Owens match, I mean, like the Lance Storm one could go either way. Yeah, it's not really going to change much, but it seems like in the B block, Vampiro and Bret Hart are duking it out to see who's going to come out on top. And in the A block, it's Kenny Omega and Kevin Owens seeming to distinguish themselves from the pack here in the 7th round. At least, you know, as far as we've gotten in the 7th round. Let's see how Kenny does in this one. As we said, his opponent has more than 260 pounds. He has literally 265 pounds on him if the 203 weight is to be believed of Kenny Omega, as well as the 468 weight of John Tenta. But with that Wikipedia math, 265 pound weight advantage. Oh, earthquake splash, 4 minutes in, almost does the trick. But Kenny Omega with an impressive backbreaker there.
Yeah.
I shouldn't be surprised at this guy's strength. Pound for pound, seems like he can hang in there with anybody. Mind you, that just means there's no like weight limitations on the characters in the game. Unless you make them a giant, I think. I think that might... No, not even. Because it's just based on wearing them down. You just have to like turn their counter style to giant, and then they act like you can't pick them up and stuff. Oh, couple of knees to the head, not quite V-triggers, but rapid fire shots, almost putting Tenta down. Crowd on his side as he lumbers his way away from the ropes there. Oh my God, Poison Rana able to turn Tenta inside out. Follows it up with a missile dropkick springboard style to the back of the head and a Kamigoye knee strike. And now begin the V-triggers. 1 in a row. That's 2. Tenta made the mistake of trying to catch his breath. Took his eye off the prize for just a second. Oh, dodges the 3rd. But Kenny Omega was ready for it. Dropped him with a forearm. Right back to the V-triggers. 4 total. 1 in a row and again cut off. Tenta the only one with an answer for that V-trigger combo, and by V-trigger combo I mean repeated V-triggers to the face, as Kenny's been using in most of his matches to this point. Sliding variety. John Tenta has no answer for that. Mind you, he fights his way back to his feet and drops him with a lariat. That's a heck of a response, but he does not have the leg speed to properly hit that earthquake splash. Had a long way to go. And oh my goodness me, does he ever get dropped on his head with a brainbuster? Another sliding V-trigger coming his way. Surely the Canadian earthquake felt that. Taking the opportunity to catch his breath as best he can. We are approaching the 10-minute mark, and this is kind of where he starts to gas out. Try to front load the damage if you're a John Tenta. Get the offensive advantage early and maintain it. V-trigger into the pin, just one might do it, and does. Kenny Omega doesn't even attempt a one-winged angel. Doesn't even attempt to hoist the 468-pounder, yikes, above his head. Oh, hang on. There we go. V-trigger pin. Didn't need to use it. John Tenta V-triggered. I mean, it's not wrong. Let's get Kenny his points. Staking his claim. Neck and neck with Kevin Owens. We're going to see how he does later. It's match 7. It's going to be match 8 in round 7. Hang on. Kenny just beat Tenta. Tenta lost to Kenny. Tenta remains at 2 points. Disappointing to say the least. Like if you're a big John Tenta fan. I don't know if anybody put money on John Tenta. That might be money wasted. Okay. Coming up next, let's check our B block stats real quick. Or let me check the B block stats real quick. Yeah, this match doesn't mean a heck of a lot, but obviously, you know, pride and points are always on the line here. As you're about to see Chris Jericho taking on the model Rick Martel. Hang on a second as we root around for Chris Jericho's card. Rick Martel was right on top. Okay, match number 8 in round 7. Headed your way momentarily. Get us down to the ring. As you can see, pretty much the same size, and you know what? The code breaker might be listed as Jericho's finish, but the Walls of Jericho and the Quebec Crab, slightly similar, some would say. Let's see who best applies their variation of the Boston Crab. This would be another match that in these two gentlemen's prime would probably be a real humdinger. A real humdinger. Let's see how it shakes out video game styles. Right about meow. Fight! We got Jericho taken care of. We got you there. Back up. That B block. Winner. Got our cards. I got nothing new that I can share. Oh, Jericho is one of 2 participants that were not born in Canada, but obtained Canadian citizenship later. Jericho was actually born in New York while his father, Ted Irvine, played hockey for the New York Rangers. And when the family retired after his playing days were over, they retired back to Winnipeg, where Jericho grew up, and got his dual citizenship. Or likely already had it, since I'm sure Ted Irvine would have been a dual citizen. I don't know the exact rules. Sometimes you're born with it. Like if your mom's a dual citizen, are you a dual citizen? Is it like Judaism? Nicely done. Both of these gentlemen are going to be working the lower back and legs throughout the duration of this contest to soften the other up for their version of the Boston Crab. They just take different routes to get there, do Rick Martel and Chris Jericho. Has anyone in this game won a match with a roll-up? We've had a few roll-up victories. If you mean, has anyone in WWE used the roll-up as a finish in recent memory? The last person I can think of was Carlito before they gave him the backcracker, but I don't really know. If you want roll-up finishes, go watch like Smoky Mountain, because that's like 95% of that boring-ass product. I mean, the promos are great, because Cornette's good at promos. I mean, he's not necessarily featured in all of them, but he can produce a promo. He can get people to talk, and he hired good talkers. Or people that speak well. But the in-ring wrestling in Smoky Mountain, oof. What a snooze fest. Like the epitome of old-timey 10 to 12 minute TV match where a bunch of fancy move happens and then a flash roll up out of nowhere ends it. Much like the Bobby Lashley Drew McIntyre main event that recently happened at a WWE pay-per-view that went over like a fart in church. Oh, whom? The thing you're referring to is at a live event, some fan yelled at Jericho, "Go back to Toronto," and he was like, "I'm from Winnipeg, you idiot." And then that sort of went viral and became a thing. Oh. Martel countering Jericho, perched atop the rope, but Jericho wisely just stepping away from the ropes, and Martel has no choice but to get back on solid ground. Step up Enziguri, might have used the ropes for extra leverage there. But Martel shrugs it off, at least momentarily. Nice Hiptos. Hiptos. Just punching each other back and forth. Crowd seems to enjoy it. Okay, and you're allowed to like it better. That's fine. Just tell me you're not a big, like, Tim Horner guy. Like, I'll give you primetime Brian Lee. He at least had a good look. Tim Horner's just some dude. Like a high school vice principal. Not like Tim Storm. Oof. But again, real good talkers. I'm not going to take anything away from that. In terms of that area of the business, Smoky Mountain, some real good interviews and stuff, some good promos. But once they actually, you know, bell to bell, not my cup of tea. Just like a sloppy version of, like, the style in and of itself I don't disagree with, other than the reliance on roll-up finishes out of nowhere. But not the best representation of that style, I don't think. Like, couldn't hire the A-list talent, obviously. I mean, I'd rather watch old WCW Saturday nights. But that's just me. Huge main event spinebuster from Rick the Model Martel. I almost called him Rick Rude, because I was remembering that King Drago just drafted, or was Thinking about drafting Rick Rude. Listen to this. He's got his own federation, the MEW, Main Event Wrestling. And he's reforming both the Four Horsemen with Terry Gordy as their heavy. Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, got to hire Ric Flair, I think, still. And he also just brought in Shane Douglas to reform the Triple Threat, I think, to feud with them. And his Triple Threat is going to be Shane Douglas, Bam Bam Bigelow, and a perfectly healthy, ring-cleared, ready-to-go, 100% prime of his career, Rick Rude. And that's a pretty decent Triple Threat. Ooh. Just like Rick the Model Martel was threatening to knock off Chris Jericho there. But Jericho able to roll the shoulder at 2.9, and we continue on. Headed toward that 15-minute mark. Jericho coming off the ropes. Big bulldog. He's got that hair pull bulldog styles. The Diva Special. Oh yeah, Cornette's opinions by and large now are just, he knows what he's doing in the sense that he knows how ridiculous they sound. But he's entitled to them. They can be ridiculous and wrong. Ooh. I don't gots to listen. Huge double axe handle. Rick Rude pulling out all the stops. Top rope double axe handle. Surprised he didn't crush Jericho's skull into his shoulders. Main event spinebuster and a beauty. Rick taking time to catch his breath. Thought he might be going for the Quebec Crab there. I think the first one to bust out an attempt at their variation of the Boston Crab could take this one. Haven't seen it yet. We're about 18 minutes deep. Oof. Nice moonsault there to the back. And Chris Jericho again working the back and legs in preparation for that submission. I saw the Lion Tamer variation last match. Perhaps he'll bust it out again against Rick Martel. Oof. Codebreaker, there it is. Going into the cover, hooks the leg deep, 2 and no. The model fights on as we approach the 20-minute mark, and he is the first to attempt his submission. The Quebec Crab is on. If anybody knows how to counter it or get out of it, it would be a Chris Jericho and vice versa. The walls of Jericho and Rick Martel. I don't know how he would contend with the Lion Tamer. I'm just throwing that out there. That is quite the different variation. Jericho wisely creating some time and distance, getting his breath back. Martel rejoins the fight, and he gets caught in a double arm backbreaker. Off the ropes comes Jericho, slides into that elbow drop. But either gentleman might be going more frequently for that Boston Crab variation. Their respective Boston Crab variations, but content to slug it out in the eastern corner of the ring are Rick the Model Martel and Jericho. Jericho trying something off the ropes, but Martel back to his feet quickly to counter that. Canceling the momentum of Jericho. Stopping him in his tracks. Match number 8 of round 7. Into the walls, and that is it. It looks like Martel is close enough to be under the ropes, but he couldn't quite reach them, instead using that hand to tap out to Chris Jericho. And the walls, almost in 22-22, but we'll you know, give or take a second. Ooh, 99%. Didn't quite make it all the way. If it had lasted one more second, probably would have hit 100% at 22-22. Didn't quite make it there. Alright, set up our next match. Give Jericho them points. Jericho got one match left now, it looks like. I don't know how it works out that way, but I'm not here to question it. That was match number, what did I say, 8? Yeah, that was match number 8. Jericho gets points, and who doesn't get points? Who doesn't? Rick Martel don't get points. Boink. That's who don't get points. Okay. Let's build our next A block matchup coming your way momentarily. I'm kind of glad for some of these. I'm not going to call them like duds or anything like that, but some of these, I don't have to strain my voice calling this next matchup, because win or lose, no matter how spectacular this match is, ultimately to the tournament, you're not gonna do anything or like much. So, you know, I'm not gonna blow my voice out trying to comment and, you know, do a really good job. Oh my god, I'm floating away. I'm floating away. Hang on. Okay, sorry. Again, I'm not gonna, like, you know, bust myself up in the 13th hour of the stream. Anyway, coming up next for your enjoyment, all that to say, Lance Storm versus Leo Burke is headed your way. Nothing wrong with that. Perfectly respectable matchup. Perfectly fine wrestling headed your way. Not the flashiest of matches by any stretch of the imagination, I would imagine. Expect to see a lot of pile drivers, perhaps. Let's get down to the ring and start the fighting, the feuding and a fussing. See what they get up to. Ready, set, fight! Here we go. Clear out my winners and tail of the tape screens. Set us up to declare the winner of this one later. Oops, some deep combos I don't want to drop too deeply into. I have to start scrolling up to catch up, so I will just do my job and call this match. Thank y'all for hanging out. I appreciate it. Again, a little more than pride on the line in this one, as checking the standings, Lance Storm and Leo Burke both sitting at 6 points, so okay. A trip to the middle of the standings is on the line. So, again, working toward a respectable finish in the tournament is the ideal of both of these gentlemen. And we'll see which of the two comes out on top in this particular contest. I long ran out of stats. Well, I mean, I did mention that Leo Burke was a member of the Cormier family, trained by his older brother Yvon Cormier, but he didn't want to use the Cormier name to further his own career, so he took the name Burke. His real first name is Leonard, so it's Leo. Took the last name Burke from his boxer friend Jackie Burke. That's how he get the last name Burke there. So I always appreciate that if you're of a wrestling family and when you're first starting out, or perhaps like your entire career, or however long you choose to do so, you not ignore, but you don't play into that fact. Like, there's so many fake family members of people's homes in wrestling as it is. If you actually have a legit connection and you go out of your way to be like, no, I'm gonna try to do this on my own before I can capitalize on a legit connection I have, I respect the hell out of that. Looking at you, Jacob Dillon. No, it's kidding. He would have done a different last name than Dillon, before being all smarmy about not answering questions about his dad during interviews. Like, you could have just taken any other stage name, dickhead. Sorry. It's a long-standing grudge from high school, I guess, against that guy. And whatever his, the Wallflowers, whatever his band was. Oh, everyone going around. Yeah. The beauty / tragedy of today's wrestling market is that there's so much out there. There's not a lot of, like, every fan has the opportunity to really cater what they see. So there's not a lot of crossover, I find, between like full brand. There's not a huge brand loyalty like there used to be, for one. I mean, well, there is, but for the more, I don't want to say enlightened, yeah, the more enlightened fans, there kind of isn't. Like, you just pick and choose what you like, which is great at the same time, but then also, I don't know. I like being able to, like, invest in one or like a handful at most wrestling universes type of thing. Mostly I just like the vibe of I like the vibe of the show type of deal. Match card looks okay. I long ago gave up on weekly WWE television. If something interesting happens, they just put it on YouTube. So I just will watch a YouTube clip every now and again. Or if a match gets enough, you know, spoken about it that I need to check it out, then I'll go do that.
10 minutes gone.
You don't really need to, because the specials are just the weekly, or sorry, the monthly specials are just whatever's important enough for them to put on pay-per-view. They'll give you a video package and you're caught up. And it's just the same crap every month anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And NXT I used to really enjoy. And then they put some certain talent in the main event that I don't care for. Baby. Oh geez. Leo Burke certainly doesn't care for that running Liger bomb, but he's very fortunate to have landed in and amongst the ropes. Lance Storm again with poor positioning on that Northern Lights attempt. Gets dropped across the bottom rope, neck first by Leo Burke. Oh yeah, I miss Becky too. She'll be back. She took paternity leave. She'll probably just do like some honeymoon stuff, or maybe it'll be like her honeymoon will be going back to work so she can just spend time with her husband. Back and forth these two go. Like we said, a lot on the line here in their minds. A respectable above 500 finish is all you can really ask for. If you can go 5-4 against some of the top competition in the history of your industry, at least represented by a single country's practitioners thereof, that's saying something. And certainly you don't want to be in the bottom two, because they're not coming back next year. Lance Storm, impressive flurry there, but only gets a 2.9. Doesn't go for the Canadian Maple Leaf nearly as often as I would expect or hope for in terms of his own success. Big diving elbow drop into the stomach. You can see the chest heaving on Leo Burke there, fighting to catch his breath. He gets sent to the floor. Storm follows him up. It is all Lance Storm at the moment. Nearly folds him in half with that nice backdrop suplex. Yeah, Vince, his attention span's getting shorter and shorter as he ages, and he'll push the crap out of you when he first gets somewhere. And then, depending on his personal interest, a couple of weeks or perhaps a month or two later, it's just like, nah, you're on your own. Or you're not over anymore? Well, that's your fault. You don't know how to stay over. What do you mean you haven't been on TV in 3 weeks? Stuff like that. Also famous for having script revisions to the very last moment before a broadcast airs, which I can tell you from any production standpoint is a nightmare. Hard to get enthused when the old man's wishy-washy. Excellent work on that rapid-fire double-arm suplex from Burke there. But Lance Storm responds by a German into the turnbuckle. Nope, another rapid-fire double-arm suplex from Leo Burke coming off the ropes. Drop kick to the chest, and he's real happy about himself as we approach the 20-minute mark in this one. Oh, Cobra twist or abdominal stretch variation there from Lance Storm. Haven't seen that too often in his matchups. Leo and Lance going tete-a-tete. Huge jumping pile driver from Lance Storm. Breaks that chin. The beard crusher.
20 minutes gone.
Leo Burke gets stuffed on a pile driver attempt of his own. You heard the 20-minute announcement there. And a sleeper in the center of the ring by Leo Burke does the trick. He couldn't be more excited. Huzzah! Lightning Leo Burke, your winner. Boink. Let's get to this so I can save it. Ooh, 95%. Most of the matches have been in the 90s, if not 100. And then a handful of them have been like 67. So it's either like great or no, or just don't bother. And most of the don't bother ones have been like the 8-minute Kevin Owens matches, where he's just like, no, I'm just going to destroy you. Okay. Why waste time? I'm just going to destroy you. Sure. Okay, Leo Burke getting the better of Lance Storm. Boink. Lance Storm with just the one match left against John Tenta coming up. Okay. Let's back out here and build ourselves our next contest. Hang on, that was... Okay, so that was 8? No. That must have been 9. That was 9. So this is 10. This is the last match of round 7. As far as I can tell. It's been a half day of broadcasting, excluding intermissions, and we're thrilled that you're still with us. Those that are hanging in there for the long haul, those that are showing up to take over the night shift of viewing, whatever you can do to keep me awake. Red corner, E block. Who'd in that red corner? You in that red corner. Okay. Another interesting matchup, as they all should be. Let's see if these load. One of them loaded. Number 2 loaded. Kinitsky versus Rowdy Roddy Piper. Match number 10 in the 7th round. So after this, we're going to take a quick break where I get to stand up. I allow myself take a little stand up, walk around, just a quick stretch. Just got to stretch my legs, and then this is of course after a glance at the scoreboard to see where everybody is. Okay, I can tell you, rounds 8 and 9, there are 3 or 4 matches with some huge implications. Like we have Kevin Owens beating Kenny Omega is going to be huge. Kenny Omega's last match is against Leo Burke. Meanwhile, Kevin Owens has to face John Tenta and Carpenter. I don't know. I think they may end up with 16 points each. So A block is real cramped up at the top. Meanwhile, everybody's on, on watch for when and if El Vampiro loses a match. The first match he loses is a huge boost to Bret Hart. And I can tell you, Bret and Vampiro have not faced each other in the tournament. So that B block match specifically coming up in the 8th or 9th round is going to be a real chart buster. Okay. That's enough of the future B block action. Current B block action about to hit the ring. Roddy Piper sitting at 8 points. Gene Kinitsky at a lowly 2. Piper can keep his position in the upper echelon of B block with a victory here. Meanwhile, Canada's greatest athlete continuing to make a mockery of that nickname. See if he can turn the tide and regain a little bit of pride in the process. What are they going to do? Fight. Dang right they are. A-boopita boopita, a-boopita boopita, and away with boopita. Winners, get you out of there. Put you yar. And away we go. Alright, any more stats? Probably not, eh? It's around like... It's the end of round 7. They got 2 more matches of poop. Yep. Oh, I don't know if I pointed this out before. There was some stuff that was sort of like timely that it's not going to actually work out because I should have mentioned it during earlier matches. Gene Kinitsky actually teamed up with Chris Jericho and Lance Storm in a 6-person tag when they were the Thrill Seekers during Gene Kinitsky's farewell tour on the wrestling circuit, as they would have been training in Alberta at the time, and he is native to Edmonton. So in his penultimate, I believe his penultimate match, was a 6-man tag where it was him, Chris Jericho, and Lance Storm on a team. I cannot tell you their opponents at present. I did not write that down. But I just thought that was interesting. Teaming with 2 other A1 Climax competitors. They at the beginning of their careers, and he at the very, very end. What would you like me to say about Gord Downey? I can't even claim to be a long-term, like, I'm going to be completely honest if you want me to talk about him. I can't even claim to be a long-term Tragically Hip fan. I literally didn't even see them really do much. They were just sort of around. which I never really actively listened to them ever, until I watched their farewell concert, and I knew all of the words to 27 out of the 30 songs that they played, and yes, I counted. And the 3 I didn't know were off their new album. Or like 2 of them were off the new album, and one was like a B-side that they did mostly in concerts.
5 minutes
So that's just
gone.
how permeated Canada in my lifetime has been with the music of the Tragically Hip. I don't know what else to say about the band. I don't honestly know that much about them. You know me in music. I just listen to the music. I don't know much about the artists and stuff like that. And that's when the hornets stung you? I haven't been stung by a hornet, but I have had a few feverish dreams. Hey, S. Chris 1 Gaming, thank you very much for the follow. Very much appreciate that. Knitsky doing his best to keep Rowdy Piper grounded in this one. Trying to turn his fortunes around. He is running out of opportunities to get out of a single win, is Gene Knitsky. As we said, bills himself as Canada's greatest athlete. Not quite living up to that reputation in this tournament. Cannot be satisfied with his performance. Roddy Piper, on the other hand, playing a bit of spoiler, I think, in some cases, yeah. Well, not quite yet. He did lose to Vampiro. He did beat Bret Hart. That could be the thing that tips the scales in favor of Vampiro. If Vampiro can knock off his last 3 challenges, Bret Hart amongst them. It's going to be down to the wire for B-Block, for sure. Lots of exciting action to come in rounds 8 and 9. This is the last match of round 7, after which I got to take a tiny little break from myself. Just a quick loop around the complex, just to stretch the legs. I might bust out that massage roller again. Do it a quick run. I don't have enough time to go outside, and even if I did, I look over to my side, and Harrison, aka Space Cat, is sleeping on my hoodie, so I can't wear it to go outside, and there's no way I'm going outside looking like this. This is for the stream only. Oh yes. We reset at 11.5 minutes. Both men content to slug it out center of the ring. Let the better man win, and so far the better man seems to be Roddy Piper. Certainly the more proficient puncher. Rolls him over. Best of 1. The Rowdy one going to work. Bits and boops here and there. Again with those rapid fire jabs. That's what he's known for. Unfortunately, he doesn't have quite the Roddy Piper taunt in between like the penultimate punch and the last one that usually sends people flying. But I can totally picture it in my head when they're doing what they're doing in the ring. So, close enough. Oh, no, I was only dressed like that with that hoodie on because I was freezing down here because I've been editing all day with all the no, I don't even think I had the vent open, but the air conditioner was certainly on. Oof. Like fingers and toes. So chilly. Could have a referee stoppage there, but nope. Knitsky fights his way free. And the match continues, at least for now. Huge pile driver by Roddy Piper into the cover. 1, 2, no! Knitsky at a 2.9. Looking for the 3-point yaw. Must settle the 2.9. Spikes him once again. Another pile driver from Roddy. 2 and no. Knitsky with a stronger kick out that second time. Just trying to break the arm or the elbow of Roddy Piper. Can't throw punches with a broken elbow. I mean, you could probably swing your arm around 360 degrees like a mace, but you're probably not supposed to. Extra torque on that body slam dazes Roddy Piper even when he's pulled back to his feet. And a big kitchen sink knee lift from Gene Knitsky. Let me just double check. Not quite one of his specials, but certainly some favorite offense there as he goes back to that well until it runs dry. Now it's Piper's turn to work on the midsection of Knitsky. Oh! Rapid fire counter there from Canada's quote-unquote greatest athlete. Decent looking football tackle, I'll give him that. And then just clubbing Roddy Piper down to the canvas. Again, we are cresting 20 minutes in this one. Your final match of round 7, and then we'll take a look at the standings. Canadian backbreaker, this could do it. Trying to bend Roddy Piper in half. Eventually lets go. Cheer for me, says Gene Knitsky. Schumann slugging it out, center of the ring. Roddy thinks he's got him down, and he might. Could be a referee stoppage as he's got full mount and just wailing away. Knitsky's got to defend himself or push him off. He does the latter. Oh. Stuffed with another pile driver. Hey, Knitsky's foot's under the rope. Ooh, ref didn't see it. Still got a 2 count only. No, it's on full blast. Don't worry about it. Oh, that kick could have been low. Roddy certainly reacted like it was. Gene looking to put Roddy Piper away. Takes his time. Too much time. Not just freely running across the ropes there. Looking for another Canadian backbreaker. Too close to the ropes. Pulls him dead center of the ring. Here's a good place to put it on. Knitsky backbreaker into the cover. Think he has him worn down enough. Is he right? Yes, he is. Knitsky picking up his 2nd win of the tourney. Looking to finish strong, or at least less weakly. Less weakly sounds like a weatherman from the 70s, by the way. Less weakly here. Okay, what do we got going on next? Alright, let's get Knitsky his points before we do anything else. On that. Anything else? Let's get Knitsky points. And then before we go to or set up the next round, let's check the score. The scorecards. Who'd you just beat, Gene Knitsky? You just beat Piper. Oh, take him out of that deadlock for last place. Congratulations, Gene Knitsky. Okay, before we build, or before I display the next one, I can at least build it. If I build it, I will show you. There we go. Okay, before we even get to that, it's squadboard time. Let's take a look at the A block first, even though we just saw B block action. Nuts to that, let's look at the A block. As we fade over, and you can see Kenny Omega sitting in first place with that 1 loss. Mind you, he only has 1 match left against Leo Burke, who could play a huge spoiler here. Carpenter and Tenta left to face Kevin Owens. Spoiler alert, the first match of round 8 is Owens versus Carpenter. So he'll be looking to once again tie Kenny Omega in the standings. At the end of that, that's basically where things stand. Carpenter with 3 matches left and only a single loss could significantly turn his tournament around toward the end of this thing. Whoa, a very slow drowning. I mean, all of these things are already kind of baked into the break, but I appreciate them nonetheless. Thank you very much, Barry. Yeah. With this, get a little stretch going. Somebody pop the posture check one, just because I want to see the video and I want to hear it, because I haven't seen or heard it in a while. I would, but I don't have my own window up. I love that one. I don't know why, I just think it's hilarious. I don't know what anime that's from or what he's actually dancing to, but that's my posture check animation. Okay. Alright, that's our A block standings. Let's now check out where things sit in B block. Again, the more things change, the more they don't change whatsoever. It is still a neck-and-neck race between El Vampiro and Bret Hart, but El Vampiro has a match and a victory on Bret Hart. Like, he hasn't had his 7th match yet. Don't think about it too hard. We are at the end of the 7th round. Things get a little wonky just on the way that the number of... never mind. It's a weird shape that this thing makes. It looks completely different in-game than it does on this chart, I should also remind you. Okay, so that's where things stand for the moment. I'm going to take a quick break with the B block information up here, and we're going to actually come back with some A block division talent. But I'm just going to run to the bathroom real quick, stretch out, maybe run my legs over that massage thingy on the ground, and then resist the urge to pet the cat, and then get back to the last 2 rounds, and then the finals. 21 more matches to go. 70 matches down. 21 more matches to go in this 91 match tournament. And we're headed toward 1 a.m. All right, be back in 3 to 5 minutes. Wah! Hells yeah, 21 more matches to go. 2 more rounds of competition. Mind you, it looks like Roddy Piper's only got 1 left. 2 more rounds of competition. Some people are going to finish their tournaments a little earlier than others. And then we got the finals, when we crown a A and B block winner. 50 cents on Omega taking it all. At this point, pretty safe bet. If they can slow down and keep up with Kevin Owens, don't forget that. Hang on. He does have 14 points, but only 1 match left. Kevin Owens has those 2 matches left, including the one he's about to wrestle. So if he is successful against Edward Carpenter here, they still have an identical record, and Kevin Owens owns the tournament win over Kenny Omega. So if they both end up at 8-1 with 16 points, Owens has the tiebreaker. So it is coming down to it for sure. And as we know, anyone has to stop Vampiro as far as the other B block competitors are concerned. Bret Hart specifically. If somebody can halt Vampiro, he will tie Bret Hart. And then again, their forthcoming matchup in the B block gets more and more and more important. All right, let's check out our next matchup coming your way as we start round 8 of 9. Match number 71 of 91 is as follows. Hang on, let it load. Edward Carpenter versus Kevin Owens. A huge matchup in the A block. Again, Kevin Owens needs this win to stay current with contemporary Kenny Omega. And again, if they end up with the same record, Owens has the tiebreaker. Let's see how he fares against Edward Carpentier. Both, I mean, I want to say Quebec natives, but as we know, Edward Carpentier from France, and eventually settled in Montreal in the 50s. Here we go.
Fight!
And away they fight. Cancel that out, cancel that out. Cancel that out. Get a winner set. Alright. Kevin Owens lately, as he goes into a very early pin attempt, I was going to say that Kevin Owens of late has been trying to end his matches quicker and quicker. Does not care about match quality, does not care about entertaining the crowd one iota. Is more focused on powerbombing his opponents through the mat until they can no longer get up, and failing that, stunning them. As Kevin Owens is taking to use the Stone Cold Stunner recently. I do not know if he approached Steve Austin and was granted his blessing in order to do that. I didn't ask. I mean, who would I ask? It's not like I have his number or anything. I mean, I've had a brief conversation with the guy, but you know, that's what you do at indie shows. You chat with people at the other side of the merch counter. Oh, before Kevin Owens has done his run, I forgot to mention this when Kevin Owens faced Lance Storm. I once took a road trip to Quebec City to see that very matchup, Lance Storm versus Kevin Owens. Shortly before Owens, then Kevin Steen, made his trek over to WWE, and shortly before Lance Storm hung up the boots for the last time, sort of on his retirement tour, doing select dates here and there. A beautiful city is Quebec City, by the way. The architecture, and I'm not even making this up, like the people walking down the street, dressed to the nines, and everyone was way more attractive than me, and it made me angry. But just a lovely place. I would highly recommend checking it out. Also a pretty raucous wrestling crowd at that indie show.
5 minutes gone.
Boom! Under the chin with a super kick goes Kevin Owens. And looking to continue his domination of the A block. At least keep pace with the other chief competitor in the A block, it has turned out. The cleaner Kenny Omega. Owens remains the only person to pin Kenny Omega in this tournament. And so long as Kevin Owens can keep his record squeaky clean beyond his existing loss, that will pay dividends when this tournament wraps up. Just a few more matches for Owens, and it could be a trip to the finals. Nice clothesline there. But Carpentier, quick to counter, quick to respond. See if there's anything else about Kevin Owens I haven't said yet. Oh yes. So Edward Carpentier, as we previously mentioned, trained PCO, Pierre Carl Ouellette. PCO had a hand in training Kevin Owens, also trained by Terry Taylor, and he doesn't like talking about being trained by Jacques Rougeau. I believe he considers that not necessarily a waste of time, but certainly opened his eyes to how business should not be done. If you check out Kevin Steen shoot interviews from back in the day. I wrote, former associate of El Generico and longtime friend of mutual acquaintance Sami Zayn. So there you go. Used to associate with El Generico and then transferred that friendship over to their mutual buddy Sami Zayn when Generico retired to run that orphanage. Big stunner there out of Owens. Ooh, looking to end things before 10 minutes. Just gets a 2 count on Edward Carpentier.
10 minutes gone.
Relies on natural ability would be god tier with regular exercise. Yeah, I'm just writing opinion pieces at this point. Was that a package pile driver I saw out of the corner of my eye? Should have dragged him away from the ropes there, Kevin Owens. Oh, a Too Cold Scorpio match. I'm jealous of that. Huey Lewis, if you're still in the chat, you got to see Scorpio at a Fighting Back event, right? Like I don't know which organization it is, but I know it's like a cancer awareness or fundraiser in and around the Ottawa area once a year. Sound off if you're there and I'm speaking true. Pretty sure you saw Too Cold Scorpio, and I was super jealous because I had already moved to the side of the province. Big Too Cold fan. Oh, that hammerlock, face lock. I don't know why people don't use that. Because if that looks half as painful as it appears in that animation, I think the crowd would savvy that it's a deadly hold. You know what I'm saying? Much like this, where he just steps on your head and tries to pull your leg off of your hip, trying to rip the drumstick off of Kevin Owens. It's Edward Carpentier. Off the ropes he sent, could be a no. Thought it was going to be pop-up powerbomb. Turns out to be back body drop. Telling Carpentier to bring it on. Boom, another stunner out of Owens into the cover here. Hooks the leg. Got it. No! I should stop telegraphing the finishes. Not that I know what they are. The beauty of this is I just simulate the matches. I don't know who's going to be booked to win anything. They're just booked to compete. That's my favorite part. I just let them happen. It's interesting, or going to be interesting, booking a federation that way. But play the chips where they lay. No such worries in a one-day 13-plus hour tournament. Big smile on my face as I look down as we are about 1 o'clock in the morning. Happy July 2nd, everybody. We're still here. Welcome to the A2 Climax. I keyed. Owens not only hanging on, but doing quite well, but unable to put Carpentier away to this point. Carpentier, another one of those silver era wrestlers that know how to hang in there, drag this match longer and longer. I feel that's got to be Carpentier's strategy. Just try to outlast the initial onslaught of Kevin Owens. As you can see, he's starting to wind himself down and has to take more and more time to get his breath back. Does the prize fighter. Flying Frenchman looking to capitalize, but here in no person's land, the no DQ, no count out area outside the ring. Anything goes. Kevin Owens wisely just rolling back into the ring, wants to settle this like gentlemen. The only way he can get those 2 points he is so desperate to acquire is in the center of the ring. Victim of a somersault press though. Replies with a pop-up powerbomb and could do it. Yes, he does. Kevin Owens picking up 2 more points, remains tied for the lead with Kenny Omega both sitting at 7-1 after 8 matches. Hang on 1 second, we'll award their points to confirm that. There's a hyphen in pop-up powerbomb, makes sense. Go ahead and save that. I don't know why, but for whatever reason, I could have sworn we've done this match already. We obviously haven't, because it wouldn't show up if we had. But hang on 1 second. I guess it's just been a long 13-plus hour day. Alright, let's get A block competitor Kevin Owens these 2 incredibly important points as heading into the final matchups for both Kenny Omega and Kevin Owens. They are tied at 14 points apiece. Edward Carpentier could have played spoiler, But that loss to Owens essentially took him out of the competition. He can still finish with 14 points total. Actually, you know what? Truth be told, so can Kenny Omega and Kevin Owens if they fail to win their last matches. So he could still come out of the tournament again tied at 14 across the board there, depending how things turn out. But things are getting more and more interesting as we are creeping ever closer to the end of this one. And I don't know why, for whatever reason, I felt like we did this match already. Obviously we haven't. It wouldn't make any sense. But let's go to the tail of the tape for your next contest in the B block. This is match number 2 in round number 8. In the B block, we have ourselves Sami Zayn and come on, Shamo, Pachow. There we go. Mad Dog Vachon. I just had to pachow it onto the screen. Boink. Ugh. Obvious height advantage. Everyone's going to have a height advantage with the exception of Petey Williams. Everyone's going to have a height advantage against Mad Dog Vachon. But it doesn't matter. All he has to do is get his hands on you and get his teeth on your skin. Like, that's all he does. He'll try to out-wrestle you for a bit, but as soon as things start to go the other person's way, Mad Dog acts like a mad dog, starts biting away at the forehead. It's literally one of his signature moves in his moveset, much like a weapon attack would be for like an Abdullah the Butcher. Anywho, we're going to get down to the ring for some B-block action here. We are rocking and rolling in round 8, match number 2 of 10 of the 8th round. Headed your way right about now.
Fight!
Oops. Get rid of this stuff. Back to these. Maybe I'm thinking Edge, because they have similar tights. I know the hair is totally different. But on this day, I think I'll see clearly, and just assume that obviously we haven't done the match before. I mean, I've seen it before, because as I said, I have simmed this tournament like 6 or 7 times before actually running it today. Just to make sure that, like, you know, it was fair, you know, pretty balanced. This is within the 24-hour period, as today. I got 9 more hours. This is our day on the EH1 Climax. Jimmy's down again. Didn't even get to see Maurice Vachon. Just smelled blood in the air. Was like, ooh, is that referee? Yeah, I guess I'll have some of Zayn, though. And just nod on the forehead of Sami Zayn. It's not like he would have been disqualified for it, because he didn't do it for a 5 count. But both Zayn and referee Jimmy Corderas busted open here. Much to their chagrin and much to the delight of Mad Dog Vachon. A typical strategy of Mad Dog. Looking to play spoiler here. Sami Zayn sitting at 8 points. Respectable. Mad Dog sitting at 6. Alright, just trying to keep toward the upper echelon of the B block are these two. Neither in any serious contention. At the crown, that relies solely on someone stopping Vampiro and or the continued development of Bret Hart and their 1-loss record. Oh, misses with a jumping DDT, smartly avoided there by the Mad Dog. And now back and forth they go, ending up with Sami Zayn throwing Maurice Vachon bodily into the turnbuckle with a release German suplex. Easily got the smaller man up there. Choking away at the already lacerated Sami Zayn. You can see the blood pooling where his head lay on the canvas there. Canvas will absorb it, and the tournament will get stronger and stronger as we head toward the final. A lot of strength in that haluva kick as he just watches Vachon collapse to the canvas and then pins him for a 2. And 2 alone. Back to the choke from Vachon, just trying to drain the life out of Sami Zayn. Just squeezing as much blood out of his wounds as possible, and now making those wounds wider is Maurice Mad Dog Vachon. Wonder how he earned the nickname. Blue Thunder. Blue Thunder powerbomb. Gets a 2 count from Sami Zayn. Crowd not quite behind either gentleman at this point. Barely 10 minutes in. They seem mystified and perhaps horrified at the actions of Mad Dog, dragging Sami toward the center of the ring after that pile driver and only getting a 2 count. But again, you can see the damage done. Blood continuing to stay in the canvas here at the EH1 Climax tournament. Only momentarily, though, as the canvas will absorb the blood and make the tournament stronger and stronger. Much like Ricky O in the story of Ricky. His kung fu fed on strength and got stronger and stronger. Doesn't make any sense, but as long as you can make people's heads explode, who cares? Every time Sami Zayn hits the canvas, just leaves some artwork behind, shall we say. Even on his own offensive moves. Been at the disadvantage to Vachon since he was busted open. And by busted open, I mean gnawed upon on the early going of this. I wonder if Vachon, like, deliberately wore braces long after he needed them so that he would have, like, extra sharp metally bits on his teeth to rake across the foreheads of his opponents. Heck yeah, Ricky O, the story of Ricky Juice. I'm pretty sure I got 2 copies of that currently, like a original language version and an English language version. Lord knows where I found them. And perfectly legally obtained them, of course. Sami Zayn into the cover? No. Thought he was going to roll into a pin attempt, which rolled him over to drop an elbow. I think with that atomic drop, if you sweep the legs up, you're kind of just like kneeing the guy in the jump. Helluva kick, again watching Vachon collapse to the canvas before he attempts the cover. And another 2 count for Sami Zayn. Ties into the tree of Joey Lawrence. Whoa. It's an old joke. Back on the floor. I don't think Zayn wants to be out here for too long. At least Vachon brought a snack. Yeah, man, remember when all we knew about Ricky O, the story of Ricky, was the clip that they played on Craig Kilborn? As part of his, whatever his segment, it was just a slow-mo head exploding thing. Hey, Joey Lawrence was on stuff way after Blossom. Like Melissa and Joey. But pretty sure it was like a Christian comedy with Melissa Joan Hart. Sabrina, Clarissa, I should say. Clarissa. Explaining it all to Joey from Blossom. A show I haven't watched a single frame of and never will. Oh, another Helluva kick. Again, electing to let him collapse to the canvas before attempting a pin. Third time could be the charm, but is not. Again, the more you let Maurice Mad Dog Vachon hang in there, the worse it gets for you. Huge pile driver spells victory for Maurice Mad Dog Vachon in what I would consider an upset of Sami Zayn. 2 big points for the Mad Dog. Yeah, Clarissa prays it away. That's what I would call that. Clarissa prays it away. All right, let us get Mad Dog Vachon they points. Pulling into a tie with Sami Zayn with that victory. Both sitting at 8 points now. Mad Dog Vachon doing quite well. Better than I was anticipating for sure. Who's at the bottom? Sorry, Rick Martel. Petey Williams, only the 1 win. I know he's outsized in a lot of these contests, but I thought he would have surprised people with a couple of Canadian destroyers and just picked up a win here and there, but People be kicking out of them like crazy. Alright, Mad Dog got his points. Let's go back to our tail Udetep. Sami, Zayn, and Mad Dog go here. Our next match is as follows. Blue corner this, red corner this. Tail Udetep go here. Coming up next, A block action, the instant classic. Hang on a sec. The instant classic Christian Cage. Take your time. There we go. Against Abdullah the Butcher. Let me take a quick look at the standings. Yeah, Christian Cage has 2 matches left, as do most of the competitors in both blocks. Has yet to win a single contest. Meanwhile, Abdullah the Butcher in the lower end of things with 6 points. Seemingly, it looks like they have 4 matches left, but that can't possibly be right, so I've obviously forgotten to account for one of their matches. Who did I forget? Well, there we go. You lost to Kevin Owens. Done. How did you do against Owen Hart? Did Owen Hart face you? No, you did not. You have 3 matches left? No. Smith Jr.? Correct. Cage? About to happen. Okay. Okay. I think we figured it all out. Obvious size discrepancy, which you're going to get in every Abdullah match. And again, if Christian Cage can keep it to a wrestling match, he can out-wrestle Abdullah the Butcher. But again, if he's able to bust Christian open fairly early, this could go Abdullah the Butcher's way for sure. And for the love of everything, please leave poor Jimmy alone. He doesn't deserve it. Stop knocking Jimmy around. There's only so many times we can glue his forehead back together. Okay. Oh, you know what? According to Mick Foley's first book, Have a Nice Day, or it might have been Foley's Good, his second book. Probably his first one. The scars in Abdullah the Butcher's forehead are so deep, to amuse people, he can put poker chips in them and just have them sit. And plus they're vertical for the most part too. He can put poker chips in them and have them rest of their own accord in his forehead scars. According to this, he learned karate and judo as a youth, and he claims that he is a 7th degree Grand Master of karate and or judo. But that just sounds like something he would tell people. Yeah, I gotta start in Montreal. Oh yeah, didn't really speak throughout his career. Was like the madman from the Sudan, didn't really even say much, just looked menacing. So over his career, he's been managed by the likes of, amongst others, Gary Hart, Paul Jones, as part of Paul Jones's army, the Grand Wizard, Oliver Humperdinck, love that name, and J.J. Dillon, manager of the Four Horsemen. Taking things to the mat and keeping them here. Yes, the Grand Wizard of Wrestling. Look him up. He doesn't look like how you think a Grand Wizard looks. He's got a very sparkly turban with a feather sticking out. Kind of looks like that fortune teller that Johnny Carson would play. Think that, but as a wrestling manager because he's wearing sunglasses. That's the Grand Wizard of Wrestling. Yeah, yeah. Not as you would think, because, yeah, the optics of Abdullah the Butcher being managed by that sort of Grand Wizard, probably not great. Yeah, like Jambi from Pee-wee, who I'm sad to report passed away recently. I saw that either on Twitter or Instagram. Paul Rubens had put out a post that unfortunately Jambi has passed away recently. And not to bring anybody down. Mekahini Ho. No. That's a hashtag that needs to trend worldwide. Well, the Tool song Jambi can still exist regardless of whether or not the actor is still there. So you can still celebrate the works. Is Mekahini Ho anywhere in the song Jambi? Like, is it the chorus? Does he wail it at any point during the song? Because that would be Disappointed if not. Broster, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, everybody. We are still on the air. For those of us that joined us earlier, we are in the third match of the 8th round of 9 rounds. This is match number 73 of 91 that we will have been broadcasting today. Crusting up, feeling a little crusty underneath. 13 and a half hours of broadcasting. That's about 13 hours of actually commentating matches. And shooting the breeze with all y'all. And we couldn't be happier to have you. I'll just check my standings real quick. Christian Cage, the only competitor without any points. And Abdul the Butcher sitting at 6, so in no danger of contending for the lead. But you know Christian, before this this tournament is all said and done, cannot be happy with the performance netting him 0 points. So look for the Instant Classic to pull out all the stops in their final few contests to reverse those fortunes. Heck yeah, Juice hitting all the shoutouts and raids and whatnot. Oh no. Oh god, that vicious stab just in the face of Christian. He's already busted open, but you can see the extra spatter of blood. Good lord, is that ever vicious. I think that's another custom move. There's no way that's in the game by default. Just a full force fork to the face. Christian Cage trying his hand at a jumping headbutt. Dazing Abdullah momentarily, catches him low with that spear. 2, no! 2.9, this close again comes the Instant Classic. Big body slam from Abdullah the Butcher, pressing his full 360 pounds across the torso of Christian, but he's able to kick out at 2. Yes, thank you kindly for the raid there, Broster. Hope you're having a nice day. Those that are unaware, my name is Rad Gnarly. I go by the Orbital Outcast or the Silent G. Anything but silent today as we are 13 and a half hours into our broadcast of the EH1 Climax tournament. I'm going to stop squibbling back and forth distractedly. We are nearing the halfway point of the 8th round. And things are just getting more intense. This is what, match 3? Yeah, match 3 of round 8. On the home stretch, though, we started this journey at 10 to noon today with our 10-minute countdown show. Actually, Juice and I started this journey at around 11:15 this morning, as we did a pre-production meeting in Discord. We have been on or around our computers since. Putting in a long day of work. Oh, Sudanese meat cleaver there from Abdullah. Could do the trick and does. Christian Cage remains completely defeated. Meanwhile, Abdul the Butcher picking up 2 more points. It's kind of funny that Abdullah is so big that this winner thing looks like it might be written across his belt. Sudanese meat cleaver, 15 and a half minutes. It's just like he hits it with an elbow when he's too lazy or uncoordinated to get up. It's kind of funny. Oh, okay, coming up next. Big points on the line. First off, let's get Abdullah those points. Christian Cage, good gracious me. Has 1 match left. 1 last chance to get points at all. I can already tell you, regardless of what happens, Christian Cage, unfortunately, not going to be invited back as the bottom 2 points getters in each block are not invited to return. Something that's sort of decided before the contests began. Okay, let's set up this next matchup. Huge 2 points on the line in this one, for sure, as we have the latest attempt to defeat the as yet undefeated El Vampiro facing Edge in this contest. Thank you, Ink67 for the follow. Hope you're having a great day. Nice to see you. I haven't checked because I cover the thing that tells me how many people are watching or how many followers I have, because there's no way I want to look at that information while I'm actually like broadcasting because I would just obsess over it. I've had a handful of follows today. I'm going to look at that number later and maybe be happy for myself. For now, though, I got work to do. Work to do! Much like Edge has work to do if they are going to unseat the currently undefeated Vampiro, as we said. Currently sitting at 12-0. This is their 7th match, so it looks like they're going to have 2 matches close together as we end things out. Sometimes the schedule works out a little wonky, as Roddy Piper is already closer than they should be to completing this thing. Anyway, it'll all work out in the end. El Vampiro taking on Edge. Let's get down to the ring, see who it works out for the betterment of, as they fight. Immediately back out of all that. Get rid of this. Turn on my winner thing. There we go. Tab over Yar. There we are. Ready to go. Let's see. Here's an Edge fact. The Baltimore Sun declared his feud with John Cena the best of the decade OOs. So the best feud of between 2000 and 2010, according to the Baltimore Sun. Edge versus John Cena, occurring throughout most of 2007, I would say. Edge, speaking of his 2007, that was his highest appearance on the PWI 500, number 2 in 2007. Nicely done, Edge. No, I did not know that fact that you just said in my ear. Is that like a car joke or something? Oh, okay, yeah. I figured it was like a gas joke. Got it. It was a car thing. Sorry, I didn't laugh. I don't get car stuff. And I'm not talking about the Pixar stuff either. For those not on the other end of this 2-person Discord conversation. All right, let me check out. Yeah, I pretty much covered everything I had written down by Vampiro, because other than like this, if this is true or not, I'm going to re-mention the fact that he was apparently a former bodyguard for Milli Vanilli. I can't imagine that gig lasted more than the 2 years Milli Vanilli were a thing, and then like shamed out of the industry. But that could be BS, just because he happens to be a white guy with dreadlocks in the 90s, you know what I mean? And people were just like, oh, he must work for Milli Vanilli. Take everything written about El Vampiro with a grain of salt, including what he himself says in his own biography, like a documentary film that I saw on him. Half of what he said I don't believe. Anyway, he for sure had a huge career in Mexico, like almost an overnight sensation based on the uniqueness of his look, like being covered in tattoos, being a handsome fella that kind of looked like Billy Idol in the early 90s. You know, handsome being subjective, I'm just saying how he was received, in my personal opinion. That's why he is the Canadian Casanova. He was a pretty boy wrestler in Mexico. Made the natives rather jealous of him coming in and taking their spot, especially when he wasn't all that trained. Or maybe not all that experienced. I don't know how extensive his training with Abdullah the Butcher was. I'm sure he taught him every single way you can potentially fork somebody. Implant DDT took the time to steal Edge's version of that, even though he already has the move in his own arsenal. Just driving the point home, pun intended. So that implant DDT is Vampiro going mano-a-mano with Edge here, looking for that nail in the coffin to remain undefeated. And a perfect 7-0. See, he's a little bit behind the curve in terms of matches. Yeah, for whatever reason, he always seems to get like matches like a round late somehow. But it'll all work out in the end, I'm sure. Some are going to finish earlier than he is, so you might see 2 Vampiro matches in round 9. No big deal. Oh dear, big deal is that reverse Kudo driver. He's got a lot of high impact moves that drop you right on the top of your head. Speaking of, he gets dropped himself with a DDT by Edge. Off the ropes he comes. Oh, thought he was going for the spear. No. Drops him with the clothesline. Tries to follow up with a second. Shoulder block that time, hitting all of his other running maneuvers except for the spear. Oof. Out to the floor they go. No countouts or DQs while they're out here. Whoop. This is B. Is match 4? Match 4, round 8. Does that sound right? Was that wrong? So they're 4 or 2? How long ago we started? 8. Woof. Woof, that sounds. Okay. Thank you, sir. Yeah, this is definitely match 4. I believe this is Christian starts as a service with in round 8, if I'm not mistaken. Unless it was, if it was Owens Carpenter, then this is match number 6. That can't be right. It must have been last round. Hang on. Oh boy. Yeah. Okay. Carpenter somehow has 2 matches left and Owens has 1. It's confusing. Oh, it was... It all bleeds together. That's alright, we're just gonna keep going until we're done. So long as we keep filling out the chart, it really makes sense. And the game itself will know when it's finished. That's the beauty of it being all simulated. He keeps track, and I save in between each and every match. DDT after DDT on the floor here. You cannot win until you drag your opponent back inside. Well, this does give us a nice chance to show off our beautiful ring apron. tinyurl.com/the-A1 Climax. That is the EH1 Climax. That takes you directly to the Tiltify donation link where you can donate to the Go Downey Channy Wenjack Fund. So go ahead and hit !donate in the chat to get some more information about what they do and what they're all about. Also, you can visit downeywenjack.ca for all their official information, the projects they are involved in, and how you can also be involved. Good lord, almost stun-gunned Vampiro across the top rope, dropping with that pancake, did Edge. Surprised he didn't break his Adam's apple. Or going by their real names, I'm surprised Adam didn't break his Ian's apple. Swinging neckbreaker by Vampiro, who's going to be looking to drop. Edge on that surgically repaired neck with the nail in the coffin. Implant DDT from Vampiro right on the CN Climax. As we pass the 20-minute mark here. A huge 2 points on the line for Vampiro as he's looking to remain undefeated. That reverse Kudo driver might help his cause. But right back to the attack is Edge, dropping with the DDT. And now looking to store the big power bomb into the cover. 1, 2. Only 2. Crowd appreciates the efforts. We are 20 minutes plus in this one. Another implant DDT, center of the ring for Edge. 1, 2, 3, he got it! Vampiro loses! Whoa, and now the door is open just a crack for Bret Hitman Hart. Ooh, the match between Vampiro and Bret is going to decide the B block. That's going to be amazing. At the moment, Edge is your winner. 95% approval rating of that. I'll give you 95% just for the ending alone. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Let's set up our next round here, or our next match, I should say. Okay. You guys can go hang out here. You guys can come visit. Who dat? You. Hey, big woo from Juice. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Oh, let's get Edge his points. His hard-earned points against Vampiro. Oh, that's huge. That is a huge victory for Edge. More importantly, that is a huge victory, quite honestly, for Bret Hart. Okay, I can do a lot of addition here. Here we go. 8. Nope, that's it. I can't count past higher than 8. 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 7. 37 left in B block. We just finished a B block match? Yes, we're about to do an A block. So, this is match number 5 in round 8. This match to come. Okay. Tail of the tape, I might have it set up already. Let me double check. Do I have you set up? No, I did not. How about now? Maybe. Are you sure? Maybe. Prove it. Okay. Come on. Load, you sweet little thing. There we go. Owen Hart, Edward Carpentier. Now, as we said, Edward Carpentier could sort of sneak in the back door, forgive the phrasing, of the upper echelon of the A block, as they have, like, assuming Kenny Omega and Kevin Owens lose their final matches in the final round, and Edward Carpentier wins his last 2, he is in contention and will at least tie them for 14 points. Of course, looking at his record now, the only 2 losses Edward Carpentier currently has are to Kevin Owens and Kenny Omega, so even if he ties them in points, he's still going to be 3rd place amongst them. So never mind. I mean, he can still try, but he will end up in 3rd at best. Edward Carpentier, meanwhile, Owen Hart looking to finish with a positive record overall. He's not going to do it overall, but at least try to get closer to 500 with 2 matches left and only 2 victories under his belt. Let's get down to the ring for this 8th round matchup, the 5th match of the 8th round. Match number 75 of 91. Okay, back off of those guys. Get rid of that. Wiener. And away we go. Oh, did you know that Owen Hart had a brief WCW run in 1991 between his stints in the WWF? Between him being the Blue Blazer up until like 1990, and then him coming back to form those tag teams like High Energy and New Foundation and stuff. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. He's on like maybe 3 Saturday nights, so he did like maybe he did 1 taping cycle and just didn't stick with it. Owen Hart, by the way, the youngest of the Hart children. The youngest of a dozen Hart children. All natural, by the way. None of those are adopted or anything like that. Fertile. Stu and Helen were fertile. Owen was the first non-Japanese wrestler to win the IWGP Junior Heavyweight title, beating Hiroshi Hase, but then losing to Shiro Koshinaka less than a month later. I mentioned both Hiroshi Hase and Shiro Koshinaka, as they are Hall of Fame wrestlers in the pantheon of New Japan for sure. Shiro Koshinaka, if you've never seen him before, wears long pants and throws that butt around. He is primarily a hip attack artist, which is a totally valid move in Japan, but just looks super silly the rest of the world. Hiroshi Hase, I believe, after retiring from professional wrestling, went into politics, like some of them do in Japan. Yeah, my general rule of thumb for picking like the talent here was those that had a lengthy career, try to get them when they're at their peak. Even the ones that are still active, if they're not technically at their peak now, because there's nothing wrong with that, try to get a call of them or an edit of them back when they're in their prime. That's why we have like around the 2007 to 2000 version of, or 2010 version of Edge and Chris Jericho. Because like physically, maybe not, you know, ring psychology wise or whatever, because you're always constantly learning, but in terms of like physically, I feel like that's their peak. Just like Christian Cage is his Impact run in like, you know, 2007 to 2009 or 2006 to 2009, whatever it was. Well, that's cool. You saw the Blue Blazer unmasked. Blew your mind. That's cool. Oof. I think the first house show I went to, pretty sure Big Boss Man fought Hulk Hogan in a cage match in the main event. And the Killer Bees were supposed to face Demolition, but for whatever reason, Demolition didn't show up. So instead I got the Brain Busters versus the Killer Bees. And my tiny little brain wasn't prepared for how good a match that was. I was just kind of bored. But thinking back, I'm like, oh no, that was probably really good. Because that's a bit of a work rate upgrade between Axe and Smash of Demolition, and then you get Arn Anderson and Tully Blanchard, the Brainbusters, managed by Bobby Heenan. It's great. And I also remember that Rad Gnarly bought me a ringer tee of the Ultimate Warrior that I literally never wore because I didn't like the Ultimate Warrior. And probably just agreed to get it because it was what was at the merchandise stand. Plus I was young and didn't want to upset Papa Bear. Nice German, beautiful bridge. Look at him on his tippy toes for an extra leverage, but only a 2 count for Owen Hart. I didn't have to check his name, I was just looking at his cards. For, what's this guy's name? Johnny Liver. Oh dear. Owen 316 says, I may have broken your neck. But Carpentier fights on. And that's what I keep needing to check. I know it's spelled the same everywhere. And I don't have it written out phonetically or anything like that. Just want to make sure I'm talking about this Edward Carpentier fella. I always think he's setting up for a stunner there, but he never follows through with one. Another leg roll clutch from Carpentier. Got a number of very effective pinning combinations. This jackknife hold among them after the somersault press, and no! Owen out at 2. See, first he drives the air out of your body with that somersault press, and then ties you up in one of these pinning predicaments. So while you're gasping for air, you have to worry about kicking out. Sound strategy from the Flying Frenchman. Edward Carpentier. Doing his best to send the tide of the offense. Owen Hart looking for 2 important points. A lot of pride on the line, as we said. And Carpentier can still end up with 14 points total at the end of this if he plays his cards right. Here he goes with a roll up center of the ring. This could do it. There he goes. Had a good hand dealt there, did Edward. He comes away with 2 big points against Owen Hart. Threatening the top of the block once again. With the Flying Frenchman having a better tournament than I was expecting out of him. Some of the other legends having worse tournaments than I was anticipating. 100% on that one. A 5-star classic. Oh, alright. Finally, we can see eye to eye. There we go. Let us get Edward their points. 2 big points against Owen, putting him at 12 overall with 1 match to go. Owen staying at 4. Meanwhile, our next contest featuring competitors from the B block, going to be match number 6 of round 8, is as follows. Boink versus the Blink. And as we said, they could finally see eye to eye in this encounter, as Petey Williams and Maurice Mad Dog Vachon, both standing a respectable 5'7" across the ring from one another. It's like when there's intermission at a wrestling show and your kids get in there and roll around a bit. Only with lots more biting, or less, depending on how you've raised your kids. Alright, I don't need to dwell on this. This is going to be a bloodbath, as they always are, whether Petey Williams wants it or not. There we are. Let's see if I have any facts to impart in this one. Are we ready to roll? We are. Okay, here we go.
Fight!
Blank, blank. All set up with my B block action. That sweet, sweet B block action. As mentioned before, Pat LaPrade heavily referencing Mad Dog Vachon in his book, Mad Dogs, Midgets, and Screwjobs, the history of professional wrestling in the province of Quebec. I think specifically in the Montreal area, but certainly across La Belle Province. Wrote in his book that Mad Dog Vachon was likely the best known Quebec wrestler outside of Quebec. Like, there might be bigger names within the province itself, but worldwide, no Quebec-born wrestler is more known than Mad Dog Vachon. And known for moves like that, biting at the forehead, the bleached blonde forehead of Petey Williams. Yep, got all those stats. Yup. Dude it. Just calling them matches. The stories can tell themselves. He's already worked the forehead, but it's only a matter of time before Mad Dog Vachon gets another hankering for a chunk of Petey and gets to work and gnawing on his face again. Definitely a rule breaker. Doing the best they can. Splish splash, I was taking a bath. Juice, you gonna have any channel points at the end of this? Oh no, that was the last of the water. Looks like we're gonna have to grab some water between rounds 8 and 9. 9 plus 1, of course. We're gonna have the finals immediately. Wouldn't it be fun if I was like, these are the finalists, tune in next week. No, I'm for the final match. No one would come back. Oh, you got 4.2 thousand. Awesome. You make me take my glasses off for like 5 minutes during a normal stream.
1, 2.
Duh. Unfortunately, you can't choose the language in which the people count. That would be kind of fun. Different referees counting in different languages, for example. Like the referees I have representing the Mexican promotions like AAA and CMLL. Counting in Spanish would be cool. Likewise in Japanese. Mind you, even in Japanese they count in English because they learned the pro wrestling terms from English competitors, so they just kept them. Hello, Whom? Good to see you're still with us. First yawn of the day. Coming at the just under 14-hour mark. Also, vest is starting to get a little warm, even though none of these LED ring lights generate heat. Doesn't mean I don't. Oh no, now Petey Williams is busted open. I saw him getting bitten. Once bitten, twice shy. Twice bitten in this case. Twice bitten, once cut open. Is Petey Williams. Smartly creating a little distance for himself, but that blood loss takes him a while to get back to his feet. Pledges allegiance to the flag. And then we're back to work.
1.
In this, I believe, Mad Dog Vachon's penultimate contest, something tragic has happened to the... oh dear. Nope. Something tragic has happened to my preview window, and if I take the winner screen now, it will destroy everything I've ever built. Oh dear. Oh no, they're all terrible. Uh-oh. I don't know what just happened. No, I'm not even kidding. I don't think I can take this preview window. Hang on, let me drop it to studio mode. And go back and see what happens. Okay, that's fine. Phew! We have returned. Wow, that was scary. It was like my preview window was still the same size, but the actual screen that it theoretically would be putting out to the world was very much stretched like this. It's like a bookmark sized, but all the information was there, just compressed on each side. Thankfully, I just dropped that studio mode and back in, and we are good to go. Theoretically, we'll find out what happens when I fade over to the winner in a moment. Petey Williams doing his best to overcome the grievous head wound inflicted by Mad Dog Vachon on each and every one of his opponents. We can assure you that everybody's blood work is up to date, and nobody has any serious diseases that will be transmitted by sharing blood in this capacity. Most of all, Jimmy Corderas. We checked him every time that we had to glue his forehead back together. Just took a little extra since it was already gushing. Dropping Vachon with another beautiful dropkick there is Petey, but that blood loss has got to start playing a factor sooner rather than later. It definitely adversely affects your ability to wrestle in longer matches. And that's how Vachon just hangs on and ends up scoring a victory now and again. Persistence. Peskiness. Like a gnat. Like a wood tick. Like you'd find him camped out underneath the ring canvas or something. Hissing at you and you turn the light on him. French onion soup breath. Oh dear. Just opening up that cut and you can see the trail of blood as Petey Williams rolling halfway across the ring there. Like an ellipses of blood all the way to the center of the ring. As we are approaching 20 minutes, and if this thing goes 25, Mad Dog's winning for sure. Petey can't get any sustained momentum going, especially since suffering that cut. Suffering, putting it mildly. You got hot Vachon breath on your face as he's chewing on you. Oh, Petey trying to get him out of the ring, but neither gentleman tall enough to allow Petey Williams to suplex Vachon to the floor. Here we go, Vachon helping him up by just tossing him there. I think Petey's idea was to get some space between him and Mad Dog. Mad Dog is just content to continue the fight on the floor where there were no disqualifications or countouts, and he is very well aware of that. Double-arm suplex into the guardrail. Goes Petey Williams. There goes the last of the fizzy lifting drink. Yeah. Canadian Destroyer on the floor at the 20-minute mark. Petey's got to get him back in the ring and fast. Can't follow up though. Vachon shakes it off. I tell you, this guy's got an extra thick skull. Must be part Samoan. Look at the blood left behind by Petey Williams. Again, the mats will absorb that. Just make the tournament fighting stronger. Cobra clutch, but too close to the ropes. That would have spelled disaster for Petey Williams at this point of the matchup, for sure, with the blood loss and the damage he has sustained. Backdrop suplex to the bottom rope by Vachon. Almost did Petey in and of itself. Petey with a desperate counter there. You can see him gasping for breath. And then Vachon right back to the forehead every time Petey even thinks about getting back to an even keel. Oh, caught in a side slam there by Vachon. He'll be looking to put him away with his own pile driver if he survives this Canadian Destroyer by Petey into the cover. 1, 2, 3! Petey Williams! A huge victory! Yeah, you better flaunt it. Good work, Petey. Keeping Maurice Vachon. I keep tripping over not calling him Rocket, because that's Maurice Richard. Maurice Rocket Vachon. No, Maurice Mad Dog Vachon. Keeping him out of the upper echelon of the B block. See how things go in this next contest. Hang on 1 second, we'll set this up and we'll get Petey Williams their hard-earned points. Get him stitched up for his next contest. Attaboy Petey. Doubling his point total with that single victory. That's right, went from 2 to 4. Keeping Mad Dog Vachon in single digits at 8. A little bunched up there in the B block.
You better check yourself or you wreck yourself, 'cause I'm bad for your health.
I think I'm doing pretty well. I'm sitting very straight up for sure. Okay, B block stuff. So that was 6. I got 4 more in round 8, including this gem we're about to witness. Here we go. Boink. Boink. And now that we have boinked, we should there with the tape. Load, load, load. There we go. Davy Boy Smith Jr. versus Abdullah Ye Butcher. There we go. Oh, good. That's a posture check all around for those of us that have been here for the long haul. In 30 seconds, it will be 14 hours of broadcast, but that includes our 10-minute pre-show and about half an hour of break. But still, we're about 14 hours deep. Getting to it. All right, let's get to the ring. We're gonna get to it. Davy Boy Smith Jr. kind of out of the running for the win here. Both he and Abdullah the Butcher sitting at 8 points, looking to finish the tournament strong. 10 and up is a positive win record, so both are in pursuit of that. Let's see who can get there first. One of them has to. One of them has to. That's just the way these work. It must be a winner. What are they going to do about it? Fight! You're darn right they are. Get that and that out of the way. Get set up to do an A block winner at the end of this. So that makes this match 7? Yes. Is that right? Yeah, we just did a B. Petey versus Mad Dog. That was 6. Has to be an even number. This is either 5 or 7. Dang it. Alright, we got 2 more. Including this, because I have not done the things for it. So that makes this 7. So that's match 7. Aha! That's alright, I caught myself up. Honestly, trying to focus on these things is probably what's keeping me, I don't want to say as sharp as I am, but certainly this sharp. This kind of with it. And I am glad that we dropped a couple of elements. I would have slowed everything down. Ooh, big backdrop suplex into the turnbuckle again. For Abdullah the Butcher. Both of these two gentlemen, as we said, sitting at 8 points, looking to be the first of the two, and there has to be one of the two, as there has to be a winner, to hit double digits and end the tournament with a positive win record, if nothing else. 5 wins is the magic number from your 9 matches to end up on the positive side of this. And guarantee that you avoid what I'm terming deregulation of the bottom 2 performers in each block not being invited back should we ever do another EH1 Climax tournament. There are a lot of other Canadian contenders to peruse or to put forth. Bulldog bomb by Davy Boy Smith Jr. and Abdullah the Butcher rolls his shoulder at 2.9, making a habit out of kicking out of everybody's finish on his way through the tournament is Abdullah, and oh my god, What a grievous injury he inflicts with one sharp stab of the fork. My word. That move's awesome. It's hilarious. And he just goes full force right into their face. Oh, that's hilarious. Gotta be a custom move. No way that's in the game. Just at base level. Well, they used to do like they have the seated scythe across the forehead still. Like, even though Mr. Pogo hasn't wrestled in who knows how long. Big headbutt there from Abdullah, who's got Davey Boy Smith busted open. And is going to use that to his advantage for sure. Now Davey Boy trying his hand to that jumping headbutt. A lot of Abdullah's opponents trying to steal that move out of his arsenal. For better or for worse. Abdullah will be looking for that Sudanese meat cleaver, but can also rely on his jumping headbutt, as you've seen. That bear hug he's using. I believe the one... it is one of his special moves, that downward just stabbing with a fork. I believe it's called a fork chop. So, at least that's what I have it written down here as. Bulldog bomb, though, by Davey Boy Smith Jr. Abdullah out again. Able to roll the shoulder at 2.9. 2 9/10. 1/10 of the way to 10 points in the EH1 Climax tournament. 10 points and counting. As each of these gentlemen will have one match remaining after this one concludes. We are 10 minutes deep. Beautiful extension on the overhead belly-to-belly throw. Trying to get him out of the ring, but he'll settle for throwing him into the corner. And all sorts of tangled up there. As Davey Boy Smith Jr. again, back to the corner he goes. Sending Abdullah off the ropes this time. Another throwing belly-to-belly. That's taking a lot of the big man. As is the grievous head wound inflicted by Abdullah the Butcher, just stabbing him full force in the face like he was a piece of Salisbury steak on a TV dinner tray. Abdullah the Butcher just strikes me as a TV dinner kind of guy. Nothing wrong with that. But like, he's in a hurry, so he stabs the steak, stabs the cube of corn, stabs the cube of potatoes, stabs the cherry cobbler, and just eats the whole thing. Oh dear. Unprotected shots to the back of the head, and another one from Abdullah there. Davey Boy in a world of hurt. Been bleeding extensively throughout the duration of this one. Big pile driver in the center of the ring for Abdullah, who thinks he's got it in the bag. Gonna take his time though, catch his breath. That taunt took a lot out of him. Countering Davey there. Butcher seemingly in control of this one since he busted Davey Boy open with a rather blatant fork chop. Another bulldog bomb though, but he's too close to the ropes. Abdullah the Butcher able to grab the bottom rope. Oh, spine buster into the sharpshooter. Let me get ready here. Ding-a-ling-ling, that'll do it. Juice just asked me about the pointy shoes of Abdullah the Butcher. They went out of fashion for a while, and then Xavier Woods of the New Day wore them for years and years, up till probably last year. So he's got a pair for sure. Pointy boots. Yeah, does it on purpose, just as he thinks it's hilarious. Right? It's about time somebody brought it back. I feel like any sort of Arabic gimmick that did that, like I'm pretty sure the Sultan had pointy boots in like the mid-90s. That was just Rikishi under a mask. Okay, oh dear, let's give Davey his points and then let's get set up for the most important match. Okay, Davey Boy won that, right? Yeah, I got his face up there. Davey Boy, first to 10, point boink. Okay, let me do a quick count here after that A block match. Bear with me if you would. I'm going to do a quick count to see how many matches have done. $39, so yes, we are very much toward the end of round number 8. We have one more A block match, meaning we have 2 more B block matches, including the following contest, which basically is the most important B block match of the entire tournament. Why, you ask? Well, I'm glad you did so. We can look at this. The next matchup, if you look at our brackets here, the next matchup coming up is Bret Hart versus El Vampiro. And if you take a look at these brackets right here, the winner of that match catapults themselves to 14 points and remains with a single loss, a single blemish on their record heading into their final match of the tournament. This could very well decide the fate of the B block. So hang on 1 second. Let me take a look at the tail of the tape. Hang on, let Brett. Come on in, Brett. Plenty of room, buddy. Come on in, don't be shy. I know you're there. I clicked the button. There you go, buddy. He's just lacing up his boots. Took a little longer than we thought. So, similar in size, both in terms of height and weight. A lot more impactful moves on the end of El Vampiro for sure. He's got like a handful of where he just drops you on your head. The Thunderfire driver, obviously the nail in the coffin. And he's got that reverse kudo driver. But Brett will wear you down, yo. Brett will survive long enough to wear you down. Again, the most important match in the B block to date. The winner of this one most likely will emerge victorious. We're not going to declare them the winner until after their final match, of course, just to be sure. But as far as we are concerned, the B block rests on the shoulders of both Bret Hart and El Vampiro. Let's see who buckles under the pressure and who rises to the occasion. When you mix all these metaphors up into a nice gumbo and get down to the ring to chow down. Fight! Ooh, we fight. Ooh, we fight. He's feuding and a fussing. Beef fart, El Vampiro. The biggest 2 points on the line that could possibly be on the line. Not even exaggerating. This is huge going into the last round of the tournament for both of these gentlemen. After this, El Vampiro, in their last match, faces Petey Williams. Virtually guaranteed 2 points there. No offense, Petey. You only have 2 wins. And Bret Hart has a much tougher challenge because their final match is against Mad Dog Vachon. And based on his entire tournament, that could legit go either way. And by his entire tournament, I mean Mad Dog's. It could legit go either way. So, still drama to unfold before your very eyes in the 9th and final round of the EH1 Climax tournament for the benefit of the Gord Downey and Shanny Wenjack Fund. Early attempt at the sharpshooter here by Bret Hart. This has Jimmy Corderos just sort of wave in his face and say hi before breaking the hold. Hey, Brett. Hey, Jimmy. Try not to bump into me. I'll try. Oh. Good thing he agreed to try. Yeah, I think he finally retired the pointy boots during the pandemic, but I think it was only that pretty much that did it. Like, he wore them for ages. Like, had them stylized to match all of the New Day gear for years. For sure. Just because he thought it was hilarious.
5 minutes gone.
I always wanted him to do a Royal Rumble spot where he goes over the top and hooks his legs with the pointy boots under the bottom rope. I don't know. I just thought it would be great. So he's dangling and his feet can't touch the ground because like the pointy boot hook part is hooked over the bottom rope, so he can't technically do it. I don't know like the physical logistics of that, if you would like beat the crap out of your lower leg or whatever. But I just thought it'd be a cool visual for a near elimination during a Royal Rumble. But they didn't give any fun things to him. They gave them all to Kofi in the New Day. Oh dear, Fire Thunder Driver by El Vampiro, smartly pinning himself between Bret and the rope so he can't use them to his advantage, but Bret's still able to kick out at 1. Vampiro's got a heck of a lot more to do to wear down Bret Hart, who is an avid cartoonist and often sketches the other wrestlers in the locker room. If you are possessing of the hardcover or softcover versions of Bret the Hitman Hart's autobiography, the inner jacket, or the inner lining, with the first couple of pages there, is a big mural of a bunch of different wrestlers that he himself cartooned, sketched, I guess you could call it. Vampiro creating a little space here, getting his wits about him, getting his breath back, sending Brett to the floor. Back in he goes. Once more into the breach, dear friends, as the leadership and probably ultimately the victory in B block is on the line in this one. Whether or not these competitors know it, if they've been tracking the charts as closely as we have. Oh dear, nail in the coffin! Could spell disaster for Brett, but no! Able to roll the shoulder just in time as the hitman. Oh dear, it was almost over that quick. Just like that, El Vampiro can spike you with that nail in the coffin. Spell disaster and his lights out for Bret Hart, at least in terms of their hopes of winning B block. Now Bret smartly slowing things down. With a sleeper, no doubt trash-talking Vampiro while he does so. You're just a stupid dreadlocked mime. You're not even scary. Vashon's the one that bites everybody. You don't even bite everybody and you're a vampire. That's right. To the adulation of the crowd. Bret continuing. Oh! Small package counter to the nail in the coffin attempt! Just gets two and some polite applause. Oh! Spikes him with that pile driver at the 12-minute mark. And again, it's that 2 count. Bret Hart on a roll. Chaining together some moves here. Starting to wear himself down though. You can see, oh, nice counter. Oh, vicious, unprotected headbutt to the nose. The bridge to the nose of Bret Hart from El Vampiro. Lucky he didn't get busted open there. Angered him enough to try to slug it out with El Vampiro though. Who ends that argument with that spinning kick. Shades of Bret's brother Owen with that kick. Big spine buster, gonna follow this up. No, I thought he was going sharpshooter. Went pin instead, got 2. Stop there. Got a 2.5. So Jimmy Corderas called an end to the counting. Big choke slam from El Vampiro into the cover. 1, 2. Bret out at 2. As we were cresting towards 15 minutes, another Fire Thunder driver from El Vampiro. All impact. No pin attempt, but very similar to his nail in the coffin finish. Trying to get more time and distance by sending Bret to the floor, but nothing doing. Bret hangs on. Goes to work. Russian leg sweep from Bret. A second Russian leg sweep from Bret, getting him closer to that corner. Perhaps for a Bret's rope elbow drop. Haven't seen it this whole tournament. I know it's amongst his corner moves. I just haven't seen it. Oh, big headbutt from Bret. He's trading strikes with Vampiro, but gets choke slammed for his troubles. Back to the Russian leg sweep. Vampiro's got half a step on Bret, I say, as Bret immediately counters a suplex attempt into a spine buster. Can't keep either of these men down for long, it seems. Countering each other's counters. Leg trip from Vampiro. I was praying that he wouldn't go for a sharpshooter. Hadn't seen him do it before. I'm like, no, there's no way he has one. Just because he's Canadian. Oh, dang. Oh, dang. I was going to say Bret wasn't lined up for that running dive at all. But thankfully he thought better of it as Vampiro just smartly returned to the ring. He was way off target in the way he was running. Oh! Small package by Bret. Oh, nail in the coffin! Immediately following! Vampiro could have him, yes! Oh my goodness gracious me. El Vampiro spiking Bret. May have just won the B block. Oh dear, that's going to come back to haunt Bret should they tie for points. El Vampiro, the Canadian Casanova, with a 100% match evaluation in his victory over Bret Hart. Oh my, oh my. Okay, let's get down to the ring for what will be our last A block match in round 8, if I'm correct. And I believe I am. This is going to be match number 9, as that Bret Vampiro match was number 7. Let us get Vampiro his super important points, putting him at 14. Oh my. To Bret Hart's lowly 12. Again, if they end up with the same number of points, which means a Vampiro loss and a Bret Hart win, Vampiro still has the tiebreaker. Vampiro is your B block winner. I'm gonna unofficially say that because that's the way the math works out. My oh my. Came down to the wire though. The penultimate match in their round robin tournament. Okay. Speaking of the round robin tournament, it rages on as we have A block action coming your way. Let me just grab everybody's cards on the way out. Give me your cards. Thank you. And we can go ahead and put the tail of the tape of the next matchup up there. A block action. This is match number 9 of 10 of the 8th round. I'm going to take another quick break before the final round. That's right. This is match number 79 coming your way. And that match is as follows. Lance Storm and John Tenta. John Tenta, that's the B block, that doesn't help me. John Tenta sitting at 2 points still. Hang on. Yeah, with 2 matches remaining. Facing Lance Storm here, and then Kevin Owens in Owens' final match of the tournament. Lance Storm, meanwhile, this is their last match against John Tenta. Tenta looking to break away from 2 points, and Lance Storm looking to win this and finish with 8 total. Looking to finish his tournament at 4 and 5. Let's see what gives first. Are they ready to fight? Fight! And fight they shall. We are underway here. Bear with me for one moment. A shocker. El Vampiro has all but claimed victory in the B block. A block still open. Still have a couple contenders. Lance Storm is going to have to work his tail off to get around the much stronger, much larger John Tenta. But again, if he can keep his distance and last that initial 10 to 15 minutes, as we have seen throughout the duration of this tournament, John Tenta doesn't do well the longer the matches go. So if he can just hang in there with his superior conditioning, Lance Storm may very well have this one in the bag. Nice suplex there out of Storm. I mean, I'll double check, but nope, I have nothing. Well, let's see. Lance Storm was trained by Ed Langley and Brad Young alongside other A1 competitor Chris Jericho at the Hart Brothers Academy, where the Hart Brothers rarely attended, if ever, and then made a name for himself initially in War in Japan, Wrestle and Romance, before working Smoky Mountain Wrestling in ECW stateside, where he eventually found his way to every major promotion of the Monday Night Wars, starting in ECW, and then heading to WCW, and then finally WWE, WWF at the time, after their acquiring WCW for the paltry sum, I think it was $6 million or $2 million or somewhere in between. Oh, Drago got something cooking. I'll be sure to check that out later. Juice, I did, I know it was 20 years ago, but I did do 2 years of television broadcasting in college. That's not, I'm not patting myself on the back or whatever, it's just that I'm sort of used to the people talking in my ear, because like we'd be putting on shows weekly, like 6 to 7 minute shows, and if you were on-air talent that needed an earpiece, you could hear the control room, which was half classroom, half actual control room. So having to sort through all of that noise and just filter out the instructions, it's nice just hearing one voice in my head. Hang on, here comes John Tenta off the ropes. Oh! Huge earthquake splash to the back. You'd be surprised, sir. A couple of college kids, just with open transponders, you say lots of stuff. I used to do this thing if I would show up early, because if I there was a certain feedback loop I could do on the audio board that then linked it to the PA system in the actual studio part of the broadcasting place where I was doing schooling and stuff. Where if I did that and then put the microphone, like I held the microphone like so, and then just said anything, I sounded exactly like Marilyn Manson doing, yeah, most of his rah, 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 rah stuff. Like, it was hilarious. Anyway, stuff I do to amuse myself when I would get to school 2 hours before it opened, let alone classes started. Big short arm clothesline there from Tenta. Canadian Earthquake looking to rock and roll. Looking to boom, shake, shake, shake the room. Is John Tenta. Oh dear, big running power slam. Oh, Lance Storm. You can steal one of your opponent's moves per match. He elects to go for the bear hug. Just want to give John Tenta a big old squeeze, does Lance Storm. Didn't quite work out for him, but I think he confused the big man long enough to keep on the offensive. At least for now. As we said, the longer this thing goes, the more it's going to favor Lance Storm. Tenta's certainly not built for speed. Built for crushing power. Oh! Huge pile driver from Storm gets him a solid 2 count. Nothing more than that at the moment. Keep an eye on the stamina of John Tenta. He's going to be gasping for breath sooner rather than later, if past performance is any indicator. And this is the 9th match of the 8th round. Match number 79 here. We'll take a quick break after the next match. This is our 10th match in the 8th round and 5th match in the B block. Take a final look at the standings. Now I can take a quick break, stretch a little bit, and then we're coming back for 11 matches in a row, including the final. Still to come. Stay with us. We're going to be here until probably 3 a.m. or later. Oh. Lance Storm waiting to jump, and jump he does. Beautifully placed plancha there. Leveling John Tenta. Looking to keep the big man off his feet. Certainly legs akimbo. Off kilter for as long as possible. Trying to avoid the power moves as best he can. Absorbing that running power slam is Lance Storm. Unable to get the big man up for that suplex. No trouble for Tenta. Oh my gosh, Lance Storm at 231 is still less than half the size of John Tenta's build 468. He is still double the weight of his opponent. It's getting closer, but he is double the weight of his opponent, is John Tenta. It's like Lance Storm is fighting a tag team of himself. At once, like a 2 Lance Storms stationed themselves, like in Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey, and they became the big station. That's John Tenta, essentially. Huge pile driver, meanwhile, in the ring, and Lance Storm has done it. Outlasted the Canadian Earthquake. Has no nickname needed. Lance Storm. I read somewhere, I read on his Wikipedia that apparently he was known at some points as the ideal Canadian Lance Storm. I don't really like that as a nickname. By the way, 100% for that one. Another 5-star classic in this tournament. Yeah, like the ideal Canadian sounds a little like Ubermensch or whatever, or like, you know what I mean? Like a little Reiki, a little Third Reiki. Like it's like calling yourself top of the food chain or something silly like that, I guess. I don't know. All right, let's get Lance's all-important points against Tenta, who is just an abysmal record in this thing. I mean, I can show you in a sec here, once we're done the 10th and final match of our penultimate round. The B block has already been decided, don't kid yourselves. Vampiro. Ooh. John Tenta with this performance, looking more like a pup Tenta. Okay. We got B block styles. Got you. And who you fighting? Oh, you would never believe it. I'm fighting you. No. Maybe. Prove it. I will prove it. I'll show all of you. With this tail of the tape, coming up, Roddy Piper, the model Rick Martel. Come on. Don't crash on me now, Stream Deck. It's 2 a.m. It's too late. 14 and a half hours into this jam. Don't fart out on me now. All right, let me take a quick look at the standings here, as this is, like I said, the final match of the 8th round. This is also Roddy Piper's final match of the tournament, as he is ending things a little quicker than some of his other compatriots here. All right, Rick Martel's penultimate match, so we're still doing just fine. Let's get down to the ring and commence to fighting. Get Piper out of that tail of the tape. Get Rick Martel out of that. Get your thing up. Aboingy. And away we go. Another special shout out as I continually look down and am absolutely amazed that we raised $800 today. I'm so proud of everybody involved for showing up, for hanging out, whether you donated a penny or nothing at all. Thank you very much for being here. But of course, a special shout out to those that were able to donate today. That money is going to go do some good. It's certainly a drop in the bucket, no doubt, compared to what is needed, because there are never enough resources dedicated to stuff like this, but whatever we can generate and get that in the proper hands to actually do some good, I feel like you can feel pretty proud of yourself for what you accomplished today, raising that money. So thank you very much to each and everyone out there. Couldn't have done it without you. I wouldn't be screaming into the void for 14 and a half hours, I can tell you that much. Let's do a quick point scan to see if there's anything in particular on the line. Roddy Piper looking to end his tournament. This is his final match, as we said. Looking to end his tournament in the double digits. On the positive side of things, he's currently 4-4. If he wins this, he will end 5-4 with a positive record of 10 points. Rick Martel, meanwhile, best he can do if he wins this match and his last match is 6. So a little more than pride on the line for Martel, I would think, but perhaps a further point of pride for Roddy Piper to at least finish above 500. Martel doesn't even have that chance. The best he can do is play spoiler to Piper finishing 5-4. It's the best he can hope for.
5 minutes gone.
As this is, as we said, the final match in round 8. As far as I can tell. Let me do some math here. Yep. 40 matches in the A block. Yep, 39 matches in the B block. This is our 40th match of each. This is match number 80. 85. 420s. I love how in French, 80 is 420s. Know what I'm saying? 85. 80 matches down at the conclusion of this one. 11 to go. If you told me at noon that I had 11 matches to go, I wouldn't have believed you. I mean, obviously I would have still had 91, but I wouldn't have believed you that we'd ever get to this point, but here we are. I wouldn't have believed that I'd be this, like, perfectly fine, to be perfectly honest, at the 80 match mark. I'm raring to go. I can't tell you what tomorrow is going to bring, but for now, I'm feeling just fine. Oh, this is the battle of the airplane spins. I almost forgot. Roddy Piper, the first to execute one. Airplane spin to win, baby. And don't call me Shirley. You can see a bit more of the brawling side of Rick Martel in response to Roddy Piper, I think. Oh, back up he goes. Airplane spin. I don't know why it's called that. I guess you're meant to look like a propeller? But no propeller spins straight up. Like, why isn't it called the helicopter? Anyway. Don't mind me. Just trying to find logic in wrestling. Even that's just like nitpicking. It's true. It is cresting towards 2:30 in the morning. And this is what we're talking about. We already talked about the fact that he was in They Live. We know that. We know that Rick Martel is a former AWA champion. We know that he turned on Tito Santana. And of the two competitors, I'll take the model Rick Martel over El Matador any day. Bit of a yikes on that one. Huge main event spinebuster. Not even going to sniff the main event tonight is Rick Martel, but he can at least dream and hit that spinebuster to his heart's content. Big back elbow there. Don't call it the Judas effect. Oh, I don't have any liquid. Oh no. I was ordered to hydrate and I cannot. I must pee into my own mouth. No, I'm kidding. Oh, luckily had one sip left. One sip left. All right. I am going to refill that for the last round. That was part of my walking around duties for the last break. At the conclusion of this matchup, which would indicate, of course, that the wrestlers know that, and it's going to take at least 25 to 30 minutes of in-game time to conclude this one. Unless we get a referee stoppage here. Piper's been trying that all tournament. Nobody's bit yet. I mean, Mad Dog Vachon excluded. Nobody's bit yet on the referee stoppage attempts. Why vary the offense when it works for you? Just straight punches to the face from Roddy Piper. I gotta go back and check some of his matches. Did he have good working punches? Because it is 100%. Ooh, Kane Drago working on a World Cup. How many leagues can you actually, like how many blocks can you actually have in a league in this thing? Because it looks like you're trying to do 8. That's dope. Are you battling across the Commonwealths and like major territories? The best of the best, like the World X Cup back in the day. That was fun. That's how we got all the members of Team Canada, Petey Williams included, to be on national and international television as TNA was finding its footing. Roddy Piper claiming he outsmarted Rick Martel with that poke to the eye. You saw him trash talking immediately after. Probably complaining that his fingers stank like arrogance. Back to the airplane spin. I'm praying that he wins a match with this at least once. I mean, he's running out of opportunities. This is literally his last chance. Please win with the airplane spin. That sounds great. Also, shout out to me for not stuffing my earpieces underneath my bandana, because by now they would be digging into my head and causing me excruciating pain. So, good looking out for me. 14 and a half hours ago. Oh, here it is. The atomic drop backdrop combo. Oh, that brought him many victories in the American Wrestling Association. That was his finish in the AWA. Might have even earned him the championship. I can't tell you that I've seen his AWA title victory. Martel goes low. and revels in it.
20 minutes
Oh
gone.
dear. Can't get much lower than having your head planted into the canvas. But Martel and his Jerry curl. Bouncing back. I'm kidding. He didn't have a Jerry curl, but he did have luxurious hair. It was most likely very oiled. This is more of a Strikeforce style haircut on the model. I remember the model having like, not exactly like a bob, but certainly a short haircut. Not complaining, it's just an observation. A long suplex, but Piper is up first, and he drops a stiff kick to the ding-dong, and then smacks his rear to challenge Rick Martel to further activities. I don't exactly know what happened. I'm so sorry. Oh, Moonlit is rating with 15. Hello, everybody. Yep, we're still on the air. This is actually the last match of the 8th round, match number 80 of 91 that we are broadcasting today. There's a lot on the line. We are in the home stretch, and we couldn't be happier to have you. Moon, lovely to see you. What were you up to? Tell me about any other game but Fire Pro, because it's all I've been looking at for 15 hours almost. Hey, Blips is back. Good looking out, everybody. Hello. Welcome back to the party. Oh, big main event Spinebuster. We are in the home stretch. We're taking a quick break after this match because it's the end of the round. But after that, 3 to 5 minute break, the final round and the A1 Climax Finals coming your way, like imminently. At the conclusion of this match, we're taking a brief break as we examine the scoreboards, and then we're coming back for the final round and the championship match. Fingers crossed, no pressure on anyone, but fingers crossed that we get a little closer to that $1,000 goal. I would absolutely love to be able to email or somehow get in contact with the donations coordinator and say, oh, by the way, because I told them that I have a very modest donation goal of $500. I would love to be like, oh, you know that donation goal I had? I doubled it. I mean, almost doubling it is still pretty impressive, but the even doubling. I don't know, like I'm putting down a stack of cash or something. It's like an e-transfer. Click send. Again, I'm not putting any pressure on anybody. I am overwhelmed that we have accumulated as much as we have. But we are in the thick of it in the final hours here. Our final chances. Hang on. Quebec Crab 30 minutes deep and Rick Martel. Wowzers. Coming up the victor. Late gaming it in what? His penultimate match. Actually ends up playing spoiler. Roddy Piper finishing with a losing record thanks to that loss to Rick Martel. Roddy falling to 4-5 for the duration of the tournament, finishing with 8 points. We're going to check that out in 1 second. There we go. Hang on, as we said, this is the end of this current round. Huge 2 points for Rick Martel. Piper, that wrapped up their tournament. So before we do anything else, let me back out of this real quick to build our next Tale of the Tape, the last round of Tales OD tapes that need be created. Let me just make sure that I don't display A block and B block competitors at the same time. There we go. It is an A block contest, and we are ready to rock and roll with it. As God did give rock and roll to you. Okay, to everybody, some would say. Okay, but first we got to take a look at where things stand going into the last round. 80 matches down, 11 to go, and here's what they're going to look like. In the A block, things are very much in flux. Depending on the results of the final matches of Kevin Owens and Kenny Omega, those are your two frontrunners to win the A block. Kevin Owens has a match against John Tenta, who admittedly has been doing abysmally in this. Not the monster abyss, just straight up abysmally as the Canadian Earthquake. John Tenta, not as bad as Christian Cage, who is big old goose egg with one last chance to prove themselves. But if Kevin Owens can overcome John Tenta, Likely. And Kenny Omega can beat Leo Burke. Possibly. Probably. I don't know. Leo Burke's been doing better than I gave him credit for when I included him in this tournament in the first place. But if they end up tied for points, Kevin Owens has the tiebreaker. If Kevin Owens loses and Kenny wins A block. So this round, it all comes down to those two matches. Kevin Owens versus Tenta. If he wins, that's it. Win or lose. So it actually just comes down to Kevin Owens Tenta, to be honest. If Kevin Owens loses to John Tenta, the stage is set for a Kenny Omega victory against Leo Burke, leading him to the A Block Championship. But Kevin Owens just needs to stay the course and come away with those last 2 points to secure himself an 8-1 record, 16 points out of 18, and victory in the A Block. Meanwhile, let's take a look at the B Block. We already know... Oh, hang on. J-Beats, thank you very much for the follow. This was a dumb place to put the alerts, because I can't read them over the chat. I have to look down. Depending on what it is, I can either see it or not. Depending on the symbol, I have to look down to see if I was rated in the chat section of things, or if it's like a follow or something. I can at least look at the activity feed. Anyway, thanks very much, J-Beats. Appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, as we said now, El Vampiro in sole possession of first place in the B Block. Even if Bret Hart beats Mad Dog Vachon in his final match in the tournament, I am sorry to say, Vampiro, by virtue of the fact that they just beat Bret Hart in their, like, the most recent B Block match that they had, has won the B Block regardless. Regardless of the result of the Vampiro match, he is your B Block champion. Just got to put that out there. All right. Now, break time. I'm going to go refill my water for the first time. I'm amazed it lasted this long. And I'm going to just take a bit of a walk around, maybe air out the shirt a little bit because it's getting a little sweaty back here. And we're going to be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. Let's go, let's say about 22. And then we are coming back with the last 11 matches, the last 10 round-robin tournament matches, and your A1 Climax Tournament Final. Headed your way soon. Back in a bit. Whoa! Hey, J Beats, I can see you in the chat there. Normally, I play Fire Pro Wrestling World from 2 to 5 p.m. on Thursday nights. I am contemplating moving to primetime though, in the near future. There's an add-on for the game called Fire Promoter, where you are able to populate an entire wrestling universe with up to 17 wrestling promotions, one of which you control. So from 2 to 5 every Thursday, I am promoter, booker, announcer, and head caretaker of the GWA, the Gnarly Wrestling Aisle, where I am competing against the likes of real-world wrestling promotions like the WWE, AEW, New Japan Pro Wrestling, pretty much the biggest promotions across the world, and then my tiny little independent are going at it tooth and claw for a stranglehold on the wrestling audience approval. All their monies. All right. Kane Drago, currently in chat as well, also runs his own federation using that same Fire Promoter add-on. So if that sort of thing interests you, check them out as well. Okay, this is it. This is it. The final round of the EH1 Climax tournament. I've already set up the tail of the tape, and I can tell you without any hesitation, this will be the last match for a certain number of these competitors. Might not be the last match for who you are about to see, as coming up in A block action in the very last round for the last time in the round robin portion of this tournament. Hang on, let it load. Let it load. Let it load. There we go. Kenny Omega taking on Lightning Leo Burke, looking to play spoiler to Kenny Omega's plans to stay atop the A block. As we know, Kenny Omega and Kevin Owens deadlocked at 16 points apiece. If Kenny Omega can beat Leo Burke and Kevin Owens loses to John Tenta, the A block belongs to Kenny Omega. And hello there, Whom. Thanks for chiming in with one of those every hour or two. Just let me know you're still hanging out. I appreciate that. Attaboy. And if Kevin Owens beats John Tenta, the A block is his. We're getting the Kenny Omega match first. So lots on the line here. Kenny Omega needs a win against Lightning Leo Burke to stay in contention to potentially win the A block. Lightning Leo Burke can play major spoiler with a victory here. Let's get down to the ring so these two can fight. Heck yeah. Let's get our winners called up. Expect this to be high octane. Leo Burke accounting themselves much better than I was anticipating when they were first drafted into this tournament. We have an unsung hero of the A1 Classic to this point, looking to finish their tournament with a positive winning record, when I had previously guessed they would end up with about 4 points. As I said, they can play major spoiler here in upsetting Kenny Omega, and therefore ruining his chances, any chance he has, of winning the A block. The best thing Kenny can do for himself here is to defeat Leo Burke and then wait in the wings, because it's all coming down to Kevin Owens versus John Tenta. And for the first time, Kenny Omega just busts out a sharpshooter. Why not? It's match 9. You've been hanging around all the other Canadian wrestlers in and around the locker room. You're practically an honorary heart, as are they all. Might as well bust out a sharpshooter before it's too late. A handful of competitors in this tournament have kicked out of the One-Winged Angel, but none survived 2. And Abdul the Butcher was severely punished for kicking out at 2.9 by suffering 11 consecutive V-triggers to the face before Kenny Omega mercifully pinned him. And that is no exaggeration, 11 in a row before he eventually pinned Abdul the Butcher. How dare he kick out of the One-Winged Angel. Moon, thanks very much for the raid. Thanks very much for hanging. Thanks very much for your support. You are a wonderful human being, and it is a delight every time you are around. Thank you kindly. Oh, Kinitsky backbreaker from Kenny Omega. Starting to use everybody's moves toward the end of the tournament. That's his very own Poison Rana, though. Oof. Big bulldog out of Burke. The big Burke bulldog. I'm sure he never calls it. Over the drop, Kenny Omega is Leo Burke running off the ropes here. As we said, trying to play spoiler. Leo Burke in and of himself here can, yeah, with a victory here and with a positive win-loss ratio, a victory here against Kenny Omega would put him at 5 wins and 10 points for Leo Burke. A very impressive showing. And again, as we said, Kenny Omega going to try to pull out all the stops to secure a victory here and then cross his fingers that John Tenta can pull the upset of the year. Essentially backdoor Kenny Omega into the finals against Vampiro. Another poison run to Leo Burke. Drop on his head once more. Snapdragon now. The main competition for Kenny Omega in the A block is Kevin Owens, the only competitor to this point that has defeated Kenny Omega in the tournament. The only loss he has suffered. This is his 9th match of 9. Oof. Nicely done. Beautiful extension on that suplex. Ooh. Drops him with the clothesline, does Burke this time.
10 minutes gone.
Kenny looking to create some space. No, he's not. Closing that distance and fast. Diving out and colliding bodily with Leo Burke there. Well, Jay Beats, only watching SmackDown, AEW, and NXT. That's pretty much the cream of the crop. I can't do 3 hours of Raw. Never could. Even, oh my gosh, what do we get Agent on the floor? Not even giving him the option to kick out as he can't do any pins on the floor, but impact very much felt by Lightning Leo Burke there, who rolls back in the ring to get away from Kenny Omega. Rare is the opportunity that you survive 2 one-wigged angels in the same contest. Kenny Omega not giving Leo Burke a choice to kick out of the first one by landing it on the floor and then releasing it. See if he can hit a second in the ring and seal the victory. Meanwhile, Leo Burke looking for that sleeper hold, his patented finisher. Kenny Omega shrugging it off and hitting that cross-legged brainbuster. Omega starting to roll here. No, Leo Burke with the counter. Kenny with the go-behind switch. Leo Burke again with the counter. Every time every time Kenny Omega gets your back, you are in danger, danger, danger. Hang on, big V trigger. That's 1. Can long and home. 2 in a row. Thinks it's enough. Goes for the cover. 2 and Burke out at 2. Usually hits at least 3 before attempting a pin. Oh, and now Leo Burke not to be outdone. Big running drop kick. Kenny Omega shrugging that off, perhaps insulted. Tried to cop his style. Now says this is it. Back to the free triggers. That's 1. Oh no. Decides better of it. Oh! Sleeper out of Leo Burke! Here he is trying to play spoiler once again. But Kenny Omega fights free. Now that Leo Burke knows he can lock that sleeper on, look for him to be tenacious in its application. That's how he's earned all 8 of his points to this point. Point to the point, to the point, to the point. Oh. Once again thrown into the guardrails here. Oh. Sleeper hold, beautifully executed on the floor, but you cannot win the match out there. Mind you, that's going to wear the cleaner Kenny Omega down. You can see him starting to suck wind a bit. Oof. And in reply, he just drops Leo Burke on his head. Crosses his legs first to actually increase the impact. More jarring to the skeleton in total is the cross-legged version of the brainbuster. It's science! Oh! Snapdragon out of Kenny Omega. Springboard missile dropkick to the side of Leo Burke's head. Leo Burke out of desperation, throwing Kenny into the center of the ring with that suplex. Off the ropes, big back body drop this time. And now getting a little time and space by sending him to the floor. Follows him out for better or for worse. And see what he can do with the opportunity. And oh dear, another one-winged angel on the floor for Leo Burke, who rolls Kenny back in first. I don't know how wise that is, now suffering 2 one-winged angels, but both on the floor. So Kenny Omega unable to capitalize or have the opportunity to claim victory. Hang on. Oh no, countered once more. Just roughing him up. That's Kenny Omega. Now this edit of Kenny Omega is based off of the official New Japan Pro Wrestling edit of him that was released in 2017. Mind you, it's been updated, of course. So, but it still has some of his voice clips.
20 minutes gone.
V-trigger. And look at him standing there preparing for another V-trigger. Oh, misses wildly. As Leo Burke is very savvy to that strategy of Kenny Omega's. Certainly not just going to stand around and wait to be V-triggered in the face. Mind you, he has to suffer a Snapdragon as a result. Counter the powerbomb into a pin, folds Kenny over, 2 and just 2. That could have spelled disaster for Kenny's hopes to win the A block. But we fight on. 20 minutes plus gone in this one. A huge match in the A block to start off the 9th and final round of the EH1 Climax. As Daffy Talk just told me to stretch. I don't know, this always reminds me of Looney Tunes for whatever reason. Ugh. Oh gosh, another Snapdragon out of Kenny Omega. Anytime he gets back control on his opponent is a bad time for them. Hang on, V-trigger time. Boom! He's gonna wait for him to stand and hit it again. Let's see if Leo Burke has any counter in mind. Nope. 2 in a row, looking for 3. 2 going for 3. Leo Burke easily dodges. Oh. Can he try to set him up there for the one-winged angel? No, nothing doing. Another Snapdragon. He's been able to hit a lot of those from the back position. Hasn't hit a one-winged angel in the ring or delivered Croyt's Wrath in quite some time. But Leo Burke with the sleeper, this could do it! We are plus 20 minutes! Submissions are crazy deadly after the 20-minute mark. But Kenny Omega somehow holds on. And in so doing, holds on to his hopes to potentially win the A block. Kenny's got to win this match, and Kevin Owens has to lose his match in order for Kenny to fulfill that dream. But first things first, he's got to hold up his end of the bargain and beat Leo Burke, who's trying to have the match of his career and knock off the cleaner Kenny Omega. Counters the Poison Rana, does Lightning Leo Burke. Looking for that sleeper hold once again. As we said, the further away you get from the northern side of 20 minutes, the deadlier and deadlier submission holds and roll-ups become. Counters the Snapdragon now, does Leo Burke. And now sends Kenny to the floor, follows him out. No countouts or disqualifications outside of the ring here. There must be a winner inside the ring by 3 count or tap out. There is a possibility of disqualification, but there is a rather generous 5 count. Initiated by the referee for you to cease your illegal activities. Oh dear. Cross-legged brainbuster once more, and you can see Leo Burke clutching at the head and neck. Possibly risking injury. That's what it means to be EH1 Climax champion to both these men. Burke isn't in contention, but he's still fighting as though this is the finals. Suffering that double underhook pile driver on the floor and now being snapped over with a head scissor. Kenny Omega begs for Burke to come back to his feet just so he can drop him back to the canvas. As we are hitting the cusp of 30 minutes in this one. If Leo Burke can lock on that sleeper, it is curtains for Kenny. Likewise, if Kenny can hit that one-winged angel, there is no way Leo Burke is kicking out. It's all on either gentleman to hit their finish, though, or something that can end this matchup. Here it is! Oh my God! The sleeper for Leo Burke! Oh, but Kenny escapes! I thought that was surefire victory, like, immediately as soon as he got close to him. Holy moly, Kenny fights on, and we're going to see the 30th minute of this one. Double knee drop across the chest. That'll crack your breastplate.
30 minutes gone.
Now Leo Burke's time to come off the ropes with a big clothesline. Not quite the velocity of a V-trigger. Kenny, stop playing with him, dude. Just put him away. Thank you. One-winged angel from Kenny Omega. And he does the deal.
Goodbye.
Big 2 points for Kenny Omega in his final tournament match. Potentially final tournament match. It now rests on the shoulders of Kevin Owens and John Tenta later today. But your winner, as we said, Kenny Omega. 5-star, 100% evaluation for that match. Like normally we show you those screens, but not today. We got a little special thing going on. They don't really matter. They matter more to our universe than they do. Hang on one sec. As we get set for the first match of the last round of the B block competitors. I'm going to eliminate every card I do not need once I actually use them. Okay, we got Kenny up, cited as the winner, and properly so. Let's get to our B block tail of the tape, which we are building as I speak. Consider it built. And consider it display. Well, I mean, once it loads. Kinitsky versus who can it be now? There we go. Chris Jericho. I gave Kenny his points, did I not? Oh, I'll do that now. Kenny with 2 huge points to end his tournament. 16 points. 8-1 on the day. Oh, would you look at that? Leo Burke has 1 match left. Very interesting. Okay. Battle of who could care less in Leo Burke's final match as he faces Christian Cage later. Anywho, tail of the tape is good. We are set to go in the ring. Canada's greatest athlete, Gene Kinitsky, currently sitting at 4 points. Somehow has 2 matches left. Some competitors do, some don't. Like Roddy Piper's already done. This is the last match of the tournament for Chris Jericho, currently sitting at 10 points. Can finish close, but not quite the top of the B block. He comes out positively in this one. What are they going to do? That's right. Let's clear out our Tails OD tape. And our winner. And now we have Canada's greatest athlete, as we said, against Save Us Y2J, Chris Jericho. Very interesting combination of athletes here. Gene Kinitsky, I feel like it's safe to strip him of the Canada's greatest athlete title as we take a look at his record here in the B block. Sitting at 4 points down here in the basement of the B block with Rick Martel and Petey Williams, and nothing against any of those athletes, but if you bill yourself as Canada's greatest athlete, perhaps you should do a little better than 2 victories. Looking for the third against Jericho is Gene Kinitsky. Again, Kenny Omega waiting in the wings on the result of the pending Kevin Owens-John Tenta match to see which of those 2 claims the A block. We already know, and I'm impressed that it took until the second last round to determine a winner, so that's pretty good, either in the second last or last round. You want things kind of vague until then. We have a firm picture of who is in charge of the B block. It is El Vampiro's to lose, I say, but I don't actually think they are technically able to lose the B block. I think they have it sewn up, regardless of how anyone else performs. That victory against Bret Hart was paramount. It was huge of them, essentially guaranteeing their spot in the EH1 Climax Finals. Whether El Vampiro faces Kenny Omega or Kevin Owens has yet to be determined. An interesting final matchup. Either way it shakes out, I would imagine. Very few people have kicked out of the nail in the coffin from El Vampiro. Likewise, Kevin Owens has been rolling over most of the competition with a series of power bombs and that Stone Cold Stunner he's been using. And of course, we all know the power of Kenny Omega's V-triggers and One-Wigged Angel. If only I could set up a 3-way, but nope. There's going to be a clear winner and a clear loser in each bracket. If I wanted to, you could actually take like the top I think like 1, 2, or 4 in each thing, and actually do like a tournament at the end where like you play for seeding in the round robin portion, and then you do like a one-night tournament after. That would have been, you know, like 97 matches or something ridiculous. Let's not do that. 91 is enough. So we are over 15 hours. Thank you for hanging, everybody. Like 15 hours. When we get to the 15-hour and 10-minute mark, because the first 10 minutes were like countdown broadcast, but 15 hours solidly of the A1 Climax coming to your eye holes, coming into your eyeballs and your earballs. Polite applause for both of these competitors, neither in any danger of upsetting anyone else's apple cart in terms of victory in the B block, but both would of course like to end their tournament on a positive. As we said, Gene Knitsky somehow having 2 matches left, including this match against Jericho. This is Jericho's last look during the A1 Climax, so I think I shouldn't quite throw out all these cards yet.
10 minutes gone.
Let's see how this shakes out. I can just pull the finals later anyway. As you heard the 10-minute announcement, we are 10 minutes gone in this one. Not really out of second gear to this point by my gathering here. Nice jumping knee drop to the side of the head of Chris Jericho, 2 in a row. Y2J back to his feet, beckons Gene Knitsky to meet him there. Pulls him back to his feet to drop him back down with that enziguri. No leg feet on that one. All impact. Inoki style from Chris Jericho. Now Knitsky just bodily depositing Jericho in the center of the ring. Running stomp. Oh God. Not quite a curb stomp, but perhaps devastating in Gene Knitsky's heyday. Another one. Oh dearie me. Knitsky appealing to the crowd. Perhaps in his mind, they're hailing him as Canada's greatest athlete. I can assure you, very few people feel that way after your performance today, sir. Big football tackle absorbed by Jericho. Rifles off a quick drop kick, and then a fist drop to the ding-dong. I can't help it if that's where they animate that fist drop to land. Lion salt out of the corner to the back of Gene Knitsky. A reminder that the walls of Jericho and or Lion Tamer target the back and legs. Wise strategy to wear them down by Chris Jericho. Mind you, he also has the code breaker, which you see right there. Unable to immediately go for a cover is Jericho. So he opts for a low blow to try to keep the offensive advantage in his on his side. Knitsky having nothing to do with that. Knitsky backbreaker into the cover. Ooh, Jericho just rolls the shoulder at 2.9. Knitsky's feeling it though. Looking to end Jericho once and for all here. Adjustment bandana. Haven't done that like all day. Whatever. Oh, double stomp off the top rope from Gene Knitsky. In any era, that is a devastating move. Oh, tilt-a-whirl backbreaker. Nice variation from Jericho. Both of these gentlemen have their own versions of a backbreaker. Knitsky with the side backbreaker and the Canadian variety that is a submission move. Jericho has that double underhook and a tilt-a-whirl versions that he again uses to soften up his opponents for the walls of Jericho / Lion Tamer. And I say / Lion Tamer because he has both versions in this edit. Up top he goes, waiting for Knitsky to stand. Big double axe handle off the top. Almost as devastating as the running stomp, but not quite. Jericho missing wildly with an enziguri. Now Knitsky just muscling Jericho back to the center of the ring. We're approaching that 20-minute mark. That magic hour. And suddenly submissions and roll-ups get a lot more powerful. Hey, GR, thanks very much for hanging as long as you did. I raise my glass to ye. Thanks very much, GR. See you soon. We are over 15 hours total. Woo! Oh, big boot there. Okay, baby. Another fist drop, this time to the small of the back.
20 minutes gone.
As you hear the call there, 20 minutes gone in this one. 2 big points on the line as always in these tournament matchups. No one is in threat, as we said, of upsetting anyone else's apple cart in terms of victory in the B block. That is all but assured for El Vampiro. But that does not mean that these athletes aren't going to fight their hardest, do their best, put their best showing out there to potentially be invited to further future A1 Climax tournaments, should we decide to do one. Oh, diving knee drop to the back of the head of Jericho. Knitsky very confident in this cover, but only gets a 2. Jericho shoulder blocking him down, but taking his time to catch his breath. Smartly done there by Y2J. I got spooshed on again. Time to hydrate. Boom. Big bulldog from Jericho. Howdy do. Little Mrs. Doubtfire to keep everybody awake here. Another big knee drop into the cover. Knitsky with that double arm press. Two counts in a row for big diving knees. Jericho says this is it, but we're on the floor. You can't win the match out here. $20 minutes plus, headed toward 25. Oh. Excellent extension on that leg grab backdrop suplex. And a code breaker on the floor. But again, you can't beat Knitsky on the floor. Jericho's got to get him inside. Or continue the punishment, as there are no countouts or DQs outside the ring.
Okay, baby. Okay, baby.
Maybe spending a little too much time appealing to the crowd. There's that move again. I think he called it the flashback, but I'm not 100% sure. That might have been Matt Hardy's name for it. I think they did it briefly around the same time, and then Matt stopped, and Jericho continued. A little bit of cat and mouse being played. Jericho luring Knitsky back into the center of the ring. See if he can take advantage. Rolls him up. 2 and 3. He does. Lures him back into the center of the ring and catches him with a roll up. Chris Jericho ending his tournament strong. Let's go ahead and get him up here. A boink ya. There we go. 2 big points. Another 100% matchup, by the way. We've had a lot of them. I think that speaks to the quality of talent overall in this A1 Climax tournament. Oh, you gotta be kidding. Hang on 1 second. Okay, now, let's get Jericho his points. Jericho gets points, beating Knitsky, finishing the tournament with 12 points. Impressive showing for Jericho. Knitsky still has 1 more match to go. Face Edge coming up. Looks like we have 2 more. No, I can't right. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 2 more B block matches. This might be a short round. I don't know. Okay. Jericho's done there. We have our next matchup that I'm pulling the information for currently. I mean, I'm not really going to these cards to share any information, but this round is especially wonky, it looks like. Alright, we gave Jericho their points, but if you go ahead to this next A block matchup. Okay. Oops. Tab over to my A block to see. Is it an even number at least? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, we got 4 matches left. I don't know what happened, but we did it. We're further along the tournament than we thought. Hang on. Okay, let's get the tail of the tape up for our next contest. This featuring 2 A block competitors. Give it up for Lightning Leo Burke back in action against the instant classic Christian Cage. This is Christian Cage's last chance to get points, and Leo Burke's last chance to win with a positive win-loss record. If Leo Burke wins this, they finish at 5 and 4 for a respectable 10 points. and Christian ends up with a big fat goose egg and is not invited back to next year's tournament. If Christian Cage wins this, he ends the tournament with 2 points and still doesn't get invited back because that puts him at the very bottom of the barrel. That still leaves John Tenta and Kevin Owens and Davey Boy Smith Jr. versus Abdullah the Butcher as remaining A block matches following this titanic contest coming your way between Christian Cage and Lightning Leo Burke. As we said, Lightning Leo Burke looking to win this one and end his tournament on the positive side of things. Christian Cage looking for a win, any win. Let's see if he can do it in this, their very last fight. Here we go. Thanks for the woo there, Whom. Thanks for sticking with us. Woo, more woos. Thank you, Dork. What's going on, buddy? Welcome to the last round of the EH1 Climax tournament. Happy to have you with us. We are in the thick of it now. Christian Cage, his last opportunity to pick up any points at all in the tournament. Leo Burke looking to continue his impressive performance and finish at 5-4 with a positive win-loss ratio and 10 juicy points out of a possible 18. Meanwhile, as we said, Christian Cage 0-8 coming into this, their final tournament matchup. Things can only get better from here for Christian, but sorry to tell you, you will not be invited back to the next A1 Climax. Back of the line, Christian Cage. Back of the line. Oh, Dork, thanks very much, buddy. Thanks for hanging and banging. Or fanging and banging, if you're a member of the brood.
5 minutes gone.
Quick go behind there from Burke. I'm, quite frankly, more than a little impressed I have a voice left. Like, I don't think I've gone super commentator voice too often unless I needed to. But I've never, at the same time, I've made sure, like, Juice has helped with those hydrate commands, making sure to keep quite hydrated. We timed in some breaks, like every 10 matches we have a break, every 30 matches we had a longer break. Well, I think we did a good job of making sure that we paced ourselves as well. So even with all those breaks, we ended up more or less at the time we thought. Somewhere between 15 and 18 hours, and it looks like we're going to end up somewhere in there. Closer to the 15, of course, which is fine by me. You can do it, Whom. Seriously, there are 3, apparently there's only like 3 more tournament matches and then the final. Like way less than we thought for some reason. Or, I mean, it's the same amount, but I think we're getting through them faster than we thought. Or we did the math wrong. Either way. Pretty sure I did it right. It's like integers and shiz, right? That's not right. It's like probability or something. Look, I looked it up. If there are 20 persons and they have to do it, how many matches is that? Unprettier, but Leo Burke right back to his feet. Christian Cage navigates him straight back into the canvas with an Impaler DDT. But just a look of indignation on Christian Cage's face as Leo Burke totally no-sold that Unprettier. Oh, stiff drop kick to the back by Lightning Leo Burke. Again, looking to make a name for himself in the A1 Climax. I'm going to look up Lightning Leo Burke highlights after this. Big frog splash, his tribute to Eddie Guerrero. Does not signal victory for Christian Cage. Gets him a solid 2 count and some polite applause from the crowd. Perhaps applauding the memory of the late, great Eddie Guerrero. more than they are applauding Christian Cage's efforts. Can't be mad about that unprettier, though. Rolls them over into the cover. 1, 2, 3. Just 3.1. And Christian Cage, in his very last chance, picks up 2 points. Good for you, buddy. He was the final competitor to not have earned a single point in the tournament. Also, I'm totally blown out by the background here. Look at this. I'm just a neck. The final participant to have earned any points. Oh my. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce that. A dashik? A dakik? Either way, thank you kindly for the follow. Very much appreciate it. Okay. Let's get this. Leo Burke, Christian Cage is A block. Let's get back to B block. First, we're going to give Christian Cage his points, his well-earned points. Hang on. That's B block. No wonder I can't see his name. It's not here. 2 juicy points for Christian Cage. Better late than never. Ending the tournaments for both Christian Cage and Leo Burke. And we have 2 more A block matches after this. And 2 more B block matches to bring you, starting with the following contest. Hang on 1 second while we build ourselves the tail of the tape. And consider it built and soon to be displayed. As in the B block, the following contest is about to take place. Gene Knitsky versus the Rated R Superstar Edge. You can see some repeats, like Leo Burke having a couple of matches back-to-back. Gene Knitsky just wrestled, but here they are wrestling again. Some weird way the tournament kind of works out. I guess it sort of like slopes inward, as less and less people need to have matches because they've had them, based on how they work things out. Anywho, this is the last opportunity for both Knitsky and Edge. Edge currently sitting at 8 points with a 4-4 record. Gene Knitsky sitting with 4 points, a 2-6 record. So, like it or not, Gene Knitsky will not be finishing with a positive record, and Edge is going to do his best to end things on a positive note and finish the tournament 5-4 with a respectable 10 points and an overall positive win-loss ratio. Let's get down. Let's get down and get funky to the ring, where they are about to. Darn tootin' they are. Oops, let's get rid of that. There we go. Only hit it like 8 buttons, and now we're okay. Gene Knitsky and Edge. I ran out of facts a long time ago. Adasic, thank you very much. Oh, I appreciate the clarification. I don't want to insult anybody by getting their name wrong, but some of them, some like screen names are like a couple of words put together, and if you don't necessarily know that, the letters might run together, and you know, you might pronounce it differently and stuff. Adasic, thank you kindly. I appreciate the clarification. I find if I ask and people are like, they're polite and they just like correct you, I find I remember that more than just getting the name wrong until I get it right. Because I'm like, oh yeah, I remember because they said so. And I take them at their word. Gene Knitsky trying to end things early. A couple submission attempts, a ground cobra twist to try to catch Edge sleeping and get a quick 3 count on him. Hope nobody in the audience is currently sleeping, as we have 4 more matches of tournament action, including this one, and then the final. That's right, this is, I guess, potentially match number 86, and we got 86, 7, 8, 9, and the final, number 91. Canadian backbreaker here out of Gene Knitsky, but quickly drops it, as we are in the very early going of this contest. The less matches that go plus 30 minutes, potentially the better for me. Juice thanking Spotify for their work in keeping him sane for the past 16 hours. I haven't listened to anything but the EH1 Climax tournament and your dulcet tones, my man. Oh boy. I'd like to thank lack of Spotify for keeping me sane. I would get too distracted, I think, by music. Oof. Dean Kinitsky again, just trying to slow things down. Edge is looking for several variations of the spear. He has a standing, a running, and an out of corner into the middle of the ring version. The third that I mentioned being the most potent. But in addition to the spear, he's got his Educution, Edumatic, the Educator, all of his edge pun moves at his disposal. Dean Kinitsky slowing things down with another bear hug. Old enough to be trained by Dory Funk Sr. was Gene Kinitsky, who enjoyed a 40-year career before eventually retiring. Edge, as we know, recently came back after 9 years away. Oh, here's a fact I haven't mentioned about Edge to this point, and this is his last match, so here's my last chance. Edge has a degree in radio broadcasting from Humber College. There you go. Good old Humber. Boom! Implant DDT. Into the cover goes Edge. 1, 2, and no. We are sub 10 minutes, so it is unlikely we're going to see a finish unless it is Kevin Owens plowing through some of the competition. We're going to see him in action later. His match will determine the winner of the A block, and I have a sneaking suspicion it is going to be the last A block match that we see. I'm being serenaded by juice currently, so I'm faking some tears real quick. Nice spear by Edge there into the cover. Kinitsky up at 2.9. Thanks, buddy. And that means, unfortunately, we are running out of time to hit that stretch goal of $1,000. Believe me, I am over the moon at 800, but that doesn't mean I'm not going to reach even further for the next star up. Anyone within the sound of my voice that has the means and inclination to donate, you can do so by following the link you see on the apron of the ring, or by typing !donate in the chat. It's the last time I'm going to pimp that. And by pimp that, I mean promote it. We have a handful of matches to go. Boom. Thanks, Juice, for dropping out the chat for me. Know that 100% of the net proceeds of your generous donations today will go to the Go Downey and Channy Winjack Fund. And they need the money now more than ever. There's a lot of work to be done in this country. But I have almost unshakable faith that we'll get through it. It's going to get worse before it gets better, for sure, especially for a lot of people that look like me. But I have faith we'll get through it. It's going to suck. It's going to be hard, but it's going to, in like 20 years, I think it's going to say a lot about where we were as a nation and what we are, like who we are as a nation. You know what I mean? But that is for future historians to look back on. We're in the midst of it now, and as such, let's just get as many resources into the right hands as possible. And we got $800 worth of resources to allocate. Couldn't be happier. As Kinitsky and Edge going tooth and claw as they approach 20 minutes of excruciating combat, hoping to end their tournaments on a positive note. As we said, Gene Kinitsky well out of the running. Both of these gentlemen well out of the running, but Edge, the only one of the two with the opportunity to end the tournament with a positive win-loss record, assuming they can knock off Gene Kinitsky here. Gene Kinitsky doing his best to make sure he comes out the victor. Big boost to the midsection. You can see Kinitsky taking his time, catching his breath after every major move now. Nice Russian leg sweep by Edge into the Educator. That sharpshooter ankle lock combination But Kaniski powers out with those big, beefy football-playing legs of his. Former Edmonton Eskimo, now known as the Edmonton Elks. Elks. Edge with the win. Just like that. Ending his tournament with 10 juicy points, finishing a very respectable 5-4. Implant DDT spells victory for Edge. Hang on one second. Here it comes, everybody. We're setting up for it. I thought it would be the final match of the A block, but it is coming up next. Hang on one second. We're going to give Edge his points because he earned them. 2 big points for Edge. Bing bong. And that was against, you know, Gene Kaniski. And as we alluded to, the biggest match in the A block is just around the corner. Gold around the corner, gold around the corner, gold around the corner for me, says Kevin Owens, if he can survive the challenge of John Tenta coming up in your next matchup. This match will determine the winner of the A block. If Kevin Owens is victorious, he ties Kenny Omega in points, but holds the tiebreaker of the tournament victory against Kenny Omega in this round-robin competition, thereby granting him supreme victory overall. If he loses to John Tenta, Kenny Omega wins the A block and faces, pretty sure it's going to be El Vampiro in the final. It all comes down to this. Let's go ahead and take a sneaky peek. Let me grab my index cards. Not that I'm really going to be using them, but I just like to have them to make sure that I'm keeping current with everyone that needs to be where they need to be. I do have a fact I haven't read off yet, so that's exciting. Obviously, the size and weight advantage firmly in the camp of John Tenta, but that has not translated into victories for him, not by a long shot. For the most part, point of fact, he has been winded by the 10-12 minute mark, and summarily beaten shortly thereafter. All right, let's get down to the ring for John Tenta's final chance to win a match and Kevin Owens' chance to secure victory in the A block and meet El Vampiro in the final. Here we go. They are about to fight. Set up. Grab my stick of juicy fruit. The taste is gonna move me. Oh, finally an opponent that John Tenta does not double the weight of. He still has over half a foot on Kevin Owens, but only a 202-pound weight advantage. Only. Where he is billed at 468 and Kevin Owens is billed at 266. Here we go. As we mentioned earlier, Kevin Owens learned to speak English listening to JR call Raw. He was inspired to become a professional wrestler after seeing HBK versus Diesel at WrestleMania 11. That was the match where Jenny McCarthy and Pamela Anderson accompanied both of those competitors to the ring as their big celebrity gets for WrestleMania 11. That may have been the WrestleMania headlined by Lawrence Taylor versus Bam Bam Bigelow, if I remember correctly. What a man. Kevin Owens looking to make short work of John Tenta on his route to victory in the A block. Big pop-up powerbomb less than 5 minutes in. Could do it. Almost does. It was almost over that quickly. Trying to get to my mute button before I burped. Oh, nice extension on the super kick there. Say this for Owens, he doesn't look it, but he is rather flexible for a man his size and shape.
5 minutes gone.
Again, relies heavily on his natural ability, and as I have written down here, would be a god-tier wrestler if he gave a hoot about regular exercise. Anyway, like his only exercise is doing his job as a professional wrestler, which is already sort of like a physical activity. Anyway, that's my one knock against Kevin Owens. Like if you just cared like a little bit for your own health and for like the quality of life in and amongst your family for the like long after you're done being a wrestler. If Ethan Suplee can do it, you can too. That guy's enormous now, and not in the way that he was like, you know, chunky before. He's just jacked. I really hope they do a My Name is Earl reunion and he shows up in that condition and they don't talk about it at all, while all of a sudden Randy looks like Braun Strowman. That'd be amazing. Anyway. Kevin Owens with another super kick, almost leaned out of the ring to get an extra torque on that one. All the way into the ropes bounces Kevin Owens. Plants it under the jaw of John Tenta, but does not slow the big man down for long. Oh, I thought he might be going for another pop-up powerbomb. You can see what it's taking out of Kevin Owens to complete his normal array of moves on a man the size of a John Tenta. Oh my gosh, package pile driver to the Canadian Earthquake. Owens into the cover, 1, this could be it, 2, no. Tenta out at 2, the A block on the line. Kevin Owens undaunted though, pressing his attack. Beautiful. Enziguri clipping him in the back of the head. I mean, you have to, Enziguri means back brain lariat. Stunner. Stunner by Kevin Owens to John Tenta. Into the cover, just 2 as we just passed the 10-minute mark. Kevin Owens trying to go home early, or at least get enough or more time to rest up in the locker room, or as much time as he possibly can before the finals. Trying to be 2 steps ahead of both his match and the tournament is Kevin Owens there. Got to concentrate on beating John Tenta first. Tried the pop-up powerbomb, but John Tenta just bowled him over. Kenta's got to get, excuse me, John Tenta, not Kenta. If it was John Tenta, that would be hilarious. John Tenta just throwing go-to-sleeps left and right. Tenta with that stalling vertical. Trying to get back into this thing. Doesn't have quite as impressive a moveset as Kevin Owens. But he can match him power for power if given the chance. Got to earn that chance for himself, and this is his final opportunity in the EH1 Climax tournament. If he can steal 2 points from Kevin Owens, he paves the way for Kenny Omega to make it to the finals. Beautiful Saito suplex by Tenta. Both men up at the same time, though. Owens looking to fight back. Let's see what it's taking out of Tenta now. Another Saito suplex. Tenta gasping for breath on the ground. Yeah, you can really see the toll it's taking. Barely able to run the ropes. Sucking wind is John Tenta. As I look down at the clock, and we're getting closer to 15 minutes. Light bulb beginning to dim for John Tenta. Kevin Owens trying to get back into the swing of things. Nice senton splash, driving more air out of the big man. John Tenta having a difficult enough time as it is catching his breath. Owens not making it any easier. Super kick under the jaw. Owens takes the time to catch his own breath and not give John Tenta the opportunity to do the same. Thought he might be going for the cannonball, but no. Clothesline in the corner, followed by a stunner. Drags away from the ropes, hooks the leg deep. I'm stretching, and Kevin Owens is, no, I thought he was going to win. Turning belly to belly from Tenta. That is a couple of stunners now that Tenta has kicked out of. Ducks that big clothesline. Stalling suplex from Tenta, who has to take some time here and get his breath back. There's no way he's going to make it across the ring and back. He didn't even make it across the logo in that attempt. Thanks, bud. Thanks for those posture checks. Thanks for the stretch. I'm doing fine. Crushing it, in fact, as we head towards 16 hours of broadcasting. Kevin Owens, I think they're trying to get the crowd up off their feet, not necessarily begging John Tenta to get back to his feet. Off the ropes he goes. Poorly timed again by John Tenta, who has to concentrate too heavily on just making it across the ring as we approach 20 minutes here. Certainly the pace of this tournament not doing John Tenta any favors. The pace of the tournament and quality of competition. Buys himself some all-important time though, sending Owens out to the floor. Able to catch a little bit of his breath back there, but not much. Kevin Owens very quick to close the space. Nice running power slam by Tenta though, but again, he won't go for a pin unless he can hit that earthquake splash. Hooks the leg. Meanwhile, Kevin Owens with a super kick. No! Another solid 2 count as we're about to hit 20 minutes in this one. Again, if Kevin Owens wins this matchup, he finds himself in the finals of the A1 Climax, and if John Tenta manages to win, Kenny Omega is going to be your A-Block champion. Oh, folds him over with a backdrop driver. Tenta's going to be hard-pressed to properly recover from that. Trying to backdrop Kevin Owens over the ropes to no avail, and now he's setting up for a big earthquake splash. Not enough time. Not enough time for the lumbering John Tenta. 20-plus minutes into this matchup. Taking every opportunity he can get now to try to get his breath back. He's the former sumo champion. John Tenta wrestled and played football, tried football at LSU. He was a walk-on at LSU in the football program after they canceled the wrestling program. He just played defensive line. John Tenta with the win! John Tenta with a running power slam victory! Kenny Omega is your A-Block winner! Holy moly! Holy moly! The win of the tournament for John Tenta! Only 98%. Just missing that last 2. Holy crap. One second here. Let me set us up our next match. Let me give John Tenta the 2 most important points of the tournament. Holy crap. Kevin Owens with a big fat goose egg against John Tenta. That's right, Kenny Omega is going to be crowned your A-Block champion. We're going to get to that once we run through the remainder of our tournament matches. There is one more match in the A-Block following 2 matches to come in the B-Block, starting with the one we're about to present. 1 second here, let me get this tail of tape worked out. Holy moly, what a turn of events. It looks like things are shaping up for a Kenny Omega El Vampiro A1 Climax Tournament Final. Would not have pitted those 2 against each other, and we were this close to Kenny Omega versus Bret Hart. This close. But what are you gonna do? You have to play the chips where they lay. Okay, let's build ourselves some B-Block action here. Let me look up and see who we have in the ring. Blue corner, you. Red corner, a you. Alright. Let's get to the tail of the tape here. An explosive win. The biggest win. Only the second win, but by far the most important win. Oh, we have... Wait a minute, I have 2 more matches? That can't be right. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Anywho. Kenny Omega is going to be your A-Block winner eventually. Right now, though, we got more B-Block action as Sami Zayn is going to face Rick the Model Martel. As we roll on in our last round, we already know how things are shaping up in our finals, but we have to go through the rigmarole. We got to go through the motions of everyone completing their tournament, and that includes Sami Zayn and Rick Martel. My apologies at the moment to the remaining combatants. I'm going to be less engaged with your matches now because, you know, I know you're not winning. I know I won't see you in the final, but that doesn't mean Sami Zayn and Rick Martel are going to bust their butts for you when they... Fight! red corner while we can. And then boom, ba bing, bang, ba boom. Can't believe that. John Tenta with his very last chance. That was amazing. Oh, Sami Zayn, Rick Martel. A forearm tattoo show-off channel point redemption? I don't have any. No, excuse me. You mean this one? Alright. Can I just post them in my Discord or something? Should we just talk about them? Oh yeah, for those that are wondering, I'm not dumb. I have an incorrect math equation on my arm because it is a reference to the George Orwell book 1984. When they capture the protagonist at the end of the book, the interrogator says to him, because they are the government, they are the populace, and what they say goes. So if they tell the people of the world that 2 + 2 = 5, that is what the populace must believe. For they are the authority. So I got this to remind myself to question authority, because sometimes their math doesn't add up. And I wanted it to look like I was repping like my area code or something, just because I thought that would be hilarious. Like I'm somehow gang related. Pasty, gentle white boy that I am. I can't believe Tenta pulled that out. I can't believe that was awesome. I mean, I wouldn't have hated Kevin Owens in the final. I just like, it literally came down to that last match, the last opportunity to put Kenny in the final. He had to do his part by beating Leo Burke and managed to. And then John Tenta had to score that major upset, and wouldn't you know it, John Tenta did it.
Minutes gone.
Ooh. Only 5 minutes deep, and Sami Zayn already throwing those heavy exploders around. Do I have any? Oh, here we go. Closely associated with famous luchador El Generico, who retired from the industry in 2013 to run an orphanage in their native Mexico. Sami Zayn was, that's a, you know, obviously in kayfabe. Sami Zayn is trilingual in that he speaks French, English, and Arabic. He's, I think, Syrian, of Syrian descent. Yes, here I have here. He raises money for the Syrian American Medical Society via his Sammy for Syria campaign. Good for him. Trained by Savio Vega and Jerry Tutti. That's the wall, brother. Those that were fans of WCW towards its end. Berlin and The Wall. Jerry Tutti playing The Wall. Also Malice in TNA, or NWA TNA, before his unfortunate early demise. Jerry Tutti. Sami Zayn cites El Generico's winning of Pro Wrestling Guerrilla's DDT Tag Tournament and the Battle of Los Angeles tournaments as a major inspiration, being the only competitor to win both of those. Also in a single calendar year did El Generico. Very much inspired Sami Zayn to greater heights in his own career. Well, thanks. Not a lot of people that understand the literature tattoo. I have to explain it to them. But that's cool. Brad got his first when I got my third? I don't know, is it a race? No idea. I mean, like at the same time, you mean? I can't remember. I know every single time I've gotten a tattoo, it's been a different tattoo artist. Sometimes at a different place. Actually, except for the like last 3 that I got like at the same time, I just had with the one guy do 1, 2, 3, bing, bang, boom. Oh, when you got your kanji or whatever it was, or kanji. Yeah, that's when I got my my leg tat. The first tattoo I got, yeah. They are, not surprisingly, they're as addictive as people say. I mean, I guess I must have an interesting relationship with pain, because getting a tattoo to me feels like a really satisfying scratch when you've been like, if you didn't even know you were itchy. Even in the like bony, elbowy areas right about here, it never really bothered me. Just kind of do my thing. I just wait. In fact, Yeah, when they were filling this in, I was falling asleep on the chair. Just chilling. It was an awkward angle, and I had to be like on my stomach to do this part. I guess it was just easier for them, so I was like, all right, just kind of dozed off for a little bit. Oh, all impact on that release German from Sami Zayn. Looking to end Rick Martel's night sooner rather than later. You see them in the gut wrench there from Martel. But no follow-up. Sami Zayn initially stuffs an attempt. Martel able to get that suplex off, though. As we are approaching 15 minutes gone in this one. Big main event spinebuster from Rick Martel. Can't tell either of these gentlemen that they're out of the running for the EH1 Climax Championship, given that all they've got for their last opportunity to impress themselves, each other, and the crowd. Big Blue Thunder Bomb. Oh! Bigger kick out by the model at 2.9. A second Blue Thunder Bomb. Let's see if this yields better results. No. Stronger kick out from the model that time at 2.5. Yeah, I did it. I finally used all my fingers. Good times. Haluva kick into the cover. Martel fights on. Small package. This could do it. Got him. Sami Zayn picking up his last 2 points of the tournament, finishing at 5-4, I believe. Also a positive win-loss ratio for the underdog from the underground, Sami Zayn. Beating Rick Martel for the final time in the tournament with a small package hold. Small package hold. Why are there so many matches left? I'm losing my mind here. Wait, have they not faced each other yet? Yeah, okay, so this is the last matches of the tournament for the following competitors. Another match that doesn't mean, it don't mean much, but I know they're competing. Okay. Drawn out here. Another mismatch in styles. I think that's was part of the point as we drew this all up. Did we give Sami his points? Did we give Sami his points? Boom. 10 points for you. Martel finishing with 4 points, risking deregulation. There are 3 competitors currently tied at the bottom of the standings with 4. We'll see how this shakes out. Actually, Knitsky and Martel finishing already with 4 points. Petey Williams has one last chance to get out of the bottom of the barrel here. If he can do so, he gets the invite for next year. If not, I'm going to have to do a little bit of math and figure out the tiebreaker and who ain't coming back. Okay, quick glance to see who we have in the ring. So I can produce our tail of the tape. And we are ready to roll with more A-block action. I've already pulled their cards over here. And they're about to pull the wool over your eyes with some spectacular wrestling magic. I mean, one can hope. We're always hoping for the best when we pit the King of Hearts, Owen Hart, against the madman from Sudan, Abdullah the Butcher. I just hope that everybody survives. Mainly, I don't need to dwell too heavily on the tail of the tape here. Obvious size advantage for Abdullah. Neither gentleman doing overly well. Owen Hart sitting at 4 points, and Abdullah looking for 10. Well, Abdullah can finish on the positive side of things with a victory here. And Owen's looking for his 6th points with the victory. Let's get on down to that ringy-dingo and commence with the, you know, the fight. Okay, let's get everybody out of them corners. Back to this. Back that up. Here we go. As we said, Abdullah the Butcher with the opportunity to finish 5-4 with a positive record. Owen Hart looking for his 3rd win. When you end things positively with a 3-6, not the best record by any stretch of the imagination, but better than 2-7. Find out where things shake out at the conclusion of this. Neither in contention for the A block. We already know that belongs to Kenny Omega by virtue of a victory of the Canadian Earthquake, John Tenta. Also, I mean, Kenny did his own part, beating Leo Burke in his last match. The only loss of the tournament for Kenny Omega so far came to Kevin Owens, who ended up finishing number 2 in the A block when all will be said and done. We're sort of battling for the middle and lower scores here, trying to avoid deregulation, by which I mean not being invited back next year. Abdul the Butcher taking one last opportunity to have a snack in the ring as he chews on the forehead of Owen Hart. Whom hears Sami Zayn's theme in his head every time. He doesn't still use the same one, right? Like, I know he's like a political activist now or whatever as a character, but like his initial ska thing, like his skankin' ass theme there. Yeah, it's pretty catchy for sure. Except for when he skanked or skunked or whatever the past tense is, whenever he did it too hard and threw his shoulder out, getting into the ring against John Cena, that had to be incredibly embarrassing as a professional athlete. Like, literally injures himself, blows his shoulder out, just doing like this, dancing on his way to the ring. He still has the same theme? That's wild to me. Not as wild as that huge Owen 316 he just hit on Abdul the Butcher, though. Follows it up with a diving fist drop, supposedly to the ding dong, but could have got lost in there. I honestly haven't watched like live to know if he has that. I don't know what show he's on, to be honest. Probably SmackDown. Have not paid enough attention. He doesn't get on the pay-per-views, so I don't see him. I mean, they got like 300 wrestlers under contract, and I see maybe 25 on their pay-per-views. The same 25. Abdul the Butcher not satisfied with gnawing on the forehead of Owen. Now trying to tenderize his brain meats. As we are 10 minutes shy of a 16-hour stream. Still going strong. Building up to our EH1 Climax Final, which we already know is going to be Kenny Omega versus El Vampiro. We're just getting there. Oh my god! Abdul the Butcher with that vicious, I'll never not react that way. That vicious fork stab. The fork chop, I think it's called. Just stabbing his opponent in the face with as much power as he can muster. Incredible. Incredible stuff. Oh wait, it's the same theme song, but he just comes out like depressed about it or just like mean? That's hilarious. Like he no-sells the energy of his own song. Abdullah back to his feet, but dazed. Owen doing his best to fight through the blood pouring out of his forehead and down into his chest there. That huge headbutt from Abdullah the Butcher is not going to help. Abdullah trying to take his time here. As we said, he has the opportunity to end this with a positive 5-4 win-loss ratio and 10 juicy points. Meanwhile, Owen's looking for only his 3rd win in competition. Now taking the time in the center of the ring, as you should when you're bleeding profusely. Take some time for yourself. This is, I believe, match number 7? Oh, that is it. Abdul the Butcher just squeezing the life out of Owen. My word. That did not take nearly as long as I was anticipating. Owen unable to recover after that grievous head wound. After that, just being stabbed in the face with a fork. Can't train for that. How do you train for a fork to the face? Okay. This next match might be inconsequential, but it has to happen regardless. Hang on one second. Oh, wait. No, this might have. No, there's no way I spoke too soon. Hang on, let's get Abdullah his points and see what I'm looking at. If I can believe my eyes here. Okay, Owen Hart, another big fat goose egg. Owen Hart finishing the competition with 4 points. In danger of being deregulated or whatever. Derelegation, whatever you want to call it. But luckily for Owen, he's also in the same bracket as John Tenta and Christian Cage. Speaking of, it looks like Christian Cage will not be invited back, and John Tenta will not be invited back, as the tiebreaker between Tenta and Owen Hart was the fact that Owen Hart defeated Tenta in the tournament. Oof, that was close. No more Earthquake, no more Christian Cage. Should we do this next year? There's one more A block match, which means there are 2 more B block matches, including the one we're setting up in the ring right now. Let's get ourselves a little tail of the tape to peruse for a few seconds before we go down to the match. In the B block, we are going to see the following contests. Scheduled for one fall, El Vampiro, destined to win the B block against Maple Leaf Muscle, Petey Williams. We say destined to win. Let me double check the math on this real quick as I pull their relevant index cards. Do the math real quick in the B block. El Vampiro sitting at 14 points. Bret Hart can still tie Vampiro even if he loses this. But Vampiro holds that all-important tiebreaker by defeating Bret in normal tournament play. So win or lose, Vampiro wins the B block. So yep, we are correct in that assessment. Petey Williams fighting for pride and to avoid being deregulated, as he sits at 4 points, as do some other competitors. If Petey Williams is able to pull out the victory here, he will raise himself into being invited back next year. If not, looking at the standings, let me take a quick check. He beat Martel. He beat Knitsky. No, he was 1-1 against... Oh no, this is going to get super complicated. Because Knitsky beat Williams but lost to Martel. Martel beat Knitsky but lost to Williams. Everyone has a victory over one but not the other? Oh dear. So I'm going to have to do some sort of 3-way dance later, independently, to determine who won't get an invite back. It'll be like whoever gets pinned. I make it a 1 pinfall thing and whoever gets pinned. Anyway, I can do that off stream. None of you will ever even notice. Alright, Petey Williams is going to notice. El Vampiro from across the ring. The final obstacle between El Vampiro and the A1 Climax Final. Win or lose, but you know he's going to want to head into the final with a big win. See what he can do against Petey Williams when the two of them fight. Match number 8 of round 9. Match number 88 of 91. Just throwing that out there. of 91. One more A block, one more B block. I think this works out that the last B block match is Bret versus Vachon. Am I right there? Yeah, it looks like Bret versus Vachon. And then the next A block match we're going to see, I think, is Davey Boy Smith Jr. versus Edward Carpentier. And yep, for Carpentier is going to end up in second place, maybe, if he get, or tie for second place if he gets 2 points out of the deal. But Kenny Omega has still won the A block for sure. And you're staring at the winner of the B block. Just getting more reps in is El Vampiro. Yeah, I went through all of their stats already. I still like the way I wrote this. Innovator of the devastating finishing maneuver, the Canadian Destroyer, which has since become imitated to the point of absurdity. That's what I wrote about Petey Williams. And like I said, they spent years doing storylines about not being able to, not years, but they did an extended storyline about people not being able to counter the Canadian Destroyer. Like nobody could kick out of it for Petey Williams' duration. In Impact, like if he hits it, it's over type of thing. Quick shout out to Space Cat, who's been sleeping in pretty much the same position for most of these 16 hours. It is the normal spot he occupies when I am streaming, and he's just sitting here waiting for me to feed him dinner when I'm done streaming at 5. He has this sort of
5 minutes
inquisitive
gone.
look on his face, like he's just sort of waiting for that time to arrive, but he's already had his meals for the day, and now he's just chilling out, and has been doing so for a while. So big shout out for being relatively calm, except for when you destroyed the garbage can in the bathroom between rounds, I think 2 and 3. Or perhaps 5 and 6. It was definitely before one of the breaks. Because I was late coming back. That was the first break. Between rounds 2 and 3. So I was late coming back. I was cleaning the bathroom real quick. Other than that, he's been great. El Vampiro, as we said, looking to put that exclamation point, that final nail in the coffin to his competition, pun intended, with a victory here. He already has the B block won, I think, because he beat Brett, and he'll have the same points if he loses. But a clear victory against Petey, and a kick out of the Canadian. Oh my god! Virtually no sells the Canadian Destroyer, pops right back to his feet, this Vampiro. Take that, Petey Williams. As we said, Petey can play spoiler in much the same fashion as John Tenta, but I don't think it'll have an outcome, or an effect on the outcome, excuse me. That just looked like a Canadian Destroyer counter as he picked him up that reverse Kudo driver. Seemed like a perfectly reasonable counter to the Canadian Destroyer. So Petey Williams calls for once again. Rolling soul butt to the side, to the kidneys of Vampiro, it looked like. I know it's super late, like 4 in the morning. I know we have a couple more matches to go before we're done. So it's going to be about like 4:30, 5 o'clock by the time I get out of here. I am very much looking forward, after a day of eating nothing but peanut butter sandwiches, to cooking some proper food for myself before I pass out. I know you're not supposed to eat like an hour before bed or whatever the crap. Don't care. Hungry. Just like Petey Williams is hungry for victory. And almost pulls the trigger on beating El Vampiro. Just able to roll the shoulder at 2.9, and that's why he finds himself at the top of the B block. With moves like that, nail in the coffin to Petey Williams. Holy moly. El Vampiro. I can confidently put this on the... Oh, thanks to the best of meals. I mean, I'm going to have whatever vegan fare is around. Your B block winner, 100%. El Vampiro. I can confidently put that on screen now, as that is the last match that you will see El Vampiro in until we get to the final momentarily. Hang on one second here, as there are 2 more matches to go. 1 in the A block, 1 in the B. They don't really matter. Nothing really matters. In the block of B, nothing really matters. Yeah, Vampiro going 8-1 with a clear 16 points. Undisputedly the winner of B block. Closest competition is Bret Hart at 12, and they have 1 more match to go. Likewise, we are in the last A block match of the day. Davey Boy Smith Jr. about to face Edward Carpentier. Give me 1 second here to set that up. Oops, back too far. You went back too far. Let's get that tail of the tape up so you can take a look for yourself. Shabba-da-doo! Size, youth advantage on the side of Davey Boy Smith Jr., but Carpentier doing real well in this tournament. Close to the top of the brackets. Hovering at 12 points, can finish with 14. And an impressive 2-loss record if he can pull the trigger on the victory against Davey Boy Smith Jr. Davey Boy Smith Jr. already has a positive win record of 5-3. If he loses here, he ends with 5-4, still respectable, can still hold his head high, getting 10 points. And if he wins, that catapults him into a tie with Edward Carpentier for 3rd place. All right. without any further ado, let's get down to the ring for the final A block match of the day. Match number 89 of 91. Let's get down to the ring. You know what? When we're done, I'm going to restart and do the whole thing over. 16 more hours. No, I'm kidding. Not a chance. Not a chance. I'm just going to wrap up after 3 more fights. That one didn't quite work. Fights. B block. Clear you out. There's your B block winner. Okay, back to the A block. Carpentier, Davey Boy Smith Jr. After the conclusion of this, I'll show you the winner of the match overall, and then I might be able to do that in the preview window. Also transition to showing you the A block champion, as we've already highlighted Vampiro being the B block winner with their last victory, securing that spot with authority, finding themselves in the main event. I gotta tell you, the way both of these wrestlers have performed, it's going to be a race to the finish, quite literally. Whomever can hit the nail in the coffin or One Winged Angel first, I think is going to take it. Because like once you hit it once, even if you don't get the pin, it's only going to take like 1 or 2 more to put your opponent down. Such seems to be the potency of both of those finishing moves. That, of course, has nothing to do with either Davey Boy Smith Jr. or Edward Carpentier at this point, as they are in the last active A block competition. I'll show you, as I said, I'll show you the winner of this one, and then I'll show you the full A block scorecard at the conclusion, and then we'll have a little thing displaying the A block winner. And then we'll have our final B block match. I'll bring up the B block scorecard. We'll once again highlight our B block winner. And then we're having a tail of the tape for the finals. And then that's where we're headed. Center of the ring with a sharpshooter, not a shooting star press. Out of Davey Boy Smith Jr. I didn't notice if he hit the spine buster first, but I'm assuming he did. I did write, not as a factoid, but as just a point of order, Davey Boy Smith Jr. being a power wrestler might have issues in the longer matches. Something I should have advised John Tenta about before they started on this journey of theirs. Mind you, again, when John Tenta needed to win, he pulled out the biggest victory of the tournament, sending Kenny Omega to the finals by defeating Kevin Owens. Send a nice basket of flowers and a new Richter scale off to John Tenta to say thanks. Beautiful float over jackknife pin attempt there. A lot of interesting pinning combinations out of Edward Carpentier. As you can see, his strategy is generally to hang on, spinebuster to sharpshooter. Tried and true from Davey Boy Smith Jr. As I was starting to say, the strategy for an Edward Carpentier seems to be take your wind away, a wind away, a wind away, a wind away, with that somersault press, and then tie up in some sort of difficult pinning combination where you have to catch your breath and try to pin out or kick out at the same time. And you're probably only able to do one of those. Davey Boy Smith Jr. taking his time to catch his breath before he returns to the ring. Carpentier catches him, thinks quite highly of himself for that. Also, guys, there's nothing really on the line, so if you guys want to wrap up your matches in like 10-12 minutes of in-game time, I'd be cool with that, especially if this happens right now. Rolls him up. 2 count. And some polite applause there. And Davey Boy Smith Jr. fights on. Oof. These gentlemen, Carpentier and Davey Boy Smith Jr. at 12 and 10 points respectively. The upper echelon of the A block. But not quite good enough to meet El Vampiro in the finals. That honor belongs to Kenny Omega, as both of those gentlemen finished with a record of 8-1 and 16 out of a possible 18 points to earn their way to the EH1 Climax Finals. And we'll see that shortly. We have this A block match to wrap up. We have a B block match to wrap up round robin competition in its entirety. Whoa! Cartwheel taunt there from Carpenter. Davey Boy Smith Jr. having none of it. Just plants him with a running power slam. Pulls him away from the ropes and into the cover. 1, 2, and no. Like I said, this match, the B-block match, and then the finals. This is it. The home stretch of the home stretch. Oof. A big 2 count there for Davey Boy Smith Jr. Looking for the Bulldog Bomb. 1, 2, no. Carpenter at a 2.9. Nice extension of that Northern Lights. He saw him up on his tippy toes for extra leverage. Still couldn't keep him down. Carpenter kicks again. Davey Boy Smith Jr. drops him with another running power slam. But he's got to catch his breath for a bit. Carpenter is going to take advantage. Or at least attempt to. Back and forth they go. Punches and uppercuts. Who's going to win? Oh, Elite Contender. Big boot coming out of nowhere to win that one. Big spine buster. Here comes the sharpshooter. Once he catches his breath, no. Elects to spend the entire time getting his win back. Carpenter back to his feet, at least momentarily. Things getting hot and heavy as we head toward minute 15. I'd be tickled pink if you ended this before 20 minutes. But I don't even care who wins. Boom, big Bulldog Bomb. 2. There it is. Davey Boy Smith Jr., like he could hear me, wraps up the match in just over 15 minutes. Let's take a look. Hang on 1 second. Let's take a look at your winner here. Davey Boy Smith Jr. 93% on that match. All right. Okay, 1 second while I set this up, and we are about ready for our last round robin tournament matchup. I know it is for a fact because this is the last match every time I simulate this thing. Coming up next is match number 90 of 91. Raise your hand if you stuck in here all 16 plus hours. You don't have to raise your hand. I'm happy you're here for any length of time. I'm just teasing. Holy moly, let's get Bulldog his points. His points. He deserves them. A-Boy Smith ending strong. Okay, the A block is filled to the brim. Hang on, let me do the tail of the tape right quick. Actually, let me take a breath right quick. Oh, there we go. Had a little something in my throat. Let me clear my throat. John Forte. Grab the microphone and sway this way. Okay. Tail of the tape times. B-block action. The final B-block match. The only B-block match we have not done. Here we go. We're going to see that in a second. Before I do that, though, that is your final A-block match that we just saw between Davey Boy Smith and whoever Davey Boy Smith just fought. Edward Carpenter. That leaves the standings of the A block as follows. There we go. This is how the A block ended up by 2 points. Your winner, Kenny Omega. Hang on 1 second. See if I can change that. Bing, bong, boom. Ba-boom. Yeah. As you can see, with 16 points, as I just declared, your winner, Kenny Omega, the A block winner. We're going to see them in the finals. We're going to take a look at the B block at the conclusion of the following matchup. This is the last match in tournament competition. I can officially throw my index cards away. I'm not going to, but I could if I wanted to. All of these are useless to me now, as we have a B block matchup to complete the tournament, and it is as follows. That's right. Bret the Hitman Hart is going to be taking on Mad Dog Maurice Vachon in the final round robin tournament matchup before your final. As a precursor to Kenny Omega versus El Vampiro, please enjoy Bret Hart versus Maurice Mad Dog Vachon, coming your way right about meow. And away we go. This is it. This is it. Match 90 of 91. Headed your way. We did it, everybody. We are champions, one and all. Okay, one last winner to declare, and then we can, you know, officially, for the second time, highlight El Vampiro as winning the B block. Kenny Omega versus Vampiro awaits in the final at the conclusion of this one. 16 plus hours, and we are still going strong. Much like the forehead skin of Bret Hart, enduring an early biting attempt by Mad Dog Maurice Vachon. Might have gotten a taste of Bret's hair, and maybe that didn't quite sit right with Mad Dog. Bret Hart having famously greasy hair. Or at least it appearing that way, because wrestlers do tend to wet their hair down before matches and stuff. Jimmy, no! You had two more matches to get through. Oh, we're gonna clean Jimmy up one last time. We're gonna get him patched up for the final. Poor Jimmy. Juice declaring himself a golden god. I am the reptile queen, or the lizard queen, whatever that was. This one, for the sake of myself, I just hope it doesn't take, you know, 30 minutes of in-game time for these two to settle on a winner. 16 handwritten, hand-printed, sometimes strangely, hand-printed 3x3 index cards. Got everybody's name, height, weight, years of experience, hometown or build hometown, finisher, submission, or signature moves, and factoids, all of which I have used. Yes, sir. Lizard King? Gotcha. What did Elisa say when she drinks the water in the Small World ride? Didn't she say Lizard Queen? That's what I was referencing there. I know she was referencing, like that joke was referencing. Yeah. I know that joke was referencing the Doors thing, or whatever. But I was going for the secondary reference of the Lisa Simpson thing. Got my big stack of cards I don't need anymore. Here are finalists right here. I'm looking at Bret Hart and Mad Dog Vachon. At the same time, I got nothing else to say about them, but I'm looking at them. Based on, oh, here's something about Bret I haven't read out. Based on technical ability and ring psychology, has been dubbed by some the greatest pure pro wrestler of all time. I don't have a direct quote to attribute that to anyone in particular, but some have said that about Bret Hart, the best pure pro wrestler of all time. No one had a greater understanding of the inner workings of a wrestling match. Unfortunately, he didn't seem the type, or doesn't seem the type, to sit around backstage and share that knowledge with others. Like a Wayne Gretzky, you know what I mean? That could like play really well, but when it was his turn to try coaching hockey, how do you teach other people to be Wayne Gretzky? Type of thing. 10 minutes gone in this one. Vachon, a mite peckish. Gnawing away at the forehead of Bret Hart. Huge pile driver on the floor where there are no countouts or disqualifications. Mad Dog Vachon looking to use that to his advantage one last time. Neither of these gentlemen will make it to the finals, but Bret Hart is hoping to make it back home in one piece. Facing Mad Dog Vachon here. He's already bleeding profusely. I don't know if he's breeding profusely. I know his parents certainly did, as Bret Hart is 7 of 12 children. So Stu and Helen bred profusely, but Bret is bleeding profusely as a result of the assault of Mad Dog Vachon. Combination of European uppercuts there from Bret. Oh dear. Oh, blocks the pile driver attempt as Bret Hart goes for sharpshooter on the floor, but Vachon quick to kick him away. Grabs another chair, does Mad Dog, and Bret tells him to bring it on. He knows well enough that he has a 5 count to drop it. Makes him do so at 1, but unfortunately eats a Samoan drop by getting too close. Bret is up but dazed. Oof, using his bloody head as a weapon. That big jumping headbutt. Shades of Abdullah the Butcher from Bret Hart for that big jumping headbutt. And the fact that he's bleeding profusely. I'm begging either of you to get it back in the ring, please. Guys, as we approach the 15-minute mark here, you cannot win the match on the floor. I know it is your last opportunity to claim 2 points, but they are still 2 important points, and they must be claimed in the ring by 3 count or tap out. Oof. Sean says this is it. Your night of nights. Bret leaving Vachon laying. Tags up unnecessarily. There are no countouts here. And now both men electing to take the time to catch their breath. Bret back into the ring, still bleeding like a stuck pig. Gets tied up in the tree of woe by Mad Dog Vachon. You can see all the blood rushing out of the head of Bret Hart, pooling it at the base of the turnbuckles there. Vachon says this is it. I'm fine with that, if that's the case. Bret Hart punch. Another European uppercut combo. Hooks the leg, only gets 2. I don't count any pin attempt against Vachon seriously until after the 20-minute mark. What's going on, who? Loving that Mrs. Doubtfire. Home stretch, everybody. Sharpshooter by Bret. Come on, Bret. Oh, I thought he could put him away there. Big headbutts out of the extra thick skull. Mad Dog Vachon. I'm just assuming that. I don't know if it's true. It just seems that way from the way he wrestles. Oh, that kick might have been low from the 5'7" Mad Dog Vachon. Bret Hart shrugging it off, though. Top rope elbow. Not as dangerous as Bret's rope, but it'll do. Back into the sharpshooter. Come on, Jimmy, do the right thing. You guys are blood brothers, and that you're both bleeding. Russian leg sweep into the turnbuckle as the 20-minute marker is called. Vachon fails to hit a butterfly suplex. Bret Hart easily lifting Vachon out of the ring to catch his breath a bit. Vachon returns with a chunk of table. Has a 5 count to drop it, drops it at 1, and gets pile driven, not on top of it, but lands on top of it. Inverted atomic drop on top of a steel chair for what it's worth. And then just dragging Bret Hart across the furniture on the ground. Bret Hart back to those European uppercuts. Been bleeding profusely now for a good 10-15 minutes of this matchup. Perhaps longer. Trying to set Maurice Mad Dog Vachon up for one last attempt at a sharpshooter. No, just kick to the midsection and pins him. Just kicks him to the midsection and pins him. The least exciting finish to a Bret Hart match ever, but we'll take it. Just kicks him in the gut. Nuts to this. I kick you in the gut. Belly kick, and it's over. By Bret the Hitman Hart. 98% evaluation, and the finish was literally a kick into a hook-legged pin. And it is now displaying to me the A1 Climax finalists. Let me save the match. There is no automatic because there's only one match left. Saving the league progress, and from here I'm gonna go show you the the B block scorecard once we fill it in here. Let's get Bret his points. Ooh, so close. Sole possession of second place with that victory takes Bret Hart. Let's take a sneaky peek. There you see how B block ended up. And as we already know, we have a B block winner, we have an A block winner. If you weren't aware, you can see it with 16 points, tying the A block winner Kenny Omega winner of B block, the Canadian Casanova, El Vampiro. You want to back that up. Use a big fine block winner. Won't you back that thing up? Okay. Hang on one second. See if I do this right. Back that up. Red corner. B block. I think he's going to be in the red corner. Let's look now at your tail of the tape for the A1 Climax Finals. It has been a long 16 and a half hours, but we are here. We started at the bottom, but we are here. Your final is as follows. The cleaner Kenny Omega versus the Canadian Casanova, El Vampiro. Let me see here. I mean, I might as well, just because it's the last. They were both 8-1, equaling 16 points. 8-1. 16 points. Impressive record from your finalists. Let's see how or if they impress in the final matchup. Let me just set it up for you 1 second here. It has all come down to this. Kenny Omega of the A block. Vampiro of the B block. Let's do it. Let's do it! Match 91 out of 91. We are ready to fight. Okay, I got this ready. I got this ready. Whom's hyped for it, I can tell. Good work, bud. Been waiting literally all day for this moment. I don't know if Juice is still with us or not. Haven't heard him in a little while. It's okay if he's passed out. It's friggin' 4 in the morning. Hey, there he is. Alive and ready to roll. Quick shout out to Jimmy Corderas. Jimmy Corderas refereeing the 91st match in a row. Shout out to Jimmy. Has get patched up about 8 times. 8 to 10 times, I would say. Yeah! The A1 Climax Finals, it all comes down to this. Nail in the coffin versus one winged angel. Let's see if Kenny Omega can hit that string of V-triggers against a Vampiro. It's going to be so exciting when Vampiro wins and who gets real mad. I'm just kidding. I'm fine either way. They both will have earned it. They both earned their way here well enough. Came down to the wire. Could have been Brett. Could have been El Vampiro. Shook out this way. Nice! Tribute to the Lion Salt there out of Kenny Omega. Oh! Vampiro not wasting any time. Fire Thunder Driver. Just a 1 count on Kenny. We got a 2. With that Ase Moonsault inside the ring there. I'm now signaling for what? Just sort of taunting El Vampiro on the way out the ring. As he takes a little bit of time for himself.
Yeah.
How many V-triggers is Kenny going to hit on El Vampiro over under? I'm going to go half a dozen throughout the course of the match. Half a dozen. Nice spinning kick there from Vampiro. So far none, so I'm going to guess about half a dozen. Off the ropes he comes again. Big clothesline this time from Vampiro. Watch out for that chokeslam, Kenny. Also that implant DDT, spiking Kenny on top of his head. Most of his offense concentrated on the head and neck. Fire Thunder Driver into the cover. 2 count for El Vampiro. There's that chokeslam we were talking about. Head and neck targeted and another 2. Crowd not quite invested in El Vampiro. Or Kenny Omega to this point. Nice head scissor takeover. Kenny Omega calling for something off the top. Easily hits him with a 450 splash. Just tosses it off there like nothing. That gets a bit of a response from the crowd, and a nice 2 count for Kenny Omega, signaling for something even more devastating. Big drop kick to the back of the head of the B block winner, El Vampiro. Your A block champion, Kenny Omega, fighting the good fight here. Double underhook pile driver to Vampiro. Pin that man. Hooks the leg deep. 1, 2, no. Vampiro out at 2. Nailed in the coffin by Vampiro. 2, no. Kenny rolls the shoulder at 2.9. One winged angel. Too close to the ropes. Oh no. Both men exchanging finishes there. Kenny rolling the shoulder at 2.9. Vampiro didn't even get a chance to get pinned as he was too close to the ropes there. Poison Rana by Omega. Trying to keep that momentum going. Big springboard missile dropkick, beautifully placed in the chest of Vampiro. Trying to kick the tattoos off his body. Big clothesline out of Kenny. Sliding V-trigger. So it begins. That doesn't count. That's a different variation. Hooks to the leg deep though. Oh, just able to roll the shoulder is Vampiro. Near falls traded by each competitor here. And Vampiro winning that strike battle with a huge spinning back kick. Steals the double underhook pile driver from Kenny. That tends to make competitors angry if you steal their shiz. One winged angel. 1, 2, 3. Kenny Omega.
Goodbye and good night. Bang!
Kenny Omega. Your A1 Climax champion. That match, by the way, 100%. I just saw that float by. Only 13 minutes it took. Kenny Omega, your A1 Climax champion. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we did it. 91 out of 91 matches. The entirety of the A1 Climax happened in front of your very eyes. 16 and a half hours. 16 flat if you take out the 10-minute pre-show and about half an hour of the 2 major intermissions. 16 hours seated mostly right here. My butt is numb. But we had a great time, did we not? Whew. The A1 Climax is over. Thanks, Soon. Thanks, Juice. Thanks to everybody involved. Thanks to everybody that hung out. Thanks to everybody that thought to donate. Thanks to everybody that hung out and didn't donate. Thanks to everybody in general. I'm going to flip this up just to see. Oh my gosh, I have 175 followers now. Woo! Okay, so I got a few. Jeepers creepers. That's exciting. But that will do it. I'm not even going to do my normal sign off because who even knows if I can read right now. I mean, obviously I want to thank everybody for watching. Sending everybody chill vibes, so on and so forth. All right, my thing at the bottom of this template says, we did it. We'll be back Monday. And we did it. We did it indeed. We will be back Monday. I'm going to spend the weekend figuring out how to get the Downey Wenjack Fund. This is going to be the Gord Downey and Channy Wenjack Fund. Their $800 glorious dollars. Heck yeah. Ugh. All right. Well, hang on. There we go. Where did everything go? That's right. Thanks to everybody that hung out. This was a lot of planning. There was a lot of pre-production work, as you saw all the champion or all the winning and tail of the tape graphics. This logo to the side here, I whipped that up quick. The music. Shout out to T-Pain's Pizzle Pack for the tail of the tape music. All of the other music comes from the Stream Deck store that Elgato launched on the Stream Deck that literally has tens of thousands of royalty-free music and sound effects. I literally can search by keyword and like length of how long I want a piece of music or something. Mwah, magnifique. All completely copyright-free. They encourage you to use it in your streaming, and so I have. All right, that is going to do it for us. I'm going to peel this bandana off of my head and pull out these earbuds and see how red and abused my ear canals are. Beyond that, I'm going to go outside for another application of medicines, and then I'm going to eat something delicious when I get back inside. Something extra delicious, not just a peanut butter sandwich or two. Again, thank you so much for everyone that took the time to check us out, even for a moment, to lurk, to throw a follow, to sit in the chat, to privately ridicule us without us even knowing. Do not care. Thank you very much for your involvement, and a special shout out to those that thought enough of both us and the Gord Downey and Shanny Wejek Fund to donate their hard-earned money to this great cause. We earned 800 of the initial $500 total, and I couldn't be prouder of each and every one of you. Thank you kindly, and let me see if I can get back to my normal camera. Hang on one second. There we go. There, I'll put my big fat face up there with very, very tiny text to thank everybody one last time and wave goodbye as we doed it. And I'm getting the crap out of here. Holy moly. Let me get this to blank. Let me get out of studio mode finally. Let me close this finally. Let me close, hang on, let me save and close all of these documents. So many windows being closed. Oh, look at that. The CPU usage of OBS is going down and down. Kenny Omega, your A1 Climax champion. Oh, so in the previously simulated 6 or 7 tournaments that I did, Kenny Omega won twice. 3 times if you want to count the real one. So we had a handful of other winners, including Brett. Kevin Owens won it a couple times, or Kevin Owens won it. Brett won it. Who else was in there? Sami Zayn made the finals a couple times, but didn't win. There's been, some interesting things. One version I did just for fun is I put all of the matches inside a steel cage with one weapon in the middle of the cage that both competitors would have to fight over the usage of. That was pretty fun. Edward Carpentier ended up winning that version of the A1 Climax for whatever reason. Anywho, I mean, they came within striking distance of this one. Okay. I think I'm done. I think I'm good. Let me back up, and then I can finally hit this button right here. Guys, girls, everybody involved, thank you so much. Oh, also thank you to Steam for not bothering me about this Steam self-updater until I closed the game I was using. Okay, let's get this out of here. And, yeah. Ta-ta. I'm going to go ahead and shut this thing down. As we said, I'm going to be back Monday afternoon at 2 p.m. through 5 p.m., our normal time slot. Again, I'm still considering moving to prime time over the summer, but I'll do that in, I guess, the weeks ahead. I'll do more thinking on that. All right, we're going to be back Monday with Elder Scrolls Online, the super chill MMO, where we're just kind of like, yeah, you just find some quests, you just do some stuff. Even the most sort of harrowing of experiences, like toward the end of quest lines in that game, it's just kind of fun. And I'm going to go before I do any further damage to this bandana. All right. Holy crap, we did it. Oh, thanks, Whom. Thanks for sticking it out. Kane Drago, thanks for sticking it out. Juice, thank you for being here literally all day. We've been doing this for almost 18 hours now. So I'm going to drop out and say goodbye to Juice off air. Thanks, everybody. Very much appreciate it. Zeno appreciates it. Hopefully the Gord Downey and Shanny Wejek Fund appreciate it. I know I do on their behalf. Thanks a lot. Bye.